All right, cool. You can hear the sound from the division. It's just chatter though, and you can probably hear me, I'm hoping. I think it should be all good now. Sorry about that. Yep, I think it's all good now. Beautiful. All right, we're good. All right, so I just need to... Yep, now my chat's ticking away much better now. It started glitching almost straight away. All right, awesome, wonderful. All right, cool. All right, so let me just quickly go into my studio so I could kill that stream. Pretty sure it's already gone.
Order. The result of the divisions is ayes 116, noes 7. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. I call the Attorney-General.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
All right.
Reading a bill for an act to amend legislation relating
so now it's game time. Here we go.
And migration laws and for related purposes.
Call the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, just a suggestion on arrangements, if I may.
Order. Members may wish to hear this.
First of all, because the resolution of the House says that there would be a suspension if we finish before 2 o'clock, I might suggest that shortly it might suit the convenience of the House if you vacated the chair and caused the ringing of the bells to happen at 2:05. Secondly, and then we'd have question time, the resolution of the House has us adjourning following question time. For the information of members, we now have a fair idea of the timing for the Senate tonight. And I know people have planes to get away. So the intention would be that we would reconvene tomorrow morning. So we'll have question time. So we'll suspend now, have question time, then suspend, and the bells will ring for us to return at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And that way people who need to be on their way will be able to do so.
All right, so I'll quickly explain that. He thinks, and it sounds like it's a pretty big hint, that they're coming back in the morning to tie the knot on the House approving all the amendments from the Senate, and that the bill is going to be an act of law quite quickly after tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So he sounds pretty confident that they're coming back tomorrow morning to tightening everything up, all the loose ends from the Senate. That's going to go on from 2 p.m. now through till possibly 10, 11 o'clock this evening. They'll return at 8 o'clock in the morning, bring the bill back into the House from the Senate to say, yep, all done, homework's all done, everything's all good. It's usually about a 20, 30-minute session in the morning. That's what they did with the under 16 bill late last year. And then they'll go home. So he sounds pretty confident. That's a big hint. That's a very, very big hint that he thinks that, yeah, we're coming back tomorrow morning to cross the T's, dot the I's, and then you can all go home. So yeah, but we'll see. It's going to be a spectacular shit show in the Senate. That's why I said that I wanted to come in at 2 o'clock when this starts, because it's this was just a process of the Labor Party saying, yep, they've got 94. I think this division to do the third reading had like over 100 votes. So I'll pull up the division in a sec to see who else voted in support of the hate crimes part of the bill. But yeah, that's an interesting hint. Let's see what else he says. And I'm going to speed it up just a fraction so he can stay within the parameters of being live.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Leader of the House for that advice. The chair will be resumed at the ringing of the bells.
Okay, so we're not going to miss anything. Ringing of the bells. All right, cool. So let's switch to the Senate. But even before that, Alex Antic put out a video, and I haven't watched it yet. So let me pull it up, and we'll see what he has to say, because he's talking about the bill. And Alex Antic is definitely going to be representing us, no doubt. Okay. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, this afternoon, the Senate's going to vote on this so-called compromise bill that's been introduced, the Combating Antisemitism, Hate and Extremism bill. It's perhaps known as the Hate Speech or Hate Groups bill now. This is now a completely separate piece of legislative work to the firearms bill, which is a bill which is going to make unnecessary changes to our firearms laws. I oppose both in their entirety, and I'm going to be crossing the floor, it looks like, to vote against the hate groups bill as well. We don't really need any more laws in this country. Many of you will agree with that, I'm sure. We actually need a lot less. And there are so many issues with these bills that I really don't have time now to list them all. But the main issue really is with the hate groups bill. And the main issue with that is that it creates a framework for groups to be listed as prohibited hate groups, which means that the minister can specify these groups as hate groups following a recommendation from the ASIO Director General. Now, yes, there is a checklist of requirements in the Act, which a designation relies on. But who's to say that future political parties or groups engaged in legitimate political discourse won't fall afoul of that and be designated as hate groups in the years to come? No procedural fairness is in this as well. So designation is just as it is, and it triggers consequential changes to surveillance laws, interception laws, and citizenship laws, even in parts of the bill. The bill has like a range of issues. I mean, it's just too many, but the chilling effect on free speech and religious expression is one. It's very vague. The terminology is vague. There are broad definitions, terms like hate speech and hate crime and hate group. They're all very broad. There's a lack of safeguards, as I said, for due process, and overarchingly an impact on political free speech, discourse and association. And if the bill passes, it expands the state coercive powers really in a way that risks eroding core freedoms under the guise of protecting us against hate. It makes no sense. And make no mistake, this is a genuinely serious brick removed from the wall of freedom in Australia if it passes. The big winners today will be the security state, the security apparatus, not everyday Australians who are going to soon see that they'll be even less free than they were a few days ago if this bill passes.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I keep muting and unmuting. All right, so Senate's just about to start. They're just doing the welcome to country.
Power and the glory forever and ever. Amen.
So it's question time first, and then the debate.
Documents to be tabled by the clerk.
Pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic read.
So we'll now move to questions without notice. Yes, so we are, and I call Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Sheena Gutnick, the daughter of Reuben Morrison, who was murdered in the Bondi terrorist attack, wrote publicly, "Australia did not fail quietly. It failed loudly, repeatedly, and with full knowledge. Its government watched hatred grow and chose to do nothing. They minimised it, they excused it. They dismissed Jewish warnings as noise." Minister, those are not my words. They are the words of a victim's family member. Will the Prime Minister now say sorry and apologise to Jewish Australians for his government's failure to act decisively against anti-Semitism, despite repeated warnings as anti-Semitic incidents surged after the 7th of October 2023?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you. First, again, as the Prime Minister and others, including myself, have done, extend our personal condolences to Ms Gutnick and to all those who have lost a loved one in this horrific attack. It is an attack that was targeted, evil, anti-Semitic, ISIS-inspired, and it was an attack on Jewish Australians. And all of us grieve for every person and every family and every community that has been made to suffer because of hate-filled and senseless violence. The Prime Minister has made very clear the sense of responsibility and the weight of responsibility that he feels for an atrocity that happened, as he said, while he is Prime Minister, and he has said publicly he is sorry for the grief and pain that the Jewish community and the entire nation has experienced, as have I. And our responsibility now is to do all we can to ensure this does not happen again. That is the solemn responsibility that this government and this parliament has. And that is what we are seeking to do, to listen to the Jewish community, the entire nation.
Senator Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
It is a point of order on relevance. It was direct in terms of will the Prime Minister actually, for the first time since October the 7th, 2023, apologise to Jewish Australians for your
Senator
government's disgraceful
Senator
failings?
Cash, calling a point of order is not an opportunity to make a statement. The Minister is being directly relevant to your question. Minister Wong, did you wish to continue?
I addressed your question directly, Senator Cash, and I did so because I think it is important. But I also believe, and I think Australians believe, that it is important for us to not just speak about, but to act to ensure this does not happen again. And that is why this government prioritised the drafting.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Sabina Kleitman, daughter of Alex Kleitman, said this: our government could not protect the 15 innocent souls who were taken from us and those that were injured. It's their duty to all Australians to provide safety and security for all. And Jenny Reuter, whose uncle was murdered, said this: we were hunted like animals by extremists. Can the Prime Minister say the one word the Jewish community have been wanting to hear? Sorry for failing to keep you safe.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
The Prime Minister has responded to that publicly, and the Prime Minister has also done what a leader of integrity does, which is he has engaged, he has listened, he has heard and experienced with respect the pain, the grief and the anger. And he has determined to act to ensure that we do all we can to prevent any such attack occurring again, and that we confront anti-Semitism in all its forms. Anti-Semitism, you would have heard me say in this place many times, Senator, it is an attack on Jewish Australians, but it is an attack on Australia. It is on who we are.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
I've listened carefully to both answers, and despite your words, Senator Wong, you have yet again failed to say sorry to the Jewish community on behalf of the Prime Minister. So I ask again, it is a simple word. Will the Prime Minister say sorry? Sorry for your government's actions that it failed to address the anti-Semitic crisis in Australia, despite repeated warnings from the Jewish community since October the 7th, 2023.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
So I have done so twice. I have responded twice directly to that, Senator. This is a moment where we have a choice as a country about uniting in our response to anti-Semitism, uniting in our response to hatred, uniting.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to interrupt quickly. I'm just going through the division for the hate crimes part of the bill. Everyone's best friend, and like Andrew Hastie voted for it. Julian Lisa, you knew that he was going to vote for it. Tim Wilson voted for it. Who else is interesting? Susan Lee voted for it. Fucking what's his name? Mark Thompson, the one that's like ex-veteran. Is a vet. Yeah, is a vet. He voted for it. And then a whole bunch of Teals voted for it. And Nationals, Michael McCormack voted for it. Andrew Hastie voted for it. Get the word out there. I'll post it in a couple of minutes, but Andrew Hastie voted for the hate speech part of the bill. Just FYI. I'm going to post it in a couple of minutes. I'll let you know when it's up. But yeah, I'm just looking at the division now. There you go. There you fucking go.
The country against prejudice, hatred, anti-Semitism, and uniting the country around this legislation, which is intended to contribute to keeping people safer. I think it is a matter of some regret that a moment that could have been a moment of national unity has not been so, because
Senator Cash.
has not been so because some in this place. I'll take the interjection. Yes, I did, and I responded.
Thank you, Minister.
And
The
I
time for
responded.
responding has expired. Order across the chamber. Senator Sheldon.
My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Australians are rightly appalled at the horrific shootings that took place at Bondi on December 14th, an anti-Semitic, ISIS-inspired terrorist attack on Australian Jews. Our thoughts remain with all those affected, particularly members of our Australian Jewish community. It is essential that Australians come together during this difficult time. How is the Albanese Labor government responding to these horrific events?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Wong.
Thank you to Senator Sheldon for that question. And what we know is this. The Bondi terrorist attack of December 14 was a horrific act. It was an horrific act of anti-Semitic violence. It was an horrific act inspired by ISIS. And ISIS is a radical extremist ideology, a perversion of Islam that has no place in our country. It was an attack on Australian Jews, and it was an attack on the Australia we know and the Australia we cherish. And our thoughts remain with those, the loved ones of those who were killed and those still recovering from injury. We pay tribute to the emergency services who responded without hesitation, and to the everyday Australians who showed such immense courage in the face of terror. We pay tribute to Ahmed Al-Ahmad, to Sophia and Boris Gurman, to Rabbi Label, Lazarov and Geffen Bitten. And I'm pleased that the government was able to facilitate Mr. Bitten's return to Israel for medical treatment. In response to this attack, the Albanese government has sought to unify the country, to unite the country, whilst taking strong action to crack down on hate, on radicalisation, and on anti-Semitism. We've established the Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion, supported by Dennis Richardson's independent review into the federal law enforcement and intelligence agencies. It will investigate anti-Semitism in Australia. It will make recommendations to assist federal agencies to tackle anti-Semitism, and it will examine the circumstances of the terror attack. And it will make other recommendations to strengthen social cohesion and counter the spread of ideologically and religiously motivated.
Okay, everyone on X, I've just posted the division results for the hate crimes part of the bill. So now you can see who voted yes. And like I said, Andrew Hastie's face, big ass smiles right there on picture 4 of post 1, right at the top. There you go.
Always in the spirit of national unity. We have introduced new powers for the Minister for Home Affairs to reject visas or cancel visas for those who spread hate and division. The Safety Commissioner, the Special Envoy and the Minister for Communications are working to address anti-Semitism online, and we are building on the Envoy's plan to combat anti-Semitism, an aspect of which included racial vilification, something that I note that those opposite have walked away from, despite calling for,
Minister Wong, please, across the chamber, all senators will come to order. Senator Watt. Senator Watt. Every senator will have an opportunity to make a contribution if you wish, not now during question time. Minister, please continue.
We've invested in immediate mental health support for those who are dealing with the trauma of Bondi, and we will keep working to bring Australians together, because hatred and extremism can never divide us in this country.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sheldon, second supplementary.
Why is it important for the Albanese Labor government to respond to these events both by taking action to enact gun reform and strengthen hate laws and migration controls?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. As the Prime Minister said when he announced the intention to recall Parliament and to legislate in the way that we have described, he said that those who had committed these horrendous acts at Bondi had hatred in their minds and lethal weapons in their hands. And this Parliament, this government, needs to address both. So we are seeking to get dangerous guns off our streets with the largest national buyback since 1996. Gun reforms limiting the number of firearms to be held by any one individual, because someone in suburban Sydney probably doesn't need 6 guns. 6 guns.
Order.
They limit open-ended licensing and allow additional use of criminal intelligence to underpin firearms licensing. And our reforms ensure that only Australian citizens can own guns. So these are important reforms that continue the work of John Howard, Tim Fisher and Kim.
For responding has expired. Order. Order. Order across the chamber. Senator McKenzie. Order. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Macquarie University academic Dr. Randa Abdel Fattah has led children in calls for intifada, and she has rejects the idea that Zionists have the right to be culturally safe. The Premier of our home state of South Australia, Peter Malinauskas, has said that he, and I quote, is of the view that the statements and actions attributed to Dr. Abdel Fattah go beyond reasonable public debate, being anti-Semitic and hateful at worst and deeply offensive and insulting at best. Do you agree with Premier Malinauskas that Dr. Abdel Fattah's statements and actions are anti-Semitic and hateful?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
Well, I think we should all, I oppose, and all of us should oppose calls for intifada. And I believe Jewish Australians, all Australians, are entitled to cultural safety. And my views on these issues are long-standing and consistent over many years in public life and over the last few years as Foreign Minister. I have consistently made those views clear. In relation to this issue, I've been asked about this on a number of occasions. I've made the point that, as I understand it, the person in question is taking legal action against the Premier, and I don't propose to comment any further, but my views on the issues are clear.
Order, order, order. Senator Ruston, second supplementary. I beg your pardon, first supplementary.
Thank you. Given, Minister, that you apparently agree that Dr. Abdel Fattah's comments and actions are anti-Semitic, given the answer you gave to my primary question, will you condemn the collective boycott of the Adelaide Writers' Week by supporters of Dr. Abdel Fattah? And could you actually confirm that you do agree that her comments were anti-Semitic?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
Senator, first, I have been much more focused on the legislation and the package of gun law reform, hate speech, and the racial vilification legislation, which we cannot proceed with, than some of the issues that you describe. Mr. Burke, I think, has responded more broadly. I have made clear my views on the use of those statements, and my views on the use of those statements is consistent. I have made these comments before.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. To be clear on a point of direct relevance, I think I was very clear and very short in my question about asking whether the Minister could confirm whether she condemns the comments that were made by Dr. Abdel Fattah and whether she was prepared to condemn the collective boycott of Adelaide Writers' Week
Senator Ruston.
by those that are boycotting
The Minister is being clear and direct in her answers to your question. Minister Wong.
As I have been asked about this publicly, is that I am a strong supporter, as is, I think,
All right, guys. So this is going to be a challenge, but the House of Reps has now returned and Anthony Albanese has begun speaking. So I'm going to switch to that and then I'll try not to miss too much of each. I'll try to max miss 5 to 10 minutes of each. So we just play catch up. But yeah, Andrew Hastie voted yes on the hate speech part of the bill. So everyone's already calling him a traitor. There you go. I didn't see that coming, honestly. I thought he was going to vote against it, but he made that video. He made that video and said, what, 2-3 days ago, I'm completely against it. He's got to delete that video now. Destroy him in the comments of that video. Unbelievable. This is why I said last week, we need a signal from all these people. So then we can turn around and say, hey, if you said that you're against this 3, 4, 5 days ago, and now all of a sudden you vote for it, like Hastie just did, you're fucked. You're done. I can't believe he put that on camera. He said, yeah. Yeah, before he deletes it as well. Destroy him in the comments before he deletes it. It's on his Insta for sure. Fell for it again award. I thought for sure he would be all right. Maybe he doesn't actually, turn on his word. Especially because he put a video out there, but wow. All right, I'm going to stop talking now. House of Reps.
On indulgence, I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, every summer in Australia, and often the period which is dangerous is getting longer and longer, our people face the challenge of extreme weather. In the last month, Queenslanders and Victorians have been hit hard. In Victoria, fires burnt through over 400,000 hectares of bushland. Authorities have been warning that the extreme conditions were the worst since the Black Summer, and the fires on the ground said the same thing. These fires were fast-moving, unpredictable and intense. Tragically, they claimed the life of Max Hobson. Max had come to cattle farming late in his working life, and he went about it with all his engineer's precision and with real passion. Our thoughts are with Max's wife, Julie.
Respectfully, I'm not going to listen to a condolence motion.
I don't know if the road has slipped away. It is simply...
Yeah, I'm not going to listen to a condolence motion. We're strictly on the hate speech part of the bill. So let's go back to question time. Your browser has lost audio. This is going to happen a lot. So I'm going to have to remove the share and then bring it back. Okay, here we go.
Every South Australian of the Adelaide Festival and the festival and our reputation as the festival state, and I'm sure that will continue, and I'm sure it will continue to be internationally renowned.
Thank you, Minister. The time for responding has expired. Senator Ruston, second supplementary.
Well, thank you, President. Well, to be perfectly clear then, Minister, could you please answer me as to whether you then support the comments that were made yesterday by Minister Burke, who you've referred to, when he said that dealing with anti-Semitism is a matter for the festival alone? Do you believe that the matters in relation to anti-Semitism are a matter for the Adelaide Festival, or do you believe, like your Prime Minister said, there is no place for anti-Semitism in this country?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
I have been on the record, certainly in my time as Foreign Minister to date, but also all my life, about prejudice being an issue we all have responsibility to confront. Anti-Semitism is a hatred that we all have a responsibility to confront. That has been my consistent position, Senator, and it always will be.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Very much. In relation to direct relevance to the question that I was asking, the Prime Minister has made one comment and Minister Burke has made another. I'm just seeking to understand which of those you agree with.
Senator Ruston, points of order are not an opportunity to make statements. I will address your point of order interjection and say once again that the Minister is being relevant. Minister Wong, did you wish to continue?
I was also, I would make this point, I was asked previously about references in a different context to Intifada, and I'll refer you to those comments, Senator, because what I did say was I agreed with Ms. Segal.
Senator Ruston, you've asked your question.
What I said was I agreed with Gillian Segal, the anti-Semitism envoy, in her views about the way in which those phrases have been used to whip up hatred.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters.
President, my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. In the first 3 weeks of 2026, we've seen cyclones and flooding in North Queensland, floods in Sydney, fires and heatwave conditions in South Australia, and in Victoria, the worst bushfires since the 2019-20 Black Summer, and catastrophic flash flooding on the Great Ocean Road. This extreme weather is undeniably worsened by climate change, which is driven by burning coal and gas. How can you possibly have approved the expansion of a thermal coal mine in Queensland last Friday and now be considering further drilling for oil and gas off the Great Ocean Road?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
I'm happy to try and respond as best as I can, Senator, but I'm sure that the Minister Watt will probably give you a more detailed answer than I can about EPBC approvals, which I think was part of your question. I mean, the government has made our position on climate.
Kind of weird to ask questions about climate change and approving all these. Was it a gas thinger? There's nothing on the order of business outside of these two bills. That's the Greens for you.
Transition responsibly. We need to make sure we build those industries, including export industries, those skills and capacities.
All right, let's pause that. Let's see if they're still doing anything in the House.
On the front line, our volunteer firefighters, our SES crews, our police, our paramedics, our defence personnel, our council workers.
No. Still talking about Queensland or something.
That is, pays a premium for lower carbon goods and services. In relation to energy, you would know, because you've observed this over years, that the energy transition is a really important part of transforming our economy. And we have traditionally had, obviously, a very fossil fuel dependent energy system. With all that means, because we had access to lower price resources. Shifting that is not easy, and the government has worked on that with great intent since we came to government, and with the legacy, as you know, of what 22 failed energy plans and climate denial over the previous government's term has meant. It meant that there was disinvestment. There was disinvestment. That is, people gave notice that they were closing coal-fired power stations and no one wanted to invest further. So that transition is something we have worked on since we came to government, there is a lot more to do, and the government will keep doing that work for the benefit not only of household budgets, but future generations.
Senator Waters first, supplementary.
You don't transition off coal and gas by opening more of it. And it's the people in affected communities who are now looking at millions of dollars in cleanup costs. What is your government doing to make the coal and gas companies driving this damage pay for the consequences, rather than the innocent people being devastated by repeat climate catastrophes?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I'd make 2 points. First is all projects must meet environmental requirements to be approved, including mining and resource projects. And second, that we have approved, and I'm grateful to Senator Watt for assisting me with this, some 130 new renewable energy projects since being elected in 2022. And that includes solar farms, wind farms, batteries. And
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Waters.
Yes, President, point of order on relevance. When will the polluters pay rather than people pay for the climate consequences?
Yes, that was part of your question, as was an issue around transition. I believe the minister's being relevant, but I'll continue to listen carefully. Minister's indicated she's finished her response. Senator Waters, second supplementary.
So not only does this government refuse to make the climate polluters pay for the damage they cause, but the taxpayer is also subsidising that damage. Why are we paying billions every year through fuel tax credits to subsidise big coal and gas corporations to burn fossil fuels and worsen natural disasters?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Senator, really the answer to that is my first response. We do take the responsibility of being a government that works to change our economy, change our energy system very seriously.
14 last year was the deadliest terror attack on Australian soil. What steps is the Albanese government taking to address both the motivation and the means of this attack to ensure something like this can never happen again?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator Watt.
Thanks very much, President, and thanks, Senator O'Neill, who I know has had consistent advocacy on these matters, not just since the Bondi attack, but well beforehand as well. As I think all Australians know, the terrorists who carried out the anti-Semitic Bondi attack had hatred in their hearts and guns in their hands. And any response to this horrific attack that ignores either hatred or guns is an incomplete response. And that's why the Albanese Labor government is acting on both the motivation and the method for this attack by strengthening laws to confront hate and extremism and by reforming gun laws to keep Australians safe. Australia now has more than 4 million firearms in circulation. This is more than at the time of the Port Arthur massacre nearly 30 years ago. That fact alone requires us to confront a difficult truth. Our current system allowed someone who posed a deadly risk to legally access firearms. That cannot be allowed to happen again. The Albanese Labor government's reforms that we're considering this week restore the principle that firearms ownership in Australia is a conditional privilege, secondary to public safety. So what these laws will do is reduce the number of guns in the community, strengthen background checks, improve intelligence sharing, and make sure that people who do not need guns or who might pose a risk cannot obtain them. You really would think that's something that this entire parliament could support. In the wake of the tragedy at Bondi on the 14th of December, we as a parliament have a responsibility to come together and act decisively to make sure that Australians can be safe and feel safe. We can do this, just like the country did after the Port Arthur massacre in 1996, and just like John Howard did 20 years ago, the government will establish a national gun buyback scheme to purchase back arms that are not necessary and shouldn't be around.
Senator O'Neill, first supplementary.
Thank you for that fulsome response, Minister. Could you also explain what this means for Australian gun owners and the importance of sharing accurate information about the gun reforms?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. It is important that Australians have accurate information about what the gun laws the government is proposing will actually do, rather than all sorts of furphies that are being propagated by people who don't support these laws to justify voting against those laws. Let me begin by saying that if you have a legitimate reason to own a gun, these changes are not about you. But of course, that hasn't stopped those opposite peddling their misinformation about what these reforms are about. Our reforms are not a blanket ban on firearms. Our reforms will not stop Australian athletes from competing internationally or accessing the equipment they need. Our reforms will not stop those with a genuine need, such as feral pest controllers and sporting shooters, from obtaining a firearm. Our reforms will not stop Australian farmers and primary producers from being able to perform their daily tasks. People with a genuine, legitimate reason to own a firearm, like primary producers, feral pest controllers and sporting shooters, will still be able
has
to.
expired. Senator O'Neill, second supplementary.
Thank you so much for some of the correction of this information. What will these sensible gun reforms mean in practice? What effect would these reforms have had on the Bondi terrorists?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Watt.
Thanks again, Senator O'Neill. If this national reform package, including the hate crimes bill and the gun law reforms, had already been in place, the gunmen involved in the Bondi terrorist attack...
Everyone that follows me on Instagram, I just shared Andrew Hastie's video where he said that he was going to vote no. So if you want to comment on his video where he said he was going to vote no, you probably want to do it now before he pulls the video.
Who, of course, is now facing charges, who didn't have a firearms licence in any event. Had he tried, any intelligence holdings with respect to him would have formed part of the licensing decisions. Now, no one is pretending that dealing with guns deals with everything behind the Bondi attack, but it deals with the method used to commit this atrocity. And we must deal with that method, despite the fact that we see some opposite pretend that these laws are about something completely different. As David Marr, the brother of former police officer Peter Marr, who was killed at Bondi, said, an anti-Semite without a gun is a hate-filled person.
Thank
an
you,
anti-Semite with a gun is a killer.
Answering has expired. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Watt. On the 7th of December 2025, I wrote to the Minister for Home Affairs seeking urgent funding for critical safety upgrades at the National Jewish Memorial Centre. The centre has had these upgrades costed at just over $100,000, noting that the government has been working on various priority measures over the Christmas and New Year period. Can the Minister update the Centre on the status of that request and whether a decision has now been made?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. Thanks, Senator Pocock, for the question. I will come to the specific point in a moment, but it's worth reminding the chamber that since the Bondi attack, the Prime Minister has announced several supports to support the Jewish community to the value of $102 million. And those measures are designed to enhance the safety of Australia's Jewish community, demonstrating our ongoing commitments to addressing anti-Semitism. Now, the National Jewish Memorial Centre that you've asked about has previously received funding through different pathways. I'm aware that Senator Gallagher, in her role as Senator for the ACT, as well as Finance Minister, has been working very closely with the organisation concerned about potentially accessing further funding. I recognise the letter that you've written, Senator Pocock, and as I say, Senator Gallagher's been very active on this issue as well, including meeting with the organisation, as I understand again yesterday. The development of a grant opportunity toward additional security funding is being prioritised, and organisations will be able to apply for additional funding when announced. The intention would be that the Executive Council of Australian Jewry would administer this funding when it's available. So as I say, the government, well before the Bondi attack, had expended significant funds, rightly, to strengthen security around synagogues, Jewish schools, other Jewish institutions. We've made additional commitments in that regard since the Bondi attack. And clearly, it's the case that a range of senators have been advocating, whether it be yourself, Senator Pocock, Senator Gallagher, and no doubt many others as well, and we'll continue to consider those applications.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. As you said, there's been funding before the Bondi terror.
All right, question time looks like it's gone into actual question time in the House. So I'm just going to switch to that.
Time today, and the Minister for Health and Ageing will answer questions on his behalf.
We shall now move to questions about those. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. The families of the Bondi terrorist attack victims had to beg the Prime Minister through...
Yeah, so just to let everyone know, you haven't really missed much. Everything's just really commencing now. I will be switching between the Senate and the House. The House will be adjourning, I think, almost immediately after question time. So then after that, we'll be able to focus solely on the Senate. But until then, it's important to see what Albo has to say with, you know, all of the shit that's happening. And maybe there's a good soundbite there or not. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'll be switching up until that point where House is finished.
their grief and tears for a Commonwealth Royal Commission into anti-Semitism. The Prime Minister forced those families to juggle unimaginable grief with national advocacy. It was callous, it was unfair, and they are owed an apology. The Prime Minister dithered and delayed with a host of bogus excuses, citing nameless experts, saying it would take too long, arguing it would platform hate. Not once has the Prime Minister admitted to and said sorry for his mistakes. Can the Prime Minister just humble himself for once and simply say sorry?
Order. Order. We've dealt with this time question before. I hope it'll be the same measure applied if any ministers go over time. The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr. Speaker, what happened on the 14th of December was a targeted, evil, anti-Semitic terrorist attack on Jewish Australians. And my heart breaks for every person, every family, every community that has been made to suffer because of that senseless hate-filled violence. I've attended homes, synagogues, private meetings, both in their homes, in my Sydney home for the moment, in my Sydney office with those families. I haven't had TV cameras with me and radio reporters. What I've done is engage respectfully with those people. I've said I feel the weight of responsibility for an atrocity that happened whilst I'm Prime Minister. And as I have said, I am sorry that this occurred. Sorry for the grief and pain that the Jewish community and our entire nation have experienced. Our responsibility is to channel that grief, that pain, that anger into meaningful action, making a difference. And that is what I have striven to do. I've said that we would implement in full the recommendations of the Anti-Semitism Envoy's report. Unfortunately, some of those recommendations, the most serious ones about vilification, did not receive the support of either the Coalition or the Greens in the Senate and therefore were not able to be pursued. We did in the immediate aftermath of the attack. Our priority was unashamedly about the safety of Australians. If you look at what has happened with terrorist attacks overseas, what often occurs is that one attack leads to another coordinated attack somewhere else as part of planning. Our first priority, unashamedly, on the Sunday night, on the Monday, on the Tuesday, on the Wednesday, on the Thursday, was not to worry about politics. Our priority was, were these people part of a cell? Would there be another attack at another place in Sydney? Would there be a follow-up attack in Melbourne? Were Jewish Australians being kept safe? Were the leaders of those communities being kept safe? We upgraded the security measures around the track. Our priority was that. What were the gaps that were missed in security as well through the National Security Committee that has met on almost a daily basis every day since December 14? That was absolutely our priority, was to get that right. Our second priority was to make sure, not that we do something in a year's time or 2 years' time, but to do something immediately. And the Parliament, the House of Representatives, passed legislation, not as strong as we would have liked in tackling anti-Semitism just before question time, but what we could get through. That was our priority, and we called a Royal Commission. Once we had the Royal Commissioner in place, once we had consulted the Jewish community about the terms of reference as well.
Order. Call to the member for order. Asking all members to show restraint today, of all days. Call to the member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. After the tragic events of the violent anti-Semitic terrorist attack at Bondi Beach last month, how is the Albanese government working to combat anti-Semitism, extremism and hate and keep all Australians safe?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Isaacs for his question and his commitment, not just as a member of the Australian Parliament, but as also someone who is very committed to helping his fellow Jewish Australians and who travelled to Sydney, just in the hours after this terrible attack on the first night of Hanukkah, where 15 Australians were murdered at Bondi Beach. They, of course, wounded dozens more, men, women and children. It was an anti-Semitic terrorist attack aimed at Jewish Australians, inspired by ISIS, the deadliest that has ever occurred on Australian soil. It was also an attack on every single Australian because it was an attack on our way of life in which the Australian covenant is that if people have any prejudice or hate, that's left in the customs hall. And here in Australia, we respect each other of different faiths, of different backgrounds, and we treat each other properly. Now, since the horror of that day, our priority has been to keep Australians safe, to combat anti-Semitism, extremism and hate, to bring an end to violence, to bring the nation together, and to wrap our arms around the Jewish community, to be with them in their profound grief. We've announced a Royal Commission into anti-Semitism and social cohesion so people can tell their stories to inform meaningful action. Today, we have passed through this House laws to address both the motivation and the method of the anti-Semitic terror attack at Bondi, because the terrorists had hate in their
For those wondering, I've just posted on X and I'll post it on Insta and everywhere else shortly. The 7 MPs that voted against the hate speech bill in the House of Reps. It includes Dai Lee, she's awesome. Andrew Wilkie, which is kind of confusing because he voted for the gun buyback but against the hate speech. I mean, it does make sense, but it's like he probably would have voted yes if it was an omnibus bill. Bob Katter voted against it. What's his name? Joyce. Barnaby Joyce voted against it. I think it's Rebecca Sharkey, Centre Alliance, voted against it. And then what? I don't know, these 2 LNP members, O'Brien and Boyce. But yeah, I've just posted the 7 MPs that voted against it. It's incredible that it was a overwhelming vote where only 7 MPs voted against it. But that's just posted now.
Workplaces, sporting fields and public spaces no longer feel secure. It is an intolerable situation that no Australian should have to endure. Prime Minister, I ask again, will you apologise to Jewish Australians because you and your government did not listen?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I certainly acknowledge very directly the pain that Jewish Australians are feeling and that they have felt for some period of time. The idea that anti-Semitism began with the election of the government in 2022 is just not right. The Executive Council of Australian Jewry on the 25th of November 2018 said that the 12-month period ending 30th of September 2018 saw a 59% increase over the previous year in total anti-Semitic incidents in Australia involving threats or acts of violence. Josh Frydenberg, the then Treasurer, said on 10th of May 2019, anti-Semitism is on the rise here in Australia and the number of incidents has increased quite dramatically. The member for Barara said on the 7th of May 2019, I find it hard to believe that in 2019 we are witnessing anti-Semitic incidents on an unprecedented scale. Senator Andrew Bragg at the same time, I believe anti-Semitism is a rising problem.
Order. We don't need those sorts of commentary. Member for Barara is entitled to raise a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, on relevance. Prime Minister wasn't asked about the history of anti-Semitism in Australia. He was asked whether he apologised for his government failures not to do enough to deal with the anti-Semitism.
Prime Minister, order. As all members know, I can't direct any member to give a yes, no, or as the answer you would like. Prime Minister is being directly relevant, giving information to the House about the exact topic he was asked about. Prime Minister has the call.
Let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker. All governments should have done better. That is my point. The idea that anti-Semitism began 2 years ago with the change of government is false, and it's declared to be false by the comments of those opposite in senior positions. Despite the surge in anti-Semitism on their watch, did the Morrison government appoint a special envoy to combat anti-Semitism? No. Did they establish a joint operation bringing together the AFP and ASIO to combat acts of anti-Semitism? No. Did they introduce Australia's first ever hate speech laws? No. Did they legislate a crackdown on preachers and leaders who promote violence? No. That's right. We also enacted a landmark ban on the Nazi salute and hate symbols. We criminalised doxing, something that those opposite voted against. We've appointed Australia's first national student ombudsman. We've created and launched a national hate crimes and incidents database. We've imposed counter-terrorism financing sanctions on the white supremacist terrorist network Telegram. We expelled the Iranian ambassador for their interference in Australia. We directed the E-Safety Commissioner to tackle the proliferation of hateful online content. And we have now established a Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion.
Order. Give the call to the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. What is the Australian Government's response to combating anti-Semitism, and why is a bipartisan approach important?
The call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of the Defence.
I thank the member for his question. Back in May of 2024, I visited Mount Scopus College, a Jewish school in Melbourne, with the member for McNamara, who is indeed an honoured old boy. And we attended there because the day before there'd been a horrible anti-Semitic slogan spray painted on the school's wall. It was a clarifying experience for me. It's obviously terrible that kids have to look at that hate directed at who they are, but actually life at the school was an eye-opener. security there is not unlike security here, but whereas we are adults who have made the choice to be in public life, these are kids who have no choice. And the idea that children are receiving their education, that they are learning to experience the world behind large walls protecting them from the world is just...
All right, just going to go back to the Senate so we don't miss too much.
Attack. And
I'm going to play back speed just a little bit faster, just FYI.
Denied. Given there's now $104 million on the table, can you give any indication? Surely these are the sorts of upgrades that are actually urgent. We have a community that's asking for money. There's money on the table. Why has there been no answer over the last month?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. I understand that in terms of previous requests for funding from this organisation, 2 of the 3 items that they requested funding were approved. Without in any way attributing blame here, the decisions as to how funds should be expended previously and which organisations should receive those funds was made at arm's length from government. Our role was to provide the funding and set up a process for those decisions to be made independently. There were no doubt good reasons for the decisions that were made previously about which elements of that funding were approved and which ones were not. But as I say, we understand the very genuine request that has been made by the organisation, supported by you, supported by Senator Gallagher, and we'll no doubt have more to say about that before too long.
Thank you, Ministers. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, given the heightened security risks facing Jewish institutions and the relatively modest cost of this upgrade, given there's $100 million on the table, what is the process? When will a decision be made? Who makes the decision? When will this money actually flow? People see big amounts being pledged, and then on the ground they're asking, well, where is this money given the urgency?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. Well, obviously, there needs to be a process to determine where that funding will go. And I think we should remember that it is relatively soon after that horrific attack on the 14th of December, and the government has acted with urgency previously in providing funding under previous rounds, and we'll be certainly doing that again now that we've announced additional funding. Senator Gallagher has advised me that she provided some advice yesterday to this organisation about how they could strengthen their application and how they could consider undertaking a full assessment of the site for its risk rather than the particular part of the site that they had been particularly interested in. I understand the organisation has taken that feedback on board and intends to have that work done. So we look forward to receiving that application, as we do from a number of other organisations, and it's certainly our commitment to provide Jewish Australians with the security that they deserve.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, I'm also advised Senator Lambie has given you her questions. I'll call you again, Senator Pocock.
Thank you. My question is to the Foreign Minister, Senator Wong. Mr. Wong, as you would know better than anyone in this place, the protests in Iran have been largely suppressed by a brutal crackdown. Thousands have been killed, and a communications blackout has been in place. From the images, recordings and accounts that have made it out so far, some verified, others not, the deliberate, unrestrained and savage targeting of civilians by government forces is hard to adequately describe. Huge concerns have been expressed by members of the Iranian community here in Canberra and across the country, and more generally amongst people in the community who are concerned about what they are seeing. Please can you outline the steps that the Australian government has taken and is contemplating taking in response to this crisis?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Well, first, Australia condemns the Iranian government's violent crackdown on its own people. We call, along with others, on Iran to protect the rights and respect the rights of its citizens. The killing of protesters, the use of force, arbitrary arrest, the blackouts on telecommunications, all of these repressive measures must stop. I have said, and I say again, Australia stands with the brave people of Iran in their struggle against oppression. Now, we have taken strong action to hold the Iranian regime to account. And that action has included sanctions on some 200 Iran-linked persons and entities, including almost 100 IRGC-linked individuals and entities. We have strengthened our sanctions framework in order to target those involved in oppression inside Iran, including against women and girls. And I again publicly salute the courage of Iranian women and girls in particular. We were at the forefront of efforts to remove Iran from the Commission for the Status of Women, and we co-sponsored a successful Human Rights Council resolution establishing an independent investigation into human rights violations. I also want to talk about the role of Iran in our society. We will not allow Iran or any nation to undermine the safety of Australians, and we will not allow Iran or any nation to sow division in the Australian community. And you will have seen we took unprecedented diplomatic action in response to the attacks on the Australian Jewish community.
Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Given the near total shutdown of the internet and mobile phone calls in Iran, with intermittent calls only returning in recent days, please could you outline the support that the government is providing Australian Iranian communities to reach loved ones and seek information updates about what's happening in the country?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Wong.
I know my thoughts are with the Australian Iranian community at this time, and I know I anticipate I speak for the chamber that our thoughts are with the Australian Iranian community. People who, Australian Iranians who have family members who are observing in Iran, who are observing or seeing or reading some of the horrific news which is coming out of Iran. That is incredibly distressing, extremely distressing for the community, and that distress is compounded by the telecommunications blackout, which means people haven't been able to contact loved ones and relatives to check up on their welfare. I'm advised that the Department for Home Affairs continues to engage with the Iranian diaspora community regarding this concerning situation, and that work will continue.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. Will Australia commit to doing more to pressure the Iranian regime, including expanding targeted human rights sanctions, speaking up publicly, providing visa assistance to families of those here in Australia, and coordinating with allies for stronger action to support the Iranian people?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. We have done those things, Senator Pocock, and we will continue to do so.
Minister. Senator Bell.
My question goes to the Minister representing the Prime Minister. Minister, following the terrorist attacks in Bondi, the deadliest in our nation's history, the Prime Minister has failed to acknowledge that radical Islamic extremism was the driving ideology behind it. You cannot defeat what you won't define. The Prime Minister has muddied the waters. This refusal to clearly name the threat has allowed this threat to spread unchecked, and as a result, Australians have been placed in danger. When will the Prime Minister finally concede that refusing to name radical Islamic extremism as the driver of this terrorist attack on Australians makes future attacks more likely and helps anti-Semitism continue to spread unchecked?
Thank you. Senator Watt. Senator Watt, come to order. Minister Wong.
Senator Bell, first, the Prime Minister, Mr Burke, myself, we have all identified very clearly, on the advice of the AFP and ASIO, which has also been part of the public discussion and public reports, that this is an anti-Semitic terrorist attack that was inspired by ISIS, which is an organisation that peddles hatred and is inspired by a radical perversion of Islam. We have said that. And second, I am seeking, in a time where we are grieving the worst terrorist attack in Australian history, not to engage in partisanship, but I would say this, Senator. Your party just voted against bills which made it, which enabled the government to crack down on hate groups. Your government, your party just voted against legislation which was all about tackling hate. So your party has come out against.
How are you going to vote today? Order.
Your party.
Order on my right. Order. Minister Wong, please continue.
Your party just voted against laws which enable tougher action being taken on visas, both the cancellation of visas and the refusal of visas. So, Senator Bell, to come in here and say you want stronger action taken on hate, whilst your party over there votes against legislation which would enable stronger protection on migration, in terms of visas for hate preachers and others, that your party voted against laws which are designed to crack down on those who preach hatred and organisations which do that. With respect, Senator, I think that is not a consistent position.
Has expired. Order. Order. Order on my right. I've called order 3 times. I should not have to do that. Senator Bell, first supplementary.
Minister, you talk about hatred, you talk about perversions, but we want you to talk clearly about radical Islamic extremism. And this government's failure to enforce existing laws since the October 7 attacks 2 years ago.
Senator Bell, please resume your seat. Order again on my right. The senator has the right to have his question heard in silence. Senator Bell, please continue.
The refusal to unequivocally call out radical Islamic ideology driving anti-Semitism in Australia has allowed this problem to escalate into a terrorist attack on Jewish Australians. When will this government accept responsibility?
Thank you, Senator Bell. I'm waiting for the Senate to come to order. Minister Wong.
That has just passed the House, that you will have the opportunity to consider shortly, is a bill that, amongst other things, enables the Minister for Home Affairs to cancel or refuse a visa for people who want to come here and spread hate. It's a bill your colleagues voted against. And I would ask you to, if your position is you want government to be able to crack down on those who spread hate, to reconsider your position on this legislation between now and when it comes to this chamber.
Ask your leader Barnaby what to do.
Thank you. Senator Bell, second supplementary.
Minister, you talk about passing legislation to deal with the problem, but what we've actually seen today occur in this parliament is a farce. Your government, with help from the Liberals on one hand and the Greens on the other, you are rushing through massive changes to our nation's laws with no real scrutiny. 2 bills with no real scrutiny, and you are shutting down debate. When will your Prime Minister accept responsibility for this farce and resign?
Order. Order across the chamber. Order. Order. Minister Wong.
Senator, we believe that the worst terrorist event on Australian soil in our history requires a serious response, a responsible and serious response. And that is the approach the government is taking. With respect, that question was not a serious response.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Darmanin.
Question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Emergency Management, Senator McAllister. It's been a tough summer for communities across Australia who have experienced severe weather events, from dangerous bushfires in Victoria to flooding in northwest Queensland. Communities in my home state of Victoria have experienced catastrophic fires with thousands of firefighters courageously facing challenging conditions.
Respectfully, we do not care.
We know Australians are facing increasingly frequent and severe natural disasters. 6 million. Please continue.
All right, cool. So we've caught up because we can skip those questions about the bushfires, blah, 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 whatever it is. So let's go back to the House.
So sad. And that's not a reflection on the kids. That is, of course, a reflection on the world that is outside. That is a reflection on Australia today. Anti-Semitism has been around for a while. And in truth, that kind of security on Jewish community facilities has been there for many years. But anti-Semitism has become much worse since October 7th.
And just one more thing. Thank you to everyone that sent a coffee. There's a tagged post, pinned post in the chat on YouTube. Use that as a super chat, and then I'll read them after when we get some time. And it's also on my X as well. So super thank you to everyone that's dropped in a message there. You can drop a $5, put a message in there, and I'll read those comments. I can't read the live chat, there's too much going on. But put one in as a super chat on a Buy Me a Coffee link, and then I'll read them after. Thank you.
2023, and the way in which life for Jewish Australians has been compromised is profound. It is not okay that Jewish students at universities feel uncomfortable wearing the kippah. It is not okay that Jewish artists have effectively been cancelled. Now, we understand that there is much more to do, but our government has acted against anti-Semitism. We have made more criminal, more forms of hate speech. We have appointed an envoy to combat anti-Semitism, and we've now committed to implementing her report in full. And we would have liked to have done more in that regard this week, but we are grateful for whatever we can do this week amongst all of us, because it takes all of us, which is a point that is well made by the American Jewish Committee in its call to action against anti-Semitism, where it says, when considered only through a partisan lens, anti-Semitism is not being countered but instrumentalised. Anti-Semitism must not be a partisan issue used as a wedge within the Jewish community. Especially in advance of elections, we encourage candidates and elected officials to be mindful of politicisation and reach across party lines to address anti-Semitism. These are wise words. We are only going to rid the scourge of anti-Semitism in this country if we all rise above our parties and do it together.
Order. The member for Fisher is just going to cease interjecting because I'd like to hear from the member for Wentworth with her question.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Radical extremism, Islamist and other forms, is a threat to Jewish Australians and all Australians, as we saw so devastatingly in Bondi on December 14. We have had de-radicalisation programs in place for many years, but extremism is still taking root. How does the government measure the current effectiveness of these de-radicalisation programs, and how effective are these programs at all? You know, we do have the Richardson Review and part of the Royal Commission coming up, but is the government planning to take any other actions in terms of de-radicalisation in particular before then? Thank you.
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Wentworth for her question, and I praise her unreservedly for her role as a local member in what has been a devastating time for her local community, and not just the Jewish community, but of course Bondi is such an iconic place, and the local member has shown extraordinary leadership and capacity in my view, and I thank her for that. I will ask the Minister to supplement, but I would say that radical Islamic extremism is a major problem. We know that is the case. We know that hate preachers can cause a real problem in distorting Islam and creating a circumstance where people are full of hate. And we saw an expression of hate motivated by ISIS, an ideology that isn't about any state, is about an Islamic caliphate around the world. Often this is difficult, as the examples come from what is a father and son. It's much more difficult to detect, as the ASIO Director General has reported. A big threat is sole actors, an individual actor. In this case, a father and son discussing these things over a dinner table or in private quarters, not engaging in electronic measures, communication that can be detected, means it is much more difficult. But the government has a range of programs. That is certainly something as well that the Richardson Review will look at, and I'll ask the Minister to supplement.
The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks, Prime Minister. The counter-terrorism and violent extremism strategy was released again last year, where we reviewed the different programs that we run. They're important programs, and there is regular measuring of them. The challenge that we have is terrorism itself is changing as well. If I give simply these statistics, as of January, as of a couple of days ago, we've had, since 2014, 189 people charged as a result of counter-terrorism operations. Right now, we have 35 people who are currently before the courts. 18 of the 35 are children. And so what we used to have to monitor in terms of organised cells of people often in their 20s and 30s is very different now. And in terms of the ideology, we are getting mixed ideologies. We're getting seriously mixed ideologies. So you'll have someone, for example, whose ideology will be a mixture of Nazism, of the sort of radicalisation that you've just described, and environmentalism. And this will all be mixed up where the only common theme is violence. That does mean for our agencies, the threat now is more complex. People are radicalising younger and faster and predominantly online.
The call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. What is the Albanese government doing to strengthen our laws to combat anti-Semitism, hate and extremism after the Bondi terror attack?
Call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. On the 14th of December 2025, the deadliest terrorist attack on Australian soil occurred at Bondi Beach. The terrorists had hate in their hearts and guns in their hands. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Anti-Semitic, hateful and extremist conduct is unwelcome, unacceptable and has no place in Australia. Just 4 days after this abhorrent attack, the government announced a package of legislative reforms to target those who spread hate, division and radicalisation. The government moved with urgency and care, consulting with experts and stakeholders, most importantly, the Jewish community, to prepare legislation that deals with both cracking down on hate speech and taking sensible action on firearms. I thank my parliamentary colleagues for their engagement on this legislation. I also acknowledge the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security for its scrutiny of the exposure draft that led to this bill. These new laws being debated in the Parliament today specifically target those who seek to spread hatred, including those who seek to disrupt social cohesion in our community, and so critically, those who seek to radicalise our youth. As the Minister said previously, it is a shocking fact that since 2001, around 120 people have been convicted of terrorism offences, and of that cohort, 10 were children. However, today, of the 35 people before our courts, around half of them are minors. This unprecedented radicalisation of our youth must stop. We will not allow extremists to groom and brainwash our children into radicalisation, hate and terrorism. These new laws also create a regime for listing organisations whose leaders engage in hate speech or promote violence or racial hatred. The laws also amend the Migration Act to introduce new grounds, enabling the Minister to refuse and cancel visas on the basis of hate-motivated conduct and offences relating to the spread of hatred and extremism. Organisations that proffer these hateful ideologies must be outlawed and their composite members must be held accountable. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, some of the cowards who spread hate as part of one such group announced they would be disbanding in anticipation of the effectiveness of these laws. The events of the 14th of December were horrific and must never happen again. And these new laws send a clear message that this conduct will not be tolerated in Australia.
Call to the member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, New South Wales Labor Premier Chris Minns has said sorry to the Jewish community for his handling of the anti-Semitism crisis that led to the murder of 15 people at Bondi. The Jewish community wants to hear their Prime Minister say sorry. For the third time, why won't you say sorry too?
Order. Call to the Prime Minister.
I repeat that I'm sorry that this occurred, and it occurred on my watch as Prime Minister, something I've said consistently, privately, publicly, said in my first answer as
Order.
well.
Members on my left.
But what I won't do,
Order. The Leader of the Opposition, I am asking all members, I'm pleading with all members to show restraint, respect, people in the gallery, the hundreds of thousands of people are watching this. Our words really matter. I'm asking all of the Parliament to come together so that we can hear the Prime Minister.
Let me just say this. When Port Arthur happened, the Parliament came together. No one saw that as a political opportunity. Because Kim Beazley gave every support, as the Leader of the Opposition indicated to me on the Sunday evening of 14th of December, every support would be given to the government.
Order.
When the Link Cafe siege happened, not a single dollar went to any of those victims from the Commonwealth Government. We provided, though, every support to what was then the Abbott government at that time. When the Bali bombings occurred, people didn't see that as an opportunity for politics. People saw that as the need for the national interest to be put first. I am devastated, as all Australians are, at what has occurred. The fact that I'm Prime Minister while it has occurred, I've acknowledged repeatedly. That is a source of sadness, and I'm sad that every government has not done better on anti-Semitism, including mine. What I won't say, though, is that anti-Semitism began when my government was elected, because that is just absurd. What I won't do, what October 7 did happen, and there hasn't yet been an independent review of those events of October 7, but in Israel, because they have been getting on with the response. We responded when October 7 happened.
Order.
We came together in this Parliament and passed a resolution unanimously at that time.
Order. Members on my left.
I'll tell you what I won't do. I won't let the terrorists off the hook by pretending that the atrocity that they committed was not the result of their choices and their actions. This was not a random event. This was an anti-Semitic terrorist attack inspired by ISIS. Not to.
Order.
the
All
House
good.
come
Sorry
to order.
guys. I just had to refresh.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Why is the passage of the Albanese government's gun
It's all
reform
good. It's
so
all good. That was
important for
me. That was
Australians?
me. That one
What
was
would it have
me.
meant to the Bondi terror attack, and what opposition has there been?
Call to the Leader of the House and the Minister for Home Affairs.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I think the member for the question. In responding to the anti-Semitic terror attack, we need to deal with the motivation and we need to deal with the method. We are dealing with two people there who had horrific anti-Semitic bigotry in their minds and in their hearts. And they had weapons they should not have had as those individuals. I don't think anyone argues that those individuals should have been able to have weapons. And we need to be able to respond to the method that they used as well. The vast majority of gun licence holders in Australia take their licences seriously and are responsible individuals. And I say to those people, these changes are not targeted at you. There are claims that have been made by some of those opposite, which are simply not true. Our laws will not be a blanket ban on firearms. Our laws will not stop Australian athletes from competing or accessing the equipment they need. Our laws will not stop pest controllers or sporting shooters, those with a genuine need. Our laws will not stop farmers and primary producers from performing their daily tasks. But the question that is right to ask is what the reforms will do when you reduce the number of guns in the community, when you strengthen the National Firearms Agreement, when you strengthen background checks, when you improve intelligence sharing, and when you restrict licences as far as practical to Australian citizens. And the critical question that came to a head in a vote today where those opposite did not distinguish, they did not seek to amend, they opposed the lot in the way they voted on the gun laws today, is what would these laws have meant for those two men? Because there's been a lot of discussion, and we heard the New South Wales debate, should there be 6, should recreational shooters be able to have 6 firearms, should it be 4, should it be 5? How many would those individuals, those two people, how many firearms would they be permitted to have under the laws today that the government supported and the opposition opposed? And the answer is 0. Under those laws, those two people would have been able to access 0 firearms. What are the reasons? Citizens would be only citizens would be able to get a licence. The firearm licence holder was not an Australian citizen. The firearms that they were using would not have been available to them. The son, who didn't have a firearms licence in any event, had he sought one or had the father sought one, Auscheck and the intelligence information that we had would have been cross-checked before a licence could be issued. All of these things result in one very simple question.
Andrew Hastie's just posted a video. Let's have a look.
Militant Islamists and their supporters like Hizb ut-Tahrir and deport militant Islamists and their supporters like Hizb ut-Tahrir from Australia. I also voted to ban neo-Nazis. As a legislator, I believe in freedom and security, and the challenge is always to balance those things. Last week, Labor presented a bill which was terrible, and we gutted it like a fish. What was left were some significant changes to the Migration Act, making it easier to deport militant Islamists, as well as banning groups like Hizb ut-Tahrir, which support them. I think this is in the national interest, and that's why I voted for it.
Authorised by Andrew Hastie, Liberal Party, Mandurah.
I've just voted in the House to ban and deport militant Islamists and their supporters like Hizb ut-Tahrir from Australia. I also voted to ban neo-Nazis.
There you go, guys. There's your hero. Gutted like a fish. The bill was voted on without amendments. Without. It was as bad as it was 3 hours ago. And if not as bad, even worse than it was last week with the omnibus. And the post only has 11 comments on it. So if you want to destroy him on the comments, go right now while it's fresh. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Why is my chat glitching? I'm going to refresh the screen one more time, so I might go black. But then I'll go straight back to the house. But I just thought I'd let you guys know before you say Mossad again.
Do you believe those two people should have been allowed to have those guns? And every member on this side today voted to say no, they should not.
Call to the Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Shana Gutnick, whose father was tragically killed during Australia's deadliest ever terror attack in Bondi, publicly wrote, and I quote, "Australia did not fail quietly. It failed loudly, repeatedly, and with full knowledge. Its government watched hatred grow and chose to do nothing. They minimised it. They excused it. They dismissed Jewish warnings as noise." Prime Minister, these are not my words. These are the words of the victims' families. Can the Prime Minister finally humble himself and just say sorry?
Order. Order. Member for Fisher. Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I met with Shana yesterday. I spoke with her last week. I spoke with her community leaders. She's from the PARD community in Melbourne on a regular basis as well. Rabbi Moshe Khan, who's a good friend of the member for McNamara. I met her husband. It was a very warm meeting. It was a very warm and generous meeting. And can I say this? The contrast between some of the rhetoric that those opposite have engaged in and the warmth and generosity of this grieving community has been quite extraordinary. I have been into homes, into synagogues, had meetings, had engagements with small groups, one-on-one, with groups of up to 30. First meeting I was in homes on December 16 for the first time. Since then, I must say a number of people I regard now have become friends because of the extent of the engagement. I visited people in hospital. I have engaged with people in every forum, and there is no one who has asked to speak to me who has not had a meeting. And at the same time, what we have had is loud shouting. We had shouting that the Parliament had to be resumed before Christmas, but then when we resumed it, we were resuming it too soon. We had shouting that we had to introduce legislation based upon the Anti-Semitism Envoy's report, but when we introduced it, they opposed it.
Order.
They opposed it.
The Prime Minister will pause. Order. Leave the opposition on the point of order.
On relevance, Mr. Speaker, my question was very pointed. Can the Prime Minister finally humble himself and just say sorry for failing to act?
Order. Resume, sir. Prime Minister spoke directly about the person that you asked him about. He couldn't be more directly relevant when he described what had happened. I can't make him do what you wanted the answer, but I can ensure that he's being directly relevant, and he has been completely directly relevant to the question he was asked.
Speaker, you don't have to bang lecterns to show you're concerned. What you have to do is to show respect and engage in an orderly, respectful way. We have responded in that way in the meetings with the Jewish community. We didn't wait. We have appointed the special envoy to combat anti-Semitism. Within days, we began the legislation. We'd already appointed, of course, the National Student Ombudsman. We have appointed David Gonski to look through the education schemes. We've gone through. Professor Craven has been appointed to do the report card as well. We've been going through the envoy's report one by one. And a key element of it was vilification, and they opposed it, and they wouldn't support it. And that's why them together with the Greens were there. At the same time, those opposite, the gap between what they've called for and what has occurred is remarkable. They said they had a package of legislation on January 5. Where is it? Where is it? No one has seen it.
Order.
No one has
The Prime
seen it.
Minister's time has concluded. Order. The Minister for Infrastructure will cease interjecting. The Leader of the Opposition. Order. When the House comes to order. Leave on the member button.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. How is the government addressing anti-Semitism and social cohesion after the Bondi terror attack? What role will the Royal Commission play?
The call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. There is no place for hate, violence and terrorism in our nation. In the wake of the abhorrent events on the 14th of December, our response as a nation needs to be above politics. It is about the right outcome for our national unity and our national security. Australia needs to heal, to learn, to come together in a spirit of collective strength, and to go forward knowing that light will always prevail over darkness. As the Prime Minister said, the government has engaged with members of the community, particularly Jewish Australians, and we have listened. In addition to the legislation outlined in my previous response, the government has established a Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion, led by the Honourable Virginia Bell AC. Ms Bell is an eminent and highly capable former Justice of the High Court of Australia. She also served with distinction on the Supreme Court and the New South Wales Court of Appeal. Ms Bell has the deep experience to conduct her inquiry in such a way that meaningfully examines the impact of anti-Semitism on the daily life of Jewish Australians and works to promote social cohesion. She was an exceptional judge, and I have complete confidence that she will discharge her role as Commissioner with the same fairness and impartiality that she brought to the bench. Her appointment has received wide support, including from the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, where its President Daniel Aguillon said, "I would say that Commissioner Bell is a retired High Court judge with excellent credentials, and we endorse her appointment." I'm pleased to update the House that the Commissioner has now formally commenced her role and is wasting no time in operationalising the Royal Commission. The Royal Commission will be an important opportunity for Australians, particularly Jewish Australians, to have their voices heard and to speak to their experiences. It is also important to note that the Royal Commission must be conducted in such a way that it does not prejudice any future criminal proceedings. The letters patent were very clear on this, and Ms Bell, as Commissioner, is well placed to navigate this task due to her extensive experience in criminal law. The government has asked Commissioner Bell to deliver an interim report to government by the 30th of April and a final report by 14 December. We all want a safer, more unified Australia, and this Royal Commission will be one part of that process.
Call to the Honourable Member for Guerrero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, if a Commonwealth Royal Commission is such a good idea, why did you spend 25 days arguing against it?
Order. The call.
All right, we've caught up on the House. Let's go back to the Senate.
We know that Australia's gun laws were substantially reformed in the wake of the Port Arthur tragedy, and we saw bipartisan support from
Order. Order.
bipartisan support from John Howard, Kim Beazley, Tim Fischer for Mr. Broadbridge, thank you, for action. And it is, I think it is sad that for the Australian community that we see such politicisation.
Minister Wong, please continue to speak. Senator McKenzie.
On relevancy, my question was, would the Bondi
Senator
Beach
McKenzie.
have been
Senator
attack been
McKenzie.
able to occur
Senator
had
McKenzie,
the
come
unfair
to
firearm
order.
laws
Senator
been in
McKenzie,
place?
do not continue speaking when I call you to order. You've made a point of order. I've noted your question, and the minister is being directly relevant. Minister, please continue.
Well, this is the advice I have, Senator. If the national reform package had already been in place, the gunman would not have been eligible to hold firearms at all.
There you go.
The father would have been ineligible because he was not a citizen. The firearms that they were using would not have been available to them. And the son, who did not have a firearms licence in any event, had he tried any intelligence holdings with respect to him, would have formed part of the licensing decision. So, Senator, this is one of the many reasons why you should be voting for it. Now, Senator, no one is pretending that guns deal with everything. And the gun buyback legislation is only one aspect of what the government is doing, and what the Parliament is doing. As I said, as the Prime Minister said, and I referenced earlier, the gunmen at Bondi, the murderers at Bondi, had hate in their minds and guns in their hands, and we need to deal with both. And it's a matter of great regret.
Thank you, Minister. The time for responding has expired. Senator McKenzie, first supplementary.
Australia already has tough gun laws in place. The question is, are the existing laws being implemented effectively? How did a person who was assessed by ASIO for close ties with an Islamic State terrorism cell able to access firearms in the state of New South Wales?
Senator McKenzie, resume your seat. I reminded those on my right particularly, when questions are being asked, the senator has the right for that question to be heard in silence. That is my expectation. Senator McKenzie, please continue.
Madam President, I did finish. I finished on New South Wales.
Thank you. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, President. Well, Senator, that is precisely why we need the legislation that you seem to wish to oppose. That is precisely one of the reasons why we need this legislation. And look, I understand the constituency and the communities that you seek to represent, and you're right. There are many decent law-abiding gun owners, but we also know that we have more guns now in our country than after the Port Arthur reforms were in place. We know, as I said earlier, that if we had stricter gun laws in the shape that are coming to this chamber, that the two gunmen responsible are unlikely to have been able to obtain a weapon. So what I'd say to you, yes, it is worth doing. It is worth regulating. David Marr, the brother of the police officer, Ms. Peter Marr, who was killed, has made some comments, and I'll refer to them in my next answer.
Minister Wong. Senator McKenzie, second supplementary.
If the government's firearm reforms are purportedly intended as a response to the 14 December terrorist attack, why is the government proposing new restrictions on the imports of gel balls for toy skirmish markers and handguns for competition sports? How does restricting these items respond to what happened at Bondi Beach?
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
Thank you. My recollection is that those provisions were in part as a result of the advice from national security agencies, but I'm sure that will be, but you know, that is laughing at that, Senator, I find remarkable. But anyway, Senator,
Order. Order. Once again, order across the chamber. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you, President. David Marr, the brother of former police officer Peter Marr killed at Bondi, has said an anti-Semite without a gun is a hate-filled person, an anti-Semite with a gun is a killer. So, Senator, I'll take the interjection. What about a car? They are not the same thing, Senator.
Order.
They are not the
Senator
same
Davey.
thing.
Order. Order. Senator Cox.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Disability and Ageing, Minister McAllister. We know the events of December 14 have had a profound impact on our Jewish communities and people across Australia. What mental health support is the Albanese Labor government providing to those affected by the Bondi terror attack?
Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. This has been a difficult summer for all Australians, but particularly for the Jewish community and to those who were at Bondi on the 14th of December. And to those who were affected by the attack, I want to acknowledge the grief, the trauma and the distress that you are working through. Every Australian's heart is with you. I also want to thank the mental health workers who have been supporting the people and the families who have been impacted by the attack. The work you do is often hard and it is always important. And I know that many of you have been managing your own grief while you are helping others. As the Senate acknowledged yesterday in its condolence motion, the impact of the Bondi attack includes the trauma of the men, women and children who were injured physically and psychologically, including those who witnessed the horror. And that is why our government is responding with formal mental health supports, responding promptly after that attack to deliver immediate assistance. The $42.6 million package is intended to help those most affected by this tragedy. It includes $14.2 million for targeted mental health supports for the Jewish community. And this funding has been made available through organisations with established links to communities nationally, such as Jewish House and Jewish Care. A further $4.5 million has also been provided to primary health networks in the Sydney region and areas with significant Jewish communities. We've committed to establishing a Medicare mental health centre within the Bondi area. The centre will have a specific $0.6 million to the Black Dog Violence Cast.
Oh, beg your pardon, I skipped over it. Sorry, I'll go back a bit. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? No one? Okay, I knew that. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Askew?
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Askew.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senators Kovacic, Henderson and Hume from the 19th to the 20th January for personal reasons.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye.
So 2 Liberal senators are MIA. Kovacic, Maria Kovacic. I usually call her Kovacic, but I think it's Kovacic. And Jane Hume, by the sounds of it.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Askew.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senators Kovacic, Henderson and Hume from the 19th.
And Henderson. Oh, great. 3 Liberal senators aren't even there. Rest in peace.
To the 20th January for personal reasons.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
President, no postponement notifications have been lodged today, but a committee has lodged an extension notification as shown at item 7 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I call the clerk.
Got some committee members.
Oh, pardon. The President has received letters requesting changes in the membership of committees. Minister Gallagher.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I move that senators be appointed to and discharged from committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed in the dynamic red.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Gallagher. Be
Yeah, true. All 3 women couldn't make it to work.
agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the combating anti-Semitism, hate and extremist firearms and custom
3
law bill
Liberal senators
2026
take a
concurrent.
fucking
I
roster
call the
day
minister.
off, basically. Yeah,
That this
legit.
bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is that the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Amend legislation relating to customs and background checking and to create a scheme to buy back firearms and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Yeah, they still
I
get
believe
paid.
I am calling Senator Duniam.
President, well, look, I'm pleased to be able to advise on behalf of the Coalition to start debate in the Senate on the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Firearms and Customs Laws Bill 2026, President. And as the Senate would recall, this legislation that we're currently debating was, in fact, part of a broader package of laws all jammed together, all tied in together as an omnibus bill. Now, these laws, for the most part, deal with gun laws, a framework to set up a gun buyback scheme, a system to enable Commonwealth intelligence agencies to share information around background checking for state and territory law enforcement agencies, which are the responsible bodies to issue licences for firearms in this country, expanding that background check arrangement. It expands the importation controls and new tests. It expands customs import and export prohibitions relating to extremist and hate-linked materials, symbols and weapons. But, Deputy President, one of the big concerns we had about this legislation in the first instance was it was legislation jammed in with other legislation relating to matters to deal with the anti-Semitism crisis we face in this country, to deal with how we might prescribe and manage hate groups in this country, how we might deal with individuals under these laws who, of course, are spreading hate, inciting violence, are seeking to do terrible things to unpick the social fabric of our country that are not in our national interest, to deal with people who hate this country, who do not want democracy to succeed, who do not feel that the way we live in this country is indeed the way that it should be. They want to change everything. So to have this set of laws jammed in together was a huge concern for us. I will also point out to Deputy President that, of course, these laws were slapped down on the table by the Prime Minister, by his government, and he said, in doing so, you've got a week to look at this. The Parliament will be coming back, and here we are. And you've got to get it right by then. You've got to go through the 150 pages or thereabouts of legislation. You've got to read the 350 pages of explanatory memorandum, all of it very complex, all of it impacting on existing laws across our statute book, all of it having impacts on things that many of us have raised as concerns on toward freedom of speech and the like. And you've got to get it all done within the week. This truncated process off the back of legislation having been tabled that no one outside government had any input into prior to the legislation being made available public Tuesday last week, 7 days ago, 9 a.m. Tuesday last week,
the government released for public consultation this legislation, or draft version of it. And of course, since then, Deputy President, the legislation's been taken out of the omnibus bill they'd tabled because they did see the writing on the wall. They realised, of course, that in its form and the approach being taken, the take it or leave it, we've drafted legislation and you're going to have to pass it, or we'll blame you for the failure of this legislation, was not going to work. Now, of course, as anyone tuned into this debate might realise, the Australian Greens political party has offered their support to the government to pass the firearms component of this legislation and the related customs element as well. They saw fit to pass this. They were able to do that in short form. I'm not sure what interrogation was had into this legislation, but they've reached that conclusion anyway. The Coalition does support elements of the legislation. I mean, if we start with, of course, the expanded background check using intelligence holdings provision, but frankly, it's baffling that today we don't actually have that in place, that is not a standard form, that a police or law enforcement agency, whoever the license issuing authority in any state or territories, doesn't, as a matter of course, go and interrogate the holdings of intelligence information or seek to understand whether there is any information held by national intelligence agencies. The fact that here we are in 2026, and that's something that we did not know, was not actually happening. And so to that end, it is a good move to have that arrangement in place, that we are actually able to ensure that that level of information, which was, as at today, unavailable to agencies who are making decisions, is important. It has also highlighted the very slow-going nature, Deputy President, of the National Firearms Registry. As I understand it, there are some jurisdictions, and this is the reason we don't have a National Firearms Registry, that still have a paper-based registry. It's not electronic. It is not online. It's not even an Excel spreadsheet, Deputy President. It is an antiquated system, which, of course, makes one wonder how it can be properly administered, especially when there is quite a number of people in our community that do have firearms who are lawful, law-abiding citizens. But how do you manage this sort of system if it's in a book or on a bunch of scraps of paper? Who knows how that operates? But it does show that the government does need to speed up. The expansion of importation controls and the new tests contained in this legislation, of course, does have some concern around unintended consequences, Deputy President. We are concerned about the impact of changes to the types of weaponry, the types of ammunition that can be imported and for what purpose, and the arrangement that a firearm licence holder would have to go through to get to it and to comply with the law. My colleague, the Leader of the Nationals in the Senate, Senator Mackenzie, will be moving amendments on behalf of opposition to give effect to some of the, or deal with some of the concerns we have. We think it is important, given the rushed nature of the legislation here, that we do get the balance right, that we do actually make sure that this does not improperly impede law-abiding gun owners and licence holders from being able to continue to abide by the law. Some of those concerns, of course, relate to what changes these laws might have on the ability for an individual to continue to earn an income. You've got individuals out there, of course, Deputy President, who draw an income from controlling vermin, who will have an array of firearms as part of their toolkit to be able to do the job they need to do. And a colleague, Senator Colbeck, showed me a picture last night of an individual who manages property at a place called Barrington in Tasmania, where in his scope there were hundreds of wallabies destroying the pasture for his livestock. I mean, that is an impact on business. And so that person legitimately needs a range of weapons which have a range of fixtures, and there's a range of ammunition related to it, which will be caught up and impacted by this legislation. So some of those things, as I say, will be dealt with under the amendments to be moved by Senator Mackenzie, who ordinarily would have led debate on this.
Order.
I'm not sure what Senator Shoebridge is worried about there, but I was just giving a voice to some of the concerns that have been raised in a very reasonable
Senator
fashion.
Shoebridge, order.
And indeed, I'm sure that I'll be able to interrupt Senator Shoebridge's contribution on the subsequent bill, which of course will be very interesting.
Interjections are always disorderly. Senator Shoebridge. Senator Dunning.
And praise the Lord, yes. So, look, if we could please just stick to the issues at hand here. And of course, the other concern that the Coalition had, Deputy President, in this was that to suggest that dealing with gun laws was going to be a silver bullet to deal with issues related to anti-Semitism, because the first response of this government after Bondi was to announce that there would be a review and changes to gun laws. That is not the cause of what happened here. The gun laws we have in this country were not what caused the event in Bondi on 14th of December last year. Yes, firearms were used. They were a weapon, along with homemade bombs. And of course, as we know, by the proliferation of terrorist activity across the globe, there are a range of weapons that people use beyond firearms, sadly, and indeed an impassioned contribution by another colleague of mine, Senator Little, around perpetrators of domestic violence and how there are a proliferation of weapons used there. So to suggest that in response to the terrible terrorist event perpetrated by Islamic extremists, the worst terror attack on our soil in our history, would be fixed by changing the gun laws in the way we do, is sadly a misnomer. And so we took issue with the fact that the government's first and only response for a period of time was indeed to change the gun laws, and you know what, all will be well. But as we know, as history has shown, as the Prime Minister was forced to concede, of course, there was a need for a Royal Commission. Everyone was calling for one. The world united to have that, beyond response in the form of firearms legislation amendment. You had the victims' families calling for a Royal Commission. That's much more than just changes to gun laws. You had business leaders, community leaders. You had not only the opposition, but others in this party calling for a Royal Commission. They finally did it, beyond firearms legislation amendments. And indeed, there was much more required. Now, as I say, an omnibus bill was landed on the table of this parliament, or not even this parliament, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, 150 pages, which included the racial vilification provisions, which the government said were necessary to tackle anti-Semitism in this country. But again, as some of the witnesses to that inquiry said, the changes proposed under the racial vilification, Part 5 of Schedule 1 of the bill, as it was originally slated, were the biggest changes to laws governing speech in this country for more than half a century. And that is a serious step that Parliament would take and requires more than 7 days of rushed consideration on laws that have such a dramatic impact on freedom of speech. But it is pleasing, though, that the laws have been separated and we are dealing with the firearms laws and the custom laws separately. I will also indicate that the Coalition were supportive of the provisions of the schedule relating to customs, which were originally, I believe, Schedule 3 of the previous bill. But, of course, we do have a myriad of concerns relating to the firearms provisions. I have given voice to those elements we support, and I'm sure other colleagues, including Senator McKenzie, will go into greater detail around the provisions that we actually have real issue with, including through the amendments that the opposition will be moving, including a second reading amendment Senator McKenzie will move. But we do want to deal with genuine issues, including the illegal manufacture of firearms, in dealing with some of the issues around unintended consequences relating to electronic fire.
Okay, I'm just going to quickly check House and see if there's much left to go.
To the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Brow for his question. We spent the immediate, how do we ensure that this isn't part of a cell, part of even ISIS's recognition that were identified very early on by these perpetrators, that we wanted to make sure we put in place the measures that kept people safe. That was the first priority, as you would expect. And we worked on a Sunday night. The National Security Committee met on the Monday morning very early. We met as well with New South Wales Police in Sydney, and we continued to meet on a daily basis. We established that we needed to have the Richardson Review, which would look into the operations of the AFP, ASIO, ISIS, the security agencies, but also in the way that they interacted with state agencies as well. And we chose Mr. Richardson as the person who is probably Australia's preeminent expert on foreign, international and defence and security issues. We, at the same time, we're then convening a process and announced what the principles would be in the legislation that we would bring before this Parliament that was passed.
Order. The member for Fisher, no one else is interjecting like this. You're going to cease interjecting for the remaining question time or you won't be here. It's not appropriate. No one else is behaving like this. I'm asking you to show restraint. Member Barrow on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, on relevance, my question was not about what the other members the Prime Minister was doing, but why did he argue against it?
You specifically said about the timeline, and you gave a number of days. The Prime Minister's going through, I can hear, day by day, as to the reasons you asked him about. So unless he's straying off, I'll make sure he's being directly relevant, but he is answering the question and giving reasons and
the member would be aware also that the New South Wales Government announced that they would have a Royal Commission, and we responded by at the same time as we announced the Richardson Review, said there would be full Commonwealth cooperation, including access to all personnel, all records and everything, which would have made it effectively a Commonwealth Royal Commission as well. We announced that and said that very publicly. We then, of course, worked with the community on what a Royal Commission might look like because we wanted to make sure that we got it right. There are risks with the Royal Commission given that a criminal case will be taking place at the same time, and we need to make sure that was covered. We need to make sure as well that we got the Royal Commissioner right, and in choosing Virginia Bell, I believe we did get it right. We also needed to consult with the Jewish community. We sat down and went through line by line, days before the Royal Commission was announced, to make sure that that occurred. The character assassination that took place in some sections of the media and was briefed out by some people associated with that side of politics in Virginia Bell shows the problem that would have occurred had we not announced not just a Royal Commission, but who the Commissioner was, what the terms of reference was, and have the support of the community for those terms of reference. I thank ECASH for making sure that that occurred. They engaged respectfully. There was one meeting that went for over 4 hours.
Order. The member for Wannon, I'm asking you to show similar restraint, not to interject the remainder of the question.
We engaged respectfully. The people who were critical of Virginia Bell did it on social media and publicly as well, very openly, and you know who they were.
Call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. How's the Australian Federal Police working to crack down on anti-Semitic crimes? And what progress has there been?
Call to the Minister for Home Affairs and the Leader of the House.
I thank the member for McNamara for the question, and the answer goes quite specifically to issues around the arson attack against the Adass Israel synagogue in his electorate. In October, Australian Federal Police Commissioner Chrissy Barrett announced who the Australian Federal Police's #1 priority was. She has not given him a name, nor have I, but his name has appeared in the media. An alleged offshore offender who Australia had rightly deported, who posed a national security threat to our country. Referred to as person #1, he was living offshore. Having been deported, he thought he was out of reach. But he was not out of reach, he is now locked up in Iraq. The person has come up in investigations respect to the illicit tobacco trade, violent and dangerous crimes, other crimes in Australia, and came up in the investigation with suspected links to the firebombing of the Adass Israel synagogue. After announcing him as person #1 of the priority for the Australian Federal Police, the AFP worked with a number of agencies about the offender. The Commissioner had one-on-one conversations with law enforcement and principals about the alleged offender, and late last year, the Australian Federal Police provided information to law enforcement officials around the world, specifically in Iraq, about this alleged offender. Australian Federal Police are using all its capability, partnerships and networks to help ensure this person faces the justice system. The person was announced as the AFP's #1 priority in October and was locked up in Iraq by January. Iraqi officials made an independent decision following their investigations after they received information from Australia to arrest the alleged offender after launching their own criminal investigation. He thought he was out of reach, and he was not. He's now in custody in Iraq. I've been repeatedly asked, does Australia have an intention to extradite him, to make him face the full face of the law here in Australia? I'll be frank, he was deported because we don't want him here. We want him locked up, and if the outcome is he is out of Australia and behind bars, I view that as the best outcome we could have.
The call to a member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for...
Sorry, I'm just going to listen to this video, but we may as well listen to it together. It's like a doorstop interview that the Greens have done. I think they're just talking about the fact that they're going to vote against the bill in the Senate, which is good because it means that we got to really keep an eye on which Liberal senators are going to do the dirty job on this one.
Have stitched up a deal in the dark and they're going to be ramming it through the parliament without any pretense of community consultation. As we've been talking with legal experts about this legislation in the minutes since we've had it, there are already substantial concerns about the expansion in this bill from what was the draft exposure bill last week. The Coalition have come out and said that they've negotiated to narrow the bill. That is false, plainly false. These negotiations substantially increase the scope of the legislation by roping in 7 different state and territory laws to expand the type of conduct which can lead to organisations being banned and people going to jail for 15 years. The legal experts we've spoken to say it is incredibly uncertain what the effect of that legislation will be. Will the standard in Victoria now be applied across the country, or will there be 7 different standards across the country for the speech that leads to criminalising organisations and putting you in jail? Senior counsel, legal experts can't answer that question for us in the short time we have available. This is about legal chaos and legal uncertainty.
Okay.
Aged care. In 2022, there were 60 older South Australians stuck in Adelaide hospitals waiting for residential aged care. As of yesterday, there were 370 stranded, more than a 515% increase. State health ministers are frustrated, so are older South Australians. When will the government act to take responsibility for elderly people in hospitals that need to be in aged care?
We'll call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, representing the Minister for Aged Care.
Thank you. I thank the member for her question, her deep interest in aged care issues in particular, and her engagement with me and with other aged care ministers over the course of this time in government. As you know, there's been quite a deep public discussion about the issue of longer stay older patients in public hospitals across the country, perhaps with the exception.
We don't care about public health right now.
Communities in my state of Victoria and in Queensland that have been affected by recent natural disasters.
Being $75,000 to primary producers arrangements.
There's only been one point of order taken.
I was asked about making things up, Mr. Speaker.
Or was he...
Here we go.
Work closely with the Queensland and the Victorian government on any further assistance that may be required, and our communities will stand behind those that need their support the most.
My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister told Australians that national security experts advised against a Commonwealth Royal Commission. In establishing the Royal Commission, has the Prime Minister defied national security advice, or was he just making stuff up?
Order. Order. Members on my right. Order. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition said on the 23rd of December, I'll continue to call for Parliament to be recalled. It's a comprehensive package that we put forward. When on 27th of December, every single day, the Coalition stands ready to go into Parliament and to move our own legislation. On the 30th of December, we have proposed a comprehensive package of laws that we should be debating in the Parliament right now.
Order. Members on my right, Prime Minister will pause. The Leader of the Opposition. The
question on national security really does him no good whatsoever. And I draw your attention and the Prime Minister's attention back to the question about national security advice and the Prime Minister's citing of that advice for not calling a Commonwealth.
The Prime Minister just needs to make sure his answer's been directly relevant.
Absolutely.
He wasn't asked about alternative policies. He was asked about making stuff up.
I was asked about making things up, Mr.
Regarding
Speaker.
comments he made.
And I've already said that what we did in the immediate aftermath of the 14th of December attack wasn't to say through when the NSC met, that I can't talk about obviously, but it wasn't in any forum where I was, okay, why don't we set up a committee? What it was how do we act? How do we keep people safe? What do we need to do immediately? That was the priority. But the Leader of the Opposition, during all of that time, which we've seen again today, where in spite of the fact they voted for some of the legislation, voted against the areas of national security. I tell you what, see if you can find a national security expert that doesn't support the gun laws that went through this Parliament with the support of this side, but not that side. Because one of the problems we've had, Mr. Speaker, throughout this is the gap between the rhetoric of those opposite and what they've actually done. They said they had legislation and they didn't.
Order. There's only been one point of order taken. Order. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Order. Prime Minister was talking about national security advice. I'm going to make sure he returns to that part of the question that he was asked about.
And in the way that this government functions, which is orderly, which is getting things right, which is seeking advice, including of the leaders of the Jewish community, is the process that we put in place. Whether it be the process of the legislation, which they called for and then voted against vilification, where in all of the negotiations, every single measure put forward by those opposite hasn't been how do we strengthen the legislation. It's been, oh, we've got an internal problem. Can we weaken it a little bit here and there? That's been the process, to be very clear, Mr. Speaker, of the legislation that will pass the Parliament, because we don't have the numbers in the Senate and we had to deal with either coalition or Green support in the Senate, which we have managed to do. But the hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, called for the Parliament to be resumed, then said it was too soon. Called for vilification laws in the Siegel report, then opposed it. Called for all of these measures to go forward, including on security and guns, and then voted against it. What we have done is work with the community in a collaborative way, get things done through this Parliament, in spite of, not because of, those opposite.
Order. Give a call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How has the Australian government expressed our support for the Iranian people and taken action against the Iranian regime?
Give a call to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence.
Well, I thank the member for his question and acknowledge his advocacy on behalf of the Iranian community in Australia. The Australian government and the Australian people stand in solidarity with the brave people of Iran who are demonstrating for their basic human rights against...
I knew he was going to say that. They stand with Iran and their basic human rights while they're quite literally, concurrently legislating to take away our human rights. Unbelievable.
Well, I thank the member for his question and acknowledge his advocacy on behalf of the Iranian community in Australia. The Australian government and the Australian people stand in solidarity with the brave people of Iran who are demonstrating for their basic human rights against an oppressive regime. And there is absolutely no...
The full sentence, against an oppressive regime, while the regime oppresses all of us concurrently. Oh, wow, that's a clip. Someone go back 5 minutes and post that if you want. That's a clip right there. Unreal.
No legitimacy in the Iranian government killing thousands of its own citizens in order for the regime to maintain power. Indeed, this is an outrage. And
yeah, how dare the regime kill its citizens to maintain power while we quite literally legislate to do that to the people of Australia. Oh, bumbling Richard Marles, man. What are you fucking thinking?
We condemn it in the strongest possible terms.
Yeah, how dare the Iranian government do such a thing? Meanwhile,
the Iranian people have been having their voice heard for many years now, particularly Iranian women. And our government has taken strong action against Iran. We have more than 200 sanctions in place against individuals and entities, including those within the regime and members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. We're at the forefront of seeing Iran removed from a UN committee which was focused on discrimination against women.
Is that
because
better?
of Iranian interference in our own country, we have expelled the Iranian ambassador from Iran. Now, we will continue to work with the international community to put pressure on the Iranian regime in respect of its treatment of its own people and the way in which it engages with the world. That said, there is a significant Iranian community in Australia, and there are Australians who are in Iran. Since 2020, it has been the advice of the Australian government not to travel to Iran. For those Australians who are in Iran right now, our advice is that if it is safe to do so, leave and leave quickly. This is a volatile situation and it can change very quickly. Our embassy in Iran suspended its operations back in August of last year, so there is little, if any, consular assistance which can be provided right now to Australians who are within Iran, which makes it very important for people to monitor Safe Traveller and keep abreast of its updates, which we will endeavour to put up as soon as possible, as well as availing themselves of the 24-hour emergency consular phone line on +612 6261 3305. For far too long, Iran has been a malevolent influence in the Middle East and around the world. We look with awe at those Iranians right now who are risking their lives to protest against the Iranian government. And today, our nation salutes the people of Iran as they bear the torch of freedom.
On
at those Iranians right now who are risking their lives to protest against the Iranian government.
Do we really have to get to the point where we're going to have to risk our lives to protest against the regime, the Albanese regime? This whole speech from Richard Marles is gonna resonate in the consequences that follow this bill passing later today. I hope I'm going to go back and screen record it myself, but I think this is important because what he's saying is going to reverberate in protests in the near future. I think this coming week, maybe even at Australia Day protests, peacefully protesting, peacefully. Am I going to get in trouble for this? No violence, peaceful.
Look with awe at those Iranians right now who are risking their lives to protest against the Iranian government. And today, our nation salutes the people of Iran as they bear the torch of freedom.
On indulgence, the member for Borough has indicated he'd like just to associate with the government's remarks, the minister's remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On indulgence, can I associate the coalition with the remarks of the Deputy Prime Minister? The Iranian regime is a criminal regime that commits human rights abuses against its own people, as we've been seeing, and they export terror.
All right, we're almost pretty much back to live, so let's go back to the Senate because now they're actually debating the bill.
I mean, there are people out there who access information about how to reload ammunition, and they need to genuinely understand so that they don't cause injury or harm to themselves or others, how to do it properly. But under these laws, what they do to try and reach a safe outcome will be deemed illegal. And so these are unintended consequences that the representatives of shooting bodies, of farmers and graziers associations across the country, as Senator McKenzie and others will, I'm sure, talk about, give voice to. So look, with that, Deputy President, I'm pleased to have kicked off debate in the Australian Senate around these laws, and obviously the position is clear. We don't support these matters as they stand today. There are elements of the bill we are supportive of, but not as a total, and unless amendments can be agreed to, we have real reservations around this, and the Coalition will not be supporting this legislation.
Senator Sheldon.
Deputy President, I rise to speak on combating anti-Semitism, hate and extremism, firearms and customs laws bill 2026. 37 days ago, Australia was shaken by the worst terror attack on our nation's soil. It was meant to be a day of celebration, of love and joy. But in mere moments, it turned into pain.
Probably going to skip this one because he's just he's not interesting. He's just going to go through normal tangents. I'm going to try to catch up to the live.
Grief and tragedy. I think nations of Australians are protected as to allow the minister to of what turns hatred into deadly action. He wouldn't have had the gun.
In total, more than 7.
These laws, we owe it to the Jewish community.
Larissa Waters will be interesting, representing the Greens.
Port Arthur tragedy. Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator Waters. President, in 1996, in the wake of the Port Arthur tragedy, state and federal governments came together to take decisive action on gun laws in Australia. They united to remove semi-automatic and pump-action shotguns and rifles from our community. In total, more than 700,000 guns were surrendered and destroyed. It is devastating that we are here needing to pass these laws because of another mass shooting, this time at Bondi. But the loss of 15 innocent lives demands action. There are now more guns in our community than there were in the aftermath of the Port Arthur massacre, almost double the number recorded in 2001. And at least 2,000 new firearms are lawfully entering the community every week. The Bondi tragedy was made possible by gun laws that are no longer fit for purpose. The Greens welcome today's long overdue gun law reforms. The Greens have consistently called for limits on the number of guns in our suburbs and clearer restrictions on the most dangerous weapons. So we welcome this bill. And we welcome the fact that it was separated from the government's proposed changes to the Migration Act and new powers for the Home Affairs Minister, which the Greens remain in solidarity with the community in opposing. In its original form, the hate speech bill drew criticism from legal experts, faith groups, academics, and the wider community. The vast potential for unintended consequences, the unanswered questions about the impact on political freedoms, and the exclusion of many groups from its protections made the bill impossible to pass or to reform with amendments in the extremely tight timeframe enforced upon it by the government. After close consultation with gun safety advocates, the Greens confirmed that we would back the important gun safety reforms. But we could not support the other parts of the bill, which scapegoat migrants and create wide-ranging, divisive, one-sided laws. We were originally willing to see if the laws could be amended and fixed, but with every passing moment, fresh concerns were raised by academics, faith leaders, experts about the vast consequences of rushed hate speech laws. And we now see that the hate speech laws have been made even worse, with a last-minute deal stitched up between the government and the opposition. The original bill was rushed and lacked time for legal experts and stakeholders to review it. These changes in the last 48 hours are even more hasty, more dangerous, and even less scrutinised. The government has chosen to join the coalition's race to the bottom. Far from narrowing these laws, the amendments that Labor have agreed to in this dirty deal with the coalition expand the reach of an already unreasonable crackdown on free speech. There are real questions about the constitutionality of this expansion. These expanded laws will also allow the government of the day to capture conduct retrospectively, a terrifying overreach. A process that was looking rushed last week, with only days to consider it, is now looking downright dangerous, with the Parliament legislating a bill that is still warm from the photocopier. Giving the Home Affairs Minister the power to ignore procedural fairness and ban or criminalise organisations is a blank cheque power grab. These are Trumpian powers that remove the usual checks for good decision-making. These changes are bad, and the Greens stand with the community to oppose them. Hate and hate groups do raise very real problems, but there are existing powers to ban neo-Nazis and other groups that promote or incite violence. We have repeatedly asked why those powers have not already been used against neo-Nazis, and we have not had adequate answers. Allowing the government to prescribe organisations is a serious step, and it needs to come with safeguards and protections, including procedural fairness. Currently, the minister can refuse or cancel someone's visa if their presence poses a risk, or they would generally represent a danger to the Australian community or a segment of the community. The bill would change the threshold for the ability of the minister to cancel a visa from that existing threshold of would pose a risk to might pose a risk. This broadens the immigration's powers to impact almost anyone, dramatically increasing the minister's powers within an already opaque system. The legacy of the appalling violence at Bondi cannot be the undermining of civil and political rights, or laws that can be used to weaponise racism and hate against everyday Australians who follow their conscience and speak out when they see wrong being carried out either here in Australia or overseas.
So guys, just want to go back to the House because I'm pretty sure they have finished up there. It was the last question with Julian Lisa and looks like they're finished.
Abroad as we have suffered in our own country. And we stand shoulder to shoulder with the government in the condemnation of the Iranian regime, in the support for those people seeking to change the regime, and with the Persian community in this country.
As Mr. Speaker, further questions be placed on the notice paper.
The chair will be resumed with the ringing of the bells 8 a.m. tomorrow.
All right, so that's good for us. So now we don't have to switch streams. House of Reps is now done. They're going to be coming back tomorrow. And that's also going to be predicated on any last minute changes in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen until we see the votes, realistically speaking. We can assume that the Liberal Party is going to help them pass it. But until the votes are actually in, I'm not going to speculate too much. All right, let's continue with Larissa Waters and then it's Bridget McKenzie. I'm going to speed it up just a tiny bit more. I hope it's not too fast, but I just want to make sure that we can catch up to live.
We need to ensure that these laws cannot be weaponised to shut down legitimate political protest. Criticism of Israel's actions, just like those of Russia, China or Australia, should not be criminalised. The firearms bill that we have before us at the minute is an opportunity to take dangerous weapons off our streets. And it is critical that it's not bound up with rushed legislation that would divide people by religion, prevent them from critiquing governments and their human rights abuses, including Israel's genocide in Gaza, or allow the Home Affairs Minister to ignore procedural fairness in banning or criminalising organisations. We consider the national gun buyback and information sharing among national, state and territory law enforcement and security agencies the bare minimum of what's required to ensure that we never see a tragedy of this magnitude in Australia again. Many gun laws are state-based, leaving us with inconsistent implementation of rules across the country. What we need now, as we saw after Port Arthur, is a national commitment to change. A patchwork of laws just creates opportunities for people to shop around for the weakest of jurisdictions. A patchwork of laws makes police monitoring of gun ownership and licensing more difficult. Information about a person's criminal history and any previous screening that made them ineligible to own a gun in one state is not necessarily shared with other states when they move. A history of domestic violence, affiliation with hate groups, animal cruelty, none of that will necessarily prevent them from getting access to firearms in other jurisdictions. The changes proposed in this bill allow AusCheck to manage a background checking scheme for gun licensing and improve data sharing with ASIO and the Australian Crime Commission. That is a welcome move towards better transparency and more robust decisions. Regular reviews of eligibility should be conducted to ensure that risks can be reassessed as circumstances change. Restrictions on the type of guns that can be imported have not kept pace with changes in technology. We welcome the public safety test for imported firearms and proposed restrictions on fast-loading weapons and accessories that enable mass killings. It's difficult to conceive of any justification for such weapons. Terrifyingly, there's also been a rise in 3D printed weapons, homemade guns that often escape safety regulations and without registration escape notice. 2 high-powered 3D printed guns were seized by police in a raid in Tasmania just last weekend. New offences in this bill targeting materials for the home manufacture and modification of weapons will go some way towards addressing this. One key reform from Port Arthur, which still hasn't been actioned, is a national firearms register. The Greens, and in particular my colleague Senator Shoebridge, have been vocal about the failure to deliver this register for many years. Work on creating the National Register was largely dormant following Port Arthur, until renewed calls followed the fatal shootings in Wyambilla in 2022. Again, action was prompted by tragedy rather than getting ahead of it. In the absence of a national register, Senator Shoebridge established the TooManyGuns.org website as a tool to see how many weapons are in a local area, revealing the sheer scale of gun ownership in our suburbs. But because of the limited transparency nationally, there's currently only comprehensive data available for New South Wales. Australians should have a right to know how many guns are being held by people in every state and territory. The Greens welcome the government's new commitment to fast-track implementation of the National Register and have it operating this year. We will continue to call for the register to include public access and regular reporting. Despite its urban location, Bondi has 190 guns in the 2026 postcode, with one gun owner possessing a shocking 24 registered weapons. In Mantraville, one firearm owner has 295 registered guns. No sensible firearms laws would allow massive private arsenals to be amassed like this. This is a serious weakness in Australia's firearm laws that is being exploited and putting the public at risk. Nobody needs 295 guns. The Greens accept that there are people in the community who have a genuine reason to own a gun. Farmers on rural properties often require firearms for euthanizing injured stock and additional different firearms for controlling invasive animals. Target shooting at a registered gun club is also a long recognised and legitimate sport. Members of a shooting club, Olympic and other competitive shooters and farmers may reasonably be able to establish the need for a number of guns to address their different needs. Those legitimate needs should be reflected in any firearms reforms, and they have long been the Greens' stance. But there is simply no reason to have dozens or even hundreds of guns. The Greens will work across state and territory parliaments to ensure that communities are safe from gun violence with fewer dangerous weapons, limits on gun numbers, robust background screening, implementation of the buyback scheme, and comprehensive data sharing. It is reprehensible that Liberal governments in Queensland, Tasmania and the NT are refusing to contribute to the cost of a national gun buyback. We need a uniform national buyback scheme, and people in those states deserve the protection of a national buyback. Federal Labor should commit to paying the full cost of that so that we can have a national approach. Let's not let politicking get in the way of doing a good thing to keep people safe. The Greens are pleased that the federal government has, under pressure from the Greens and gun safety advocates, decided to take the advice to establish a Firearms Safety Council. This council will provide independent advice on the status of gun regulation across Australia, develop national best practice standards informed by expert advice, and promote transparency, integrity, harm prevention, and public education. We thank the government for agreeing to do that extra good thing. Even before Bondi, the community had been calling for action on gun control. Polling by the Australia Institute showed that around 70% of Australians think gun laws should be strengthened to make it harder to get a gun. The tragedy of Bondi means we must not ignore those calls any longer. This moment is beyond politics. Our resolve to act is a test for our common humanity, and I hope that all of Parliament will join together to ensure that no one can walk the streets of Sydney or any Australian city with a high-powered gun. I'm proud on behalf of the Greens to support these gun law reforms today.
Thank you, Senator Wood. Senator Mackenzie.
Very much, Madam President. And I think the over 1 million law-abiding firearm owners in this country need protection from the dirty deal done by the Greens political party, who have always sought to demonise hunters, sporting shooters, farmers, feral pest managers and environmentalists from doing what they should lawfully be able to do. And they found a willing partner in a Prime Minister that sought to demonise law-abiding firearm owners in the wake of his flaccid, weak response to an Islamic terrorist attack on our shores. What was his first response? Wasn't to call out Islamic radical terrorism or extremism, which is now found terrorising expression on one of our most iconic landscapes. No, that wasn't the Prime Minister's first call. In fact, he is still yet to say those words. And the legislation we'll debate later today doesn't even mention it. And yet here we are, literally driving the bus over 1 million lawful Australians who are going about their business, enjoying their sport, working hard, etc. And I just am so thankful that they have risen as one. They have said no to unfair gun law changes, and that is why I do seek leave from the chamber to table a non-conforming petition. And, Madam President,
I understand leave is
leave has
granted.
been.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Where over 65,000 Australians have signed up to say no. We are not the problem here, Prime Minister, and you need to stop saying we are. The National Party and the Coalition are opposing these laws, and we don't make an apology for that at all, because we know it's not the gun that saw 15 lives lost, Jewish Australians targeted on the 14th of December. Australia was confronted with a brutal and senseless act of violence on Bondi. Innocent people going about their lives in a place that should have been safe and ordinary were murdered. Families shattered.
And just a moment, I understand the agreement that was arrived at was you would have a bundle of the petitions to stop on the desk, and the rest would remain on the trolleys.
So the agreement was that I would table a non-conforming petition.
And the agreement with the clerks was that.
Off. She spent how much money and she printed out every single fucking signature? Whoops. There's me in full screen. Where's that shot there? Look at that. Holy.
We're over 65,000.
Bro, it's on wheels. Bridget McKenzie's fucking petitions on wheels. Oh my God.
Australians have signed up to say no. We are not the problem here, Prime Minister, and you need to stop saying we are. The National Party and the Coalition are opposing these laws, and we don't make an apology for that at all, because we know it's not the gun that saw 15 lives lost, Jewish Australians targeted on the 14th of December. Australia was confronted with a brutal and senseless act of violence on Bondi. Innocent people going about their lives in a place that should have been safe and ordinary were murdered. Families shattered.
And just a moment, I understand the agreement that was arrived at was you would have a bundle of the petitions to stop on the desk, and the rest would remain on the trolleys.
So the agreement was that I would table a non-conforming petition.
And the agreement with the clerks was that they remain. You would have some on your desk and the others remain.
That wasn't agreed.
Well, I'm sorry, Senator Mackenzie. That is what I am requesting. So please put the rest back on the trolley, because you're not in a debate with me. So put the rest back on the trolley. And need to be removed from the floor because that's safety. Well, not by you, because you need to continue your. Well, you've got other senators there.
We're happy to do our own heavy lifting. Our nation was reminded once again that the forces of hatred, extremism and radical violence are not abstractions. They have real victims, real names and real consequences. The Coalition's message has been very clear and consistent. Anti-Semitism, terrorism, hate-fueled violence in all their forms must be confronted, condemned and defeated. Making law-abiding firearm owners your scapegoat is very convenient. It allows the Greens to do something they've wanted to do for a long time, but it does not get to the heart of the issue. And you've heard a lot from the Labor Party about what the real issue is. The reality is the Coalition called for a Royal Commission after the Bondi attack so that we could understand how this Islamist had firearms in his home. He should never have had access to firearms under existing laws.
Order.
And we need to find out who knew what when, why these firearms weren't removed before 15 innocent Australians had to pay the ultimate price. This bill seeks to instigate a national gun buyback. We have state and territory governments who have made it very, very clear that they do not see this as an appropriate response. I'm happy for these to stay in front of me, if you don't mind. We've got the other 60,000 signatures behind us not being out in front of everybody, so I think we've found an agreement. The amendments are required to make the proposed buyback. I'm going to be moving on behalf of the Coalition amendments. Amendments are required to make the proposed buyback more consistent under 1996. A buyback where the agreement struck on the 10th of May 1996, all states and territory jurisdictions agreed to a process to create and amend firearms legislation, in so much as this would, for the first time, create consistent and agreed processes that would manage all elements of firearm legislation across Australia. The states and territories being responsible for that, for various firearm acts. And the Commonwealth is responsible for changes to the importation and end-user certification. That actually reflects our Constitution. And for the first time since 1996, the federal government has decided to abandon that process that we all agreed to over 25 years ago, and had made us the envy of the world when it came to strict gun laws that still allowed lawful Australians to participate in their sport, farmers to practice animal husbandry, environmentalists to ensure that feral pests were managed, and Olympians to win gold medals, of which we're all very, very proud, but you can't do that if you're not getting young people through the pipeline of this great sport. The advice I have is that if you really want to participate in the over 60, all the disciplines available in the firearm disciplines, you'd need over 50 different guns to actually participate in everything. That's like banning your 3-iron, your putter and your wedge and trying to get your handicap in golf under 20. But after this federal government, after 2 meetings of the state and territory attorney generals and police ministers, the proposals of the Albanese government were comprehensively rejected by the majority of the signatories to the National Firearm Agreement. Instead of accepting the result of the process, state ministers saying, well, thanks very much for your advice, Mr Albanese, but we've got it from here, which has been the system for 30 years. The Albanese government has chosen to use the powers of the federal government to prohibit certain firearms by denying import certification, leaving Australia in a situation that a firearm that has previously been approved will now be banned. Leaving us in a situation that things that have been prohibited by the federal government is still able to be legally owned and purchased in the majority of Australian states and territories. These guys, helped by the Greens, actually don't know how this works. The National Firearm Agreement, sadly, is an agreement in word only. By trashing this most important agreement that was arrived to thanks to the leadership of Don Howard and Tim Fischer, is an agreement in word only. The future of firearms management in Australia has now been set back many years, and instead of the envy of the world, we are now the laughingstock. Real leadership would dictate using the National Firearms Agreement as the agreed pathway forward and accepting the outcome of that process. And if the majority of states said no thanks, then that, I'm sorry, Prime Minister, is how government works. It's how our Constitution works. But here we are, debating a bill which has several flaws, and that is why I will be moving amendments on behalf of the Coalition. With respect to these amendments, there is no detail around this buyback. Which firearms and equipment will be banned by the states? How many guns can a person own? Is there going to be fair market compensation paid to lawful firearm owners? Are there many dealerships that operate around the country who have millions of dollars worth of stock sitting on the shelves right now that will be unable to be sold or used, going to be fairly compensated? Our Constitution requires federally for that to happen. The amendment sheet that will be circulated will also provide that compensation be available for those businesses lost. I'll also be moving amendments that require states and territories to give notice by March, 3rd of March 2026, that if they're going to participate in this gun buyback or not. Because when it comes to the state of Victoria and when it comes to the state of South Australia, both of them are going to state elections. Firearm owners in those states need to know, is Jacinta Allen going to throw the hundreds of thousands of law-abiding firearm owners, including her husband, under the bus before the election? Is Premier Malinowskis going to tell South Australian firearm owners what he's going to do before his election? Firearm owners deserve transparency in this so they can put their vote behind the National Party and the Liberal Party, who support their lawful right to hold firearms and to participate in our society lawfully. Amendment sheet 3595 will seek to delete the proposed ban on assisted repeating and straight pull repeating firearms. These are not semi-automatic weapons, and in most states are subject to a genuine reason process. So you can't just walk in and buy one. You've got to have a genuine reason. You know, Senator Little and I were talking about, if you're out hunting deer, you don't need a repeating rifle, but if you're out hunting feral pigs, you do, because one shot and they're all gone. Anyway, it just shows the complete misunderstanding how firearms are used appropriately in this country. Amendment 3597 will prevent a costly administrative and bureaucratic burden on compliance agencies. Currently, licensed gun importers can bring in bulk firearms under a B709DA permit. Labor's bill will require individual permits per item. So that's a problem not only for the importers, but for Home Affairs and for state agencies who are going to have to assess all these permits. I'll be using a bill that seeks to support the legitimate prohibition of downloading instructions on a carriage service for 3D printing of illegal and unlawful firearms. We support that measure, but there doesn't seem to be a clear defence for lawful firearm owners to seek information from the internet relating to reloading spent ammunition or access to manuals for firearms a person lawfully owns. We need to have a merit review process when it comes to adverse criminal intelligence assessments, which currently isn't in the bill. And I will be moving an amendment that provides clarity that the provisions in the bill do not effectively ban the import of pistols, which I'm told will have severe and unintended impacts on our elite competition and sporting shooting that goes on in clubs right around the country in a very safe and secure environment. The government originally proposed to impose the restrictions worn on equipment such as shooting vests and cartridge belts, and I'd like to give a huge shout out to SSAA and Beretta, who provided me with a shooting vest yesterday. I was able to say, you're not allowed to have clothing that will allow you to have more than 30 cartridges. Well, there goes your Olympic vest. You need to be able to carry over 50 cartridges. After putting that up on the internet, guess what? Government's changed because firearm owners are saying this is nonsensical. So thank you to the government who's doing that. The failure to properly distinguish between legal firearms, which are used safely and securely, and the acts of terrorists will demonise the over 1 million people. The petition I'm tabling today has over 65,000 law-abiding Australians who are standing up to the Labor Party and saying no. I want to make it very, very clear that the Coalition supports the firearms registry process. We don't know why we're still waiting for it to be implemented. The government has been in charge of this process for over 4 years, and yet here we are announcing it as if it's something new. The reality is they didn't put money towards it, and that is why it hasn't been seen as a priority. Let's make sure that we can do better next time. We know that the Labor Party's dirty deal with the Green is a step back. And as I've made outline, it is in contravention to the National Firearms Agreement that we all signed up to in 1996. And for the Prime Minister to say he's just like John Howard shows what a mockery this is. John Howard and Tim Fischer took on their own constituency, took on the farmers, took on the sporting shooters, who are typically coalition voters, in an effort to address the mass shooting at Port Arthur. This Prime Minister has failed to take on his own constituency. In the Labor Party, in Western Sydney suburbs, that is the cause of this shooting event. I also move my second reading amendment as circulated in the chamber. I would like to move that. This is an amendment that requests that this legislation goes to a Senate inquiry in the Legal and Constitutional Committee for 4 weeks. We need to have the chance for firearm owners to have their say. For the National Rifle Association, CIFA, SSAA, Shooters Union, Clay Target Association, Target Pistols Australia, all of Gympie Pistol Club would also like to have a say. To let the people, the experts and our agencies have input into this firearm legislation so it's actually not harming the people.
Senator Mulholland.
President, 15 innocent lives were tragically lost at Bondi Beach. They were gunned down by 2 terrorists. One of the shooters had a firearm licence and he was legally in possession of 6 weapons. Australia's current firearms laws entitled that gunman to own an uncapped number of guns. This bill will stop that. He was not an Australian citizen and this bill will stop non-citizens from holding a firearm licence. This bill
Mike, respectfully, I don't want to listen to what an ALP senator has to say. But in saying that, Bob Katter has done a 20-minute press conference. What the hell does Bob Katter have to say? Let me pull that up. Where is it? This guy's unreal. There we go. Everyone's favorite Lebanese MP. Until I become one. I'll put the playback speed up a bit.
Gun law. As a diversion from the real problem that the government let in 2 extremely dangerous people into this country. In Queensland, up to about 1992, there were no gun laws at all, except on concealable firearms. So I went in to buy a pair of sporting socks on a holiday at the Gold Coast, and they had AK-47 rifles there. So I bought an AK-47 rifle and 350 rounds of ammunition instead of buying my sports socks. No gun laws at all. Anyone can walk in, buy a gun anytime they like. Queensland in that year had 8 deaths with guns. Victoria, with draconian gun laws, that year had 54 deaths with guns. So much for your gun laws. Now, the same situation in the United States, North Dakota, highest firearms ownership in the world. The last time I looked, there'd been no deaths with firearms in North Dakota. Similarly, in Switzerland, lowest death rate with guns. Switzerland, every single house by law has a gun. So why are we passing gun laws? Oh, as a diversion from the real problem that the government let in 2 extremely dangerous people into this country. And it's not humanly possible for the migration authorities not to know that these people came from terrorist areas and had arguably terrorist backgrounds. So they let people with a huge question mark over them into this country. Having let them into this country, they then went on an ASIO watch list, and they have 3 registered firearms, high-powered firearms, 3 registered firearms. I mean, if you put a person on an ASIO watch list, I mean, surely you check out whether he's got firearms. Not even worrying about the explosives that were part of the Bondi happening as well, I might add. So what a marvellous diversion. I mean, honestly, you know, Albo, whether he's a mate of mine or not, I've got to say, congratulations, mate. What a great diversion. It's not about you letting the worst possible people in this country, then leaving them with the firearms and giving them the firearms, I might add. It's not about any of those things. No, it's about firearm ownership. Well, if someone had owned a firearm in the 200 apartments overlooking Bondi Beach, maybe this massacre wouldn't have occurred. I mean, if I'd had a firearm there and I had a rifle shot, I know it would have happened. So instead of dealing with the problem, which is letting people into this country from known terrorist countries. Now, we have a sign here, no migration without assimilation. Now, if you want to come to this country, do you come from a country with rule of law? No. Do you come from a country with democracy? No. Do you come from a country with Christianity or a similar religion like Sikhs and the Buddhists? No. Do you come from a country with egalitarian traditions? No. Do you come from a country with industrial awards? No. Then what the hell are you allowing them into this country for? They're never going to assimilate. One documentation we've seen says 92% of the people coming to Australia go to Sydney and Melbourne, where there are no jobs and no accommodation. So what is going on here? They're living in little ethnic enclaves and they hate Australians. Now, I can't talk about other people, but I went into a certain part of Sydney. This is 25 years ago. And I had another person. It's just ordinary Australian person, both of us. And I could feel the hatred. Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, definitely Greenacre, Lakemba, Bankstown.
Now, that is the issue. No migration without assimilation. And as far as I'm concerned, that's pretty simple. Do you have rule of law? Do you have democracy? Do you have Christianity or some similar religion? Do you have industrial awards? Do you have egalitarian traditions? Middle East? No, 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 no. North Africa? No, 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 no. Where do these people come from? That area. And they were on a watch list, an ASIO watch list, and they got 3 high-powered registered rifles. Now, I've got to say, an introduced political element here, that when these terrible people applied for licences, the Liberal government in New South Wales knocked them back for 3 years, continuously knocked them back. The minute the current ALP government in New South Wales got into power, they immediately gave them the rifles. So if I was the Premier of New South Wales, I would get down on my bended knees at night and pray to Jesus for forgiveness for what I'd done. And if I was the Minister for Immigration, not that he believed in Christ, but if he went down on
not that he would believe in Christ. Bob Katter's great.
For forgiveness, the Premier of New Zealand power, they immediately gave them the rifles. So if I was the Premier of New South Wales, I would get down on my bended knees at night and pray to Jesus for forgiveness for what I'd done. And if I was the Minister for Immigration, not that he believed in Christ, but if he went down on his knees at night, I would pray for forgiveness for having allowed, being so irresponsible as to allow these people into the country. Any questions?
Mr. Katter, you say no one should be coming from the Middle East, no one should be coming from North Africa. There will be people who say it's racist to lump all Middle Eastern people or all North African people in together. What would you say to that criticism?
I would say I couldn't care less. I'm an Australian and I'm interested in keeping my people here safe. And the last thing in the world I would do is bring in people that will ensure that we are no longer safe. And taking the guns off us to protect ourselves against those people, I mean, it's a great saying. It's a bumper sticker. You know, if you outlaw guns, the only people that will have guns will be outlaws. Now, I want to make a second point. These people will never rest till the only people with guns are the people in uniforms. And we know what sort of society that is. We know what sort of society that is. But I think the more realistic proposition is that the bad guys will have the guns, outlaw guns, and only the outlaws will have guns. And those 2 murderous individuals at Bondi, they're the outlaws. You ban all the guns. They had 3 guns that were banned. They had them illegally.
Sajid Akram, the terrorist, was born in India, traveled here on an Indian passport, so he wasn't from the Middle East.
I think if you look at his antecedents, you will find, now I don't know, and I haven't done the homework I should have done there, but if I was a terrorist wanting to come to Australia, I would be doing my best to hide the fact that I come from the Middle East or North Africa. So, I mean, good question that you ask, and it's something that would need to be addressed in outbursts like my own in the future. Good call.
Something that I need to address in outbursts of mine. It's funny how the self-awareness is starting to come back for this old bloke. Starting to finally get his ticker back. That's great. 20 minutes, another 12 minutes to go. I don't want to miss anything. Let me go back to the Senate and just want to see if these ALP ministers... Oh, here we go. Lydia Thorpe. This is going to be great. Colonization.
excellent policeman, I say this: you cannot be tough on crime and soft on guns.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I acknowledge that we're on Ngunnawal Ngambri country, sovereign custodians of the land, and sovereignty was never ceded to this colony. I welcome strengthened gun laws, but if we're serious about gun safety, accountability can't stop at just civilian firearms. Oversight, tracking and transparency must apply to all guns, including those issued to police, prison guards, security guards and defence personnel. I move the second reading amendment in my name, which calls on this Parliament to implement robust and nationally consistent oversight of firearms. The public has a right to know what firearms are imported into this country and who imports them, how they are stored and used, and what happens to them at the end of their life cycle. International evidence shows that firearms can and do move from police stockpiles into criminal markets when oversight is weak. Australia should be learning from that, not pretending it can't happen here. We already know that stolen firearms are the biggest source of illegal guns in this country, and that most guns used in crime are stolen guns. A recent report by the Australia Institute shows that approximately 2,000 firearms, 2,000 guns are stolen each year, averaging 1 every 4 hours. Just recently, firearms were stolen from police in Townsville. We've also seen evidence presented in court cases showing that weapons stolen from army facilities have been used to commit serious crimes, including murder and armed robberies. These are some of the few cases we know about, but there is no consistent public transparency around these incidents. It has also been reported that a police-issued firearm was allegedly used in the horrific domestic violence murder of Jesse Baird and Luke Davies, raising serious questions about the management and oversight of police weapons. Police defence armories remain largely opaque. That limits accountability and undermines our gun control framework. A national firearms register that excludes police weapons is incomplete. If the goal is public safety, then transparency has to be universal. This also leads to the point that the armoury and strength of police in particular is used against the very people they are supposed to protect. Whether it is violence against protests, standing against genocide and war crimes, or police deaths in custody. A 2020 Deakin University study showed that even though Australia has half the population size, they had more fatal shootings by police than the UK. Shame. Recently, we saw the shooting of Kumanjayi Walker by Northern Territory Police Officer Zachary Rolfe in Yuendumu. And also the shooting of 29-year-old Yamaji woman, JC, who was shot using hollow point bullets. They explode in your body. That's what a hollow point bullet is. That's what the police use in this country. They explode in your body. These bullets have been banned in international warfare by the 1899 Hague Declaration. This is why one of my amendments restricts law enforcement from importing hollow point bullets to use against civilians. We know that globally, purchases of militarised equipment is creating a new profitable market for defence contractors rather than really putting questions of public safety first. In a 2023 study led by Brown University Associate Professor of Political Science Rob Blair, studied a militarised crime intervention in Cali, Colombia, and found little evidence to support the idea that military policing reduces crime. Safety cannot be found through violent colonial institutions. More police, more cops, or more prisons, especially for First Nations people. On the hate crimes bill, I cannot support this bill. Racism, including anti-Semitism, is a real and serious problem in this country. But this legislation does not represent a good faith effort to combat hate and racism. It seems designed to suppress legitimate criticism of the state of Israel and to restrict protest and political expression, especially on the topic of genocide, and to create hierarchies in who deserves protection and who does not. This Parliament must genuinely commit to protecting everyone from hate and racism, not selectively, and not in ways that undermine fundamental rights or erase the foundational racism against my people. Expanding hate crimes law for a select few protected attributes and excluding religion leaves communities who continue to be affected by rising hate, violence and vilification at risk. There has been, and you don't see this in the newspapers, especially in the right-wing Murdoch media, there has been a 2,297% increase in Islamophobic incidents reported to the Islamic Council of Victoria in 2025 alone. 2,297% increase. A recent incident where an imam and his wife were attacked, driven off the road and threatened with stabbing in Melbourne. There have been 33 Aboriginal deaths in custody just last year. And since the horrific attack at Bondi, we have shamefully seen attempts to blame the actions of two violent extremist men on the entire anti-genocide movement and on Muslim and Arab communities more broadly. No one's talking about violence of men in this debate. These false and dangerous claims fuel the very racism and Islamophobia this parliament apparently wants to address. In the words of Jews Against the Occupation, to conflate the speech and actions of people motivated by deeply held convictions on justice and universal rights with the speech and actions of people motivated by racist hatred is not only wrong, but dangerous. To do so because the interests of a foreign nation communicated by politically motivated lobby groups coincide with a desire by the state to clamp down on the democratic rights of people in our own country is cynical in the extreme.
What lobby groups? What lobby groups? Say the name, Lydia. Say the name of the lobby group.
Lobby groups, interests of a foreign nation communicated by politically motivated lobby groups.
Say the name, Lydia. Say it. You've got parliamentary privilege. Do it.
Coincide with a desire by the state to clamp down on the democratic rights of people in our own country is cynical in the extreme. All the while, more than a year after the National Anti-Racism Framework was handed down, this government has still not provided a formal response to getting rid of racism in this country at a national level. You haven't even responded to the work of the Race Discrimination Commissioner. You say you want to fix the problem in this country, and believe me, hate arrived on these shores over 200 years ago, and my people have been subjected to hate all of that time. You haven't provided anything back to the Anti-Discrimination Commissioner, let alone committed to implementing any part of it, which says that everyone should do racism training in this place. We know that we've got racists in this place that inform the legislation. Instead, we are presented with rushed legislation, done a deal with the Libs, the coalition on the hate crimes, done a deal with the Greens on the guns. So the crossbench have no say in any of it. Deal done, late night meetings and conversations and backroom discussions. So it's stitched up. And as a member of the Human Rights Committee that is meant to scrutinise legislation, it didn't even come to us. So you haven't even followed your own colonial procedures here, which you tell me to do all the time.
Colonial procedures.
So you didn't even follow proper process. So anyway, here we are, rush legislation that's very dangerous to everyday people out.
All right. Tony Berg did a interview not too long ago. I'm going to pull that up.
Speculation put to me is that the member for Flynn
into synagogues, had meetings, had engagements. At the same time, what we have had is loud shouting. We had shouting that the parliament had to be resumed before Christmas, but then when we resumed it, we were resuming it too soon. We had shouting that we had to introduce legislation based upon the Anti-Semitism Envoy's report, but when we introduced it, they opposed it. All governments should have done better. That is my point. The idea that anti-Semitism began 2 years ago with the change of government is false, and it's declared to be false by the comments of those opposite in senior positions. Despite the surge in anti-Semitism on their watch, did the Morrison government appoint a special envoy to combat anti-Semitism? No. Did they establish a joint operation bringing together the AFP and ASIO to combat acts of anti-Semitism? No.
And there's speculation here in Canberra that others in the Nationals may look to join Barnaby Joyce and join One Nation. The speculation put to me is that the member for Flynn, Colin Boyce, has been in discussions with Barnaby, arousing suspicions. Mr. Boyce didn't respond to my text messages questioning him on this today. And there is other speculation Mr. Boyce will become an independent. So we'll keep an eye on that. One Nation on the rise, as we know. Which brings me to the Home Affairs Minister, Tony Burke. Thanks so much for joining us.
I'm not going to join them.
Okay, well, I wouldn't have thought so. How will what is passing the Parliament today prevent another attack like Bondi?
Well, certainly in terms, there's two things. One is about lowering the temperature. The other specifically about the weapons. If I start with the weapons, in terms of those individuals, the laws we've passed today means that those two individuals, instead of having 6 weapons, and people have said, would it be 5, would it be 4? For them, they'd actually be entitled to 0. So there's a few different measures, including the citizenship requirement, that would hit them directly, and the cross-checking with our intelligence information that mean they would have had 0. So that's relevant. But you also have to deal with what probably the best way to summarise what Mike Burgess always says, which is that when the temperature is high, when there is more bigotry about, and specifically here we're talking about anti-Semitism, but Mike Burgess will talk about it more generally as well, it increases the likelihood of there being violent events and terrorist events. So that's why when you'll remember, it was actually shortly after I took on the Home Affairs portfolio, that the terror alert level was raised to probable. Now, when that happened, Mike Burgess made clear there was not a specific event that we believed was about to occur. But when you looked at what the mood was like in Australia effectively, that the judgment was that the activity had kicked up and therefore we were going from possible to probable. And sadly, in that exact sort of climate, that is part of the story of Bondi.
Well, you've had to drop the vilification part because of the opposition. Does that mean that sort of incident where people are outside the Opera House chanting, "Where's the Jews" and "F the Jews," they won't face prosecution?
Not federal. Not federal.
Would they have if you got the vilification laws through?
Look, I didn't have an exact check on them. I did have a check done. So it wasn't done by the people drafting the laws, but I got my department to cross-check on the original drafting against some of the comments that Wissam had made.
Hey, guys, I'm just scrolling back a bit.
And
oh my God. New South Wales Police are going to extend the ban. That means March for Australia, New South Wales is going to be chaos.
Situation, and it can change the public for people to monitor Safe Traveller and keep abreast of its updates, which we will endeavour to put up as soon as possible, as well as availing themselves of the 24...
All right, well, ending question time there because we've got a live press conference now starting with New South Wales Police. Let's have a listen in.
Having regard to those factors, I have decided to extend the Public Assembly Restriction Declaration, but have significantly limited its scope. Attached to your media release today, you will find a link which has a map of where the new specified locations will be. Effectively, they go from Darling Harbour through the north of the CBD, do not include Hyde Park, and then go out through Oxford Street and take in all of the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command. It is really important, and I reinforce, this is a time for calm. It's a time for peace. It is a time for the community to come together. We are still less than 6 weeks from the most serious and devastating terrorist act ever in New South Wales. I want to make sure as a police force we ensure that community safety is the priority. Today's decision to extend that declaration is about ensuring community safety. Happy to take questions, ladies and gents.
Commissioner,
Sorry, I'll just go one at a time.
You've extended the protest ban that exempted Hyde Park, the location for the so-called Invasion Day rallies every year, and the location to organise the plan for rally this year. Why have...
I'm just reading an article about this. It might not actually extend to that area. Let me just figure this out. New South Wales Police Commissioner Mel Lanier announced extensions on restrictions on protests in parts of Sydney will be extended. However, it's going to be significantly limited. The powers were initially granted to police, blah, blah, blah. Some for calm. All right, so there's the map. Decisions for Australia Day protests to go ahead. So the reduced restriction area will now allow a planned Invasion Day rally on Australia Day to go ahead. It also paves the way for March for Australia protests to go ahead if other police requirements are met. Oh, so Invasion Day requirements are all good, but March for Australia, you have to follow the requirements. Interesting. Okay. Let me post this now with, what did he say? Limited. With a significantly limited scope. All right. The restriction area will now allow a planned Invasion Day rally, and then it also paves the way for March for Australia protests on Australia Day. All right, so the march will go. Obviously, Beck will be in charge of that, but that would have been a huge spanner in the works had they said, "Nah, screw the March for Australia," and just banned it. That would have been chaos or something. I don't even know what the hell would have happened. All right, let me get that clip. I don't think there's too much to really care for what he has to say after that.
You extended the protest ban but allowed this mass rally to go ahead.
So again, it's about getting the balance right between community safety and a right to protest. The protest that is planned by the First Nations community on Australia Day will be managed down through College Street and out of southern Sydney. I'm satisfied that that reduces the risk to the community. On Australia Day, I expect that we'll have tens of thousands of community members, mums and dads, boys and girls wanting to come into the CBD. This is about ensuring that we enable people to protest, enable free speech, but make sure that the community remains safe.
Commissioner, what makes this protest to any other protest that people would seek to organise in the way that do not include?
So this decision today is not protest agnostic. Any person can now lodge a Form 1 for the areas that have now been declared. I'll also point out that on Australia Day there is a March for Australia, which is being conducted outside the specified areas. So it is not about the First Nations protest.
What communication did police have with the Black Caucus and with the organisers of the March for Australia Day before you made this decision, and how did that factor into the decision?
We have significant and ongoing discussions with all protest organisers. That's a normal part of what we do. The role of the New South Wales Police is to ensure public safety, and we'll continue to do that. So we absolutely considered the motivation of the protest organisers, the likelihood that a protest would take part if there was no declaration, but then making sure that we balance that role between community safety and the right to protest.
Is it a case that the Black Caucus have satisfied what you needed to know regarding there not being any heightened community tensions? You're satisfied that the plans going ahead won't raise community tensions?
I can say that it's an annual protest, and it's one that we work very closely with organisers. You have seen in recent years that has been incredibly peaceful, and that is because of the relationship we have with organisers. As I've said, the legislation that came in that allows for a public assembly restriction declaration is designed to take the tension out of the community. It's about trying to make sure community safety is paramount, and that's very much what we've done with organisers.
Commissioner, why does community tension, or the risk of community tension, stop as soon as you step foot in Hyde Park?
The risk of community tension does not. This is about getting the balance right. We will work with organisers. You'll know that since the first declaration was made back in December, we've had over 49 static protests. We have not stopped on free speech. We've encouraged people to come forward, but with the rights to protest comes the right to be responsible.
Commissioners, one of the Resistance Commissioners met with organisers of the January 26th rally this morning. And they say they were essentially at the start of that given an ultimatum that if they didn't change their route, that police could police back down on this?
No, we haven't. I'm unaware that that was ever said. As I said, we work very closely with protest organisers. I'm satisfied that the route, and certainly the declaration that I've made this afternoon, is the best way to ensure community safety.
The Black Caucus Facebook event page for the Invasion Day rally notes that they stand in solidarity while, quote, the world watches multiple genocides unfold overseas.
It was very clear that was the location of the terrorist incident.
Restrictions now apply to a carved part of the CBD, the eastern suburbs, and there's been an acknowledgement over the last 2 weeks that
I've just posted the clip on X if people want to share it. And I'll get a copy of the map. I'll post that below that. Here we go. So this is basically what I do every day. This is me just live streaming it. But this is basically my workflow every day. It's just chaos. All right, that's done. There's the map.
they don't prohibit static rallies. It's only extra legal protections when people want to seek to march. Are these rules, do they have any real function or effectiveness?
I think what we've seen over the past 4 weeks, both with the initial declaration and the extension, is that it's taken the heat out of the community. I think the fact that we haven't seen large-scale open protests, people marching through the streets of Sydney, has reduced the tension. The decision about the legislation is obviously not one for mine. The job of the police is to enforce the legislation. That's what we're doing, but with community at the forefront of it.
Commissioner, did see an incredibly large police presence at the Friday protest and also the Sunday protest. I believe Peter McKenna said that there was a few hundred police officers at the Sunday protest, but there was only about 200 rallied there. One of the reasons cited for this effective ban was to save police resources. Has that actually happened? Has this actually made the police's job harder?
No, the primary reason, obviously, for the legislation was to ensure community safety. As I said, there were heightened tensions in the community, understandably. This was the most horrific terrorist attack in New South Wales. One of the challenges for police, but is a lot of these protesters are conducted, organised online. So we do not know how many people are looking to come until we get there. And I think it's appropriate for the community. The community want to be reassured. So we make sure there are sufficient police there to cover any eventuality.
What's your message to people who might seek to, or groups that might seek to hijack the rally against Australia Day on January 26th for other purposes that might increase community tension? And what powers would New South Wales Police have to stop any potential protests if Form 1 is lodged for Hyde Park or another area where protests are allowed?
Probably a number of questions there. I'm happy to go through. We will take any action that actually disturbs the peace, threatens, intimidates, harasses, or promotes hate speech seriously. We have sufficient legislation to take action about that. We won't tolerate that. That is what heightens tension within the community. As to anyone seeking to hijack one of those protests there, I'd say think again. This is not the time. I've been really clear. This is a time for calm. Community has been devastated by what happened on the 14th of December. This is about bringing people together. Australia Day itself is about Australians coming together. It's about acknowledging why we are a wonderful country, and it's about making sure that we get together and support each other.
Police Minister,
All right, so New South Wales Police, they've extended what is effectively a protest ban, but not as large as it used to be. So, of course, this is in the wake of the Bondi terror attacks. Laws passed New South Wales to Parliament on December 24, and initially there was a 14-day protest ban, extended by another 14 days, which was basically all of Sydney, all of the main parts of Sydney. It has now been extended, but it's only the eastern parts of Sydney and the CBD, excluding Hyde Park. So a lot of questions there about Hyde Park. Why is that? The so-called Invasion Day rallies, you can see the green down the bottom is where you're allowed to, the red where you can't, and the rest, the white, is no longer within the banned protest areas. So police saying they wanted to achieve a balance. Obviously, a lot of people gather each year and around.
Achieve a balance. It's still like 95% of Sydney. A balance. They just carved out Hyde Park. Here you go. Hyde Park and Moore Park. Enjoy. That's your carve out. Democracy.
Day rallies on Australia.
That cost in Billy England.
All right. Let's see. What's the liquor spender want?
I went to the bat mitzvahs of my friends. I didn't go through security fences. I didn't go through past guards. They've been there in place since around 2002. You know, I would love to, in my lifetime, be back at going to synagogue without guards. And I think that should be our aspiration. That's what we should hold on to. And we need to be honest about what's going to take to get there.
And how long, I guess. We see this Ute attack, whatever you want to call it, last night. You just think, how much is this attitude, anti-Semitism permeated through society?
Look, I think it's really distressing. It is hugely distressing. And we are seeing Jewish Australians leave the country, both because they are they're scared for their safety, but also whether their kids are going to be abused like this. So
think of people, because this is where it really gets to where people get most concerned for themselves, but their kids.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Looking obviously Jewish, and they go, well, I can't do that anymore. Do I want to be here? That's when the rubber hits the road.
I think absolutely, but it's the question really is what do we do to fix this? Because it is hard, and I think it is right. And I think as different people, including Julian Lisa, said in Parliament the other day, there are different types of anti-Semitism, and we have to address each of them. We have Islamist extremism. That was what happened on the 14th of December. We need to look specifically at what are pathways to extremism. What are, for instance, the hate preachers? We have the neo-Nazis. We have, the radical far left. There are different parts and different types of anti-Semitism, and somewhat you actually have to say, well, how do you address different parts? And that is, again, I'll keep on coming back to hate speech, because to give you an example, Wissam Haddad is a hate preacher who, where it appears, or it's apparently, that one of the Bondi perpetrators was a follower of. This person was taken to court by ECAJ, the Executive Council of Australian Jury, for the dehumanising abuse of Jewish people. Now, there was no criminal offence available, so they took him to civil court. It took 2 years and around $1 million to go through that action, and to ultimately, Haddad had to remove these online sermons, which were there online for 2 years.
Yeah.
So tell me that's actually the country working, because there's a lot of strong language out there saying, you can't say these things. We've got to have, we've got to have a strong response. Well, how do we do that?
Okay.
We do need our laws to be part of that too.
In terms of the strength of the response, I guess the UK is an interesting test case, hate speech laws there. Would you like to see them work the same way? There's some controversy, at least, around people posting online, sometimes to 5 or 6 followers, and they've ended up, some pretty vile posts, but they've ended up in jail for 2-3 years. Could an online post in Australia and someone in prison, would you be comfortable with that?
I think there's a question of public and private, I think is a really important part. And,
So
you can be right to be a bigot in your own, your own home and the barbecue. But I think this is the question of extent. And this is why, I know there's now some people calling for a committee, a proper assessment of this, and to sort of tease out these sorts of questions to get that right level.
Examples of where we want to
set those bars. Because, there's been some stuff in Canada, but we've had this sort of hate speech legislation in WA for the last 20 years.
She would love nothing more than all of us to go to prison because of a comment on her page. Like, she's blocked me on every bloody platform, and I never harassed her. I just asked her some nice, tough questions. Meanwhile, Joel Davis goes rhetorically blah blah blah, and this chick here puts him in jail for 3 months. Interesting question. I might clip that. Because she's not answering the question properly. Are you comfortable with people going to jail when they just talk shit on social media? And, a lot of people have, 100 or less followers. Are they going to get caught up and thrown in jail? She would love nothing more to see that happen to people. Let me find that clip. I'll continue playing the interview.
So we have some local precedent. We do have the example of the UK. We can look at this and go, okay, where does Australia want to strike a balance?
Okay.
But there is a balance to be struck here.
Legra Spender, appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Tom.
Japan's Prime Minister has announced she'll call a snap election early next month. The vote could help her pass a record military budget as tensions with China grow.
strong, we've got to have a strong. Would you like to see them work the same way? There's some.
All right, I'll sort that out in a sec. Let's go back to the Senate.
Dangerously expands state power, is riddled with legislative inconsistencies, and undermines fundamental principles of the rule of law and due process. We don't have a human rights bill in this country either, so human rights in this country is not protected. People's human rights. Despite removal of the racial vilification offence, the bill as a whole continues to pose a risk of discriminatory enforcement and disproportionate impact on Muslim people, Palestinians, First Peoples, and other racialised or marginalised people. For example, it grants sweeping new authority to the Minister for Home Affairs to cancel or refuse visas with minimal safeguards. So the Minister can just say, yep, yeah, we heard what that one's been saying, cancel his visa, forget about the family, children, connection here, he can go. This is a government with a long record of cruelty towards migrants and refugees, now using the language of anti-racism to further undermine fairness, due process and accountability in our immigration system. This bill also treats religious instruction as a risk factor, lending legitimacy to Islamophobic public, political and media narratives that justify heightened scrutiny and over-policing of Muslim communities. I see here the same White Australia policy that criminalised, killed and punished my people for practising culture, for gathering and for speaking our languages. If this parliament truly wants to confront hate, it must do so by addressing racism as a whole. This is a racist country. Australia is a racist country. No doubt about it. But we're not addressing that, are we here? If this parliament wants to confront hate, it must do so by addressing racism, protecting all communities and defending democratic rights, including the right to protest and speak freely. Protest is important. Protest is part of democracy. Peaceful protest. We've got nothing by standing silent and idle, waiting for who? The government to do it? We have to protect protest. Anything less is not justice. It is shallow politics dressed up as protection. And as Chelsea Watergo says, it's another day in the colony.
Senator Thorpe, just to assist the chamber before I give the call to you, Senator McDonald, we already have a second reading amendment before the chair, so your amendment that you wish to make will need to be foreshadowed now and moved later on in the debate.
Okay,
thank you. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, this legislation is bad.
Hear, hear.
It's rushed. There was no consultation with affected Australians. 1 million constituents, 1 million Australians who didn't get a say. And there was definitely none done with firearm-related researchers and with academics who are saying this legislation will not work. It will not achieve the outcome of reducing illegal firearms. This is instead a very expensive stunt to distract from the Prime Minister being forced kicking and screaming to a Royal Commission and to respond to the tragedy of the Bondi massacre. What an outrageous and discriminatory and dumb statement to say that there are too many guns in Australia. This demonstrates the anti-gun agenda of Labor and the Greens, their lack of understanding of different sorts of firearms. Apparently all guns are the same. Senator McKenzie gave us some great examples of why you have a need for different firearms as well as for different golf clubs. Their lack of understanding of why Australians need and enjoy firearms. Worse, this is a government who seeks to deny Australians a very basic right to choose what firearms they own for their enjoyment. Of course, there are more guns in Australia. There are 9 million more Australians than Port Arthur. Australians who enjoy competitive shooting, clay target shooting, hunting, and many Australians who use guns for work, such as farmers, graziers and pest contractors. But be clear, there are fewer guns proportionally now than after Port Arthur. Less. Australia has some of the strongest firearm laws in the world. They are strict and they have been shown to work. But this bill before us today does not build on what works. It risks punishing the wrong people for the wrong reasons. There was no input from legal experts, from criminologists. Their subsequent submissions that have been sent to me show that the rate of firearm-related crime is less. Crimes with knives and cars and fists and hands, that's increasing. Perhaps the next time the government will introduce legislation that would limit the number and type of knives that could be owned by Australians. Well, of course not. That would be ridiculous, but not much more ridiculous than this massive overreach. The Australian Institute for Criminology has data that demonstrates these laws won't work. They are simply an attack on everyday Australians who enjoy guns. 1 million Australians. Maybe it's not the sport that you enjoy, but that does not make it wrong. Let us be clear about the rushed nature of this legislation. The legislation that would have prevented the importation of clothing and equipment used by competitive shooters and clay shooters. Senator McKenzie's talked about it. Olympic vests. That had to be changed once the member for Hunter pointed out how ridiculous that was. What about those Australians who reload their ammunition?
That's right.
Sometimes it's for cost. That's what my father did in drought years. That's what Australians do who want to be really accurate with the sort of missile and the powder that they use. That's the fun of being an expert at something. That's the joy of competition. But we won't have that in Australia. This bill also allows us the use of AI to assist with decision-making on intelligence findings. Contravenes a recommendation of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission, but it's in the legislation. Maybe So let us be clear about who lawful firearm owners are in this country. At the last count, and this is a couple of years ago, there are 943,000 licensed firearm holders nationwide, including farmers, professional pest controllers, sporting shooters and collectors. Forget the stereotypes. Lawful gun owners aren't hillbillies blasting away. They are white-collar professionals, tradies, police officers, veterans, military personnel who take the responsibility of gun ownership, and I would like to add senators to that list, who take the responsibility of gun ownership very seriously. They are also the people who volunteer for the SES. They help at community groups. They're mums and dads and grandmas and grandpas. There are more than 4 million registered firearms, each tracked, regulated and subject to strict licensing conditions. In Queensland alone, there are over 224,000 licensed owners. For the Queensland senators in here, the people we come to represent. In New South Wales, there are more than 252,000, Senator Cadell. In Victoria, Senator Mackenzie will know this, 236,000 Australians who are licensed for guns. These Australians are not criminals, they're not extremists, and they are not responsible for terrorism or hate-motivated violence. They go through stringent police checks, and they will tell you the hoops that they're required to jump through to purchase, to store and to use firearms. Yet under this bill, they're just collateral damage in what amounts to a policy response driven by fear and not fact. Australians, who we should be here to represent and defend and protect. And at last week's parliamentary hearings, the department made some absolutely extraordinary admissions. When asked whether it had conducted any research into gun buyback schemes overseas, the answer was no. When asked if it had modelled whether this bill would reduce gun crime, the answer was no. When asked if the buyback scheme would reduce the number of illegal firearms in Australia, the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission said it was highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. That matters because Australia has an estimated 260,000 illegal firearms circulating in the criminal black market being used by organised crime groups and illicit drug barons. But this bill does nothing to address that. It will not stop gunland shootings. It will not stop criminal trafficking networks and standover men. Perhaps the government could turn its mind to that rather than undermining ordinary, law-abiding Australians. It will not prevent terrorists from accessing illegal weapons. Instead, it targets firearms that are already licensed, registered and securely stored. Expert evidence tells us this approach is fundamentally flawed. Dr. Samara McPhedran, an internationally recognised firearms violence researcher and former member of the Queensland Police Weapons Advisory Panel, has shown that over nearly 30 years in Australia, legal firearm ownership has increased. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Firearm homicide and misuse have declined. There is no demonstrated relationship between levels of legal gun ownership and firearm violence. That evidence directly undermines the core premise of this bill. More legal firearms has not meant more crime. If anything, Australian data shows the opposite. Industry groups are also sounding the alarm. The Shooting Industry Foundation Australia has made it clear that legal firearm owners and businesses are not the problem. This bill lacks evidence. It lacks detail. It lacks fairness. Poorly designed buybacks can actually increase safety risks, not reduce them. Unlike the 1996 buyback, this bill provides no guarantee of fair market value, no certainty for small businesses, and shifts massive financial risk onto the states. The federal allocation of around $1 billion falls dramatically short of industry estimates, which suggest costs could exceed $15 billion. That shortfall will be pushed onto taxpayers, or worse, onto compliant businesses and volunteer-run clubs that simply cannot afford it. Clubs like the Ipswich and District Rifle Club have said plainly, these reforms do not address criminal misuse or hate-motivated violence, but impose significant burdens on lawful sporting communities. Even Labor's own member for Hunter warned on Christmas Eve that when you rush things through, it has unintended consequences. And yet, here we are, rushing again. What was the urgency? Could this have not waited 2 weeks for it to be properly considered? Let me be very clear on one final point. This bill dangerously links lawful firearm ownership with anti-Semitism and terrorism. That linkage is wrong. It is unsupported by evidence, and it unfairly vilifies Australians who have done nothing wrong. I urge critics of gun ownership in this country, especially those opposite, visit your local shooting club. There you will find men and women with a total commitment to safety and the law. Cowboys aren't tolerated. Education is paramount, and there is constant reinforcement that breaking the rules is totally unacceptable. We should also bear in mind that those who own businesses supplying lawful firearms, accessories, spare parts, ammunition, and hunting gear. The lawful
Hey, you guys are fucking awesome. Thanks so much. I'm gonna say thank you to all you guys. But like 10 and 20 coffees. What the hell? Thank you so much. I promise you, I'm gonna do a Nick Fuentes at the end of the live stream, which is probably gonna be around 10:30. I'm gonna read every single buy me a coffee message. But yeah, that's bonkers. What the fuck, bro? Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. Links pinned on YouTube, and I've got it on my X as well. If you want to drop a $5 and I'll read the super chat, buy me a coffee message later. But thank you so much for that. That's awesome. You guys are fucking awesome. It's gonna get me through. I literally just did a DoorDash and just got some coffee and a chicken wrap just to hold me down for the next 6 hours. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Firearms and shooting sector represents a multi-billion-dollar, highly regulated industry, contributing between $2.8 billion and over $3.5 billion annually to the Australian economy and supporting tens of thousands of jobs, many in regional Australia. Terrorism is driven by ideology, not sporting rifles locked in safes. If the government is serious about community safety, the evidence is clear about what works. Targeted policing, disrupting trafficking networks, including at our international borders, seizing illegal firearms, investing in intelligence and counter-extremism capabilities. That is where resources should go, not into a poorly designed buyback that won't reduce the number of illegal guns. This bill should be amended, paused for proper consultation, rejected, anything but rushed through and passed today. Because legal, lawful firearm owners are not the problem. Criminals are. That's right. Terrorists are. And our laws should focus squarely on them. These laws are a sellout on law-abiding Australians under an unholy alliance between Labor and the Greens. They are not supported by science, they are not supported by data, and they are not supported by ordinary Australians who just want to live their lives. I urge you to reject this legislation, as I will.
Hear, hear.
Thank you. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I speak in support of the Combating Antisemitism, Hate and Extremism, Firearms and Customs Law Bill 2026. And I do so not only as a senator, but someone who's lived through what major firearms reform looks like, but it moves from this place into practice. I was a police officer during the last gun buyback scheme that followed Port Arthur nearly 30 years ago. And for those who remember that period only through the headlines, it's worth recalling what that meant on the ground. During the buyback, police officers, just like me, worked at front counters, which are normally known as non-operational spots. But we were handling surrendered firearms every day. And we did not always know whether those firearms and weapons were loaded. We also didn't know how they had been stored. We didn't always know the emotional state of the person standing on the other side of the counter, whether they were angry, whether they were distressed, whether they were unwell, or simply having the worst day of their life. That is what police did do back in those days. We wore our tactical accoutrements during that period, and not to escalate situations, but because the risk demanded it. It is a good reminder that gun laws are not theoretical to first responders. They are lived. They are lived by police, by paramedics, by emergency services workers, police station front counters, in rural sheds, in roadside stops, and in people's homes. And when those laws are fragmented, outdated, or incomplete, it is police and the paramedics who absorb the risk first. Australia learned a hard lesson at Port Arthur, and the response was decisive, it was national, and it was, in fact, bipartisan. It worked. Firearm deaths fell, mass shootings stopped, and lives were saved. But nearly 3 decades on, we are no longer in the same conditions or facing the same level of risk. There are now more than 4 million firearms in circulation across Australia, more than at the time of Port Arthur, which held under close to 1 million licences. In several states, the number of registered firearms alone exceeds 1 million. This is not an argument about responsible ownership. It is about scale and it is about saturation. And it is about what happens when the scale collides with moments of crisis. Because as firearms numbers rise, so does the likelihood that weapons are lost, stolen, fully secured, or accessed by people that they were never intended for. And for police and paramedics, again, those risks do not stay theoretical. They show up in call-outs every single day, in split-second decisions and in situations where the errors had permanent consequences. And my good friend and colleague, Senator Mulholland, already has articulated that in her home state, Queensland. Firearms rarely stay confined to their original context forever. They in fact move between households, between relationships, and sometimes into those moments of crisis. And it is also critical that we're honest about the relationship of firearms and family and domestic violence. Domestic violence call-outs are among some of the most unpredictable and dangerous situations first responders attend. They are emotionally charged, fast-moving, and often unfold behind closed doors. But when a firearm is present, or even suspected to be present, the risk to victims, responding officers, and children in the home escalates immediately. Presence of a gun changes the dynamic entirely. It compresses time, limits safe options, and removes those margins for error. This is not an abstract concern. It is the reality of first responders confront repeatedly. In 2023, in Floreat, in my home state of Western Australia, Jennifer Pachulik and her daughter Gretel were murdered by a man with a history of family and domestic violence, looking for his former partner and his own daughter before he took his own life. Subsequent reviews identified clear warning signs in the period leading up to those deaths about his escalating behaviour, feared expression by those close to him, and the ongoing access to firearms. As the number of firearms in circulation grows, so does the chance that weapons remain accessible despite signs like this. Again, they may be poorly secured or drawn into moments of coercion, instability, or loss of control. Jennifer and Gretel's case is not an anomaly. It is a pattern encountered again and again by police and paramedics across this country. This is why firearms reform must be understood as a domestic violence prevention measure, not merely as a matter of crime control. Reducing overall firearm numbers, strengthening licensing decisions, and ensuring intelligence is considered when risk emerges are interventions that prevent harm before it becomes fatal. Gun laws are not only about what happens behind closed doors. They are about how risk escalates when hatred, grievance, and instability are combined with access to weapons, whether that violence occurs in a home or in a public space. The Bondi Beach terrorist attack on 14th of December 2025 was the most devastating expression of that risk. 15 innocent people lost their lives in an attack motivated by anti-Semitism and carried out in a place meant for community, celebration, and belonging. In response, we are right to say we must deal with both the motivation and the method. That is the why and that is the how. This bill does exactly that. It recognises that firearms policy must be fit for purpose in a changing risk environment, one shaped not only by volume but also by technology. We now live in a world where weapons do not always arrive in a crate. Sometimes they arrive as a download. Digital blueprints for firearms and explosives can now be accessed online. Components can be ordered separately. Firearms or critical parts of them can be manufactured using 3D printers outside regulatory oversight. First responders and investigators, this represents a profound shift in the risk. An unregistered, unserialised and untraceable firearm does not just breach the law, it defeats prevention, frustrates investigation and enables repeated harm. And that is a reality this bill responds to. It addresses not only the physical imports, but the digital pathways to violence. It introduces targeted offences related to the use of carriage services to access and possess material that facilitates the illicit manufacture of firearms and explosives. These offences are carefully framed and proportionate, with clear pathways for licensed manufacturers, law enforcement, public officials, and legitimate academic and scientific research. This is not about criminalising lawful activity. It is about interrupting a pathway to harm that is already being exploited. The same preventative logic that applies at the border.
All right, I'm just going to skip the ALP minister and we'll go to Shoebridge. And then we've almost caught back to being live. But in the meantime, those that are on X, in about 15 seconds from now, the clip of Allegra Spender struggling to answer the question about whether she would like to see our hate speech laws operate like they are in the UK, where it's landing people in jail. That's uploading now. She's a mess, Allegra Spender.
Oh, thanks very much, Acting Deputy. Just over a month ago, 2 hateful, violent men killed and shot 15 people in an appalling anti-Semitic attack at Bondi Beach, just a few miles from my home, in fact. That appalling attack happened with guns that were obtained legally. Indeed, those 2 hateful men between them had access to 6 firearms, legally obtained and signed off under our national firearms laws. We need to stop and reflect on that. And those who are opposing this legislation should stop and reflect on that fact. The appalling fact that our gun laws have failed in this instance needs to be part of a national response to this appalling anti-Semitic attack in Bondi. And the Greens are glad that we've been able to work with the government to ensure that legislation that will establish a national firearms buyback, legislation that will ensure that security agencies, police around this country will be able to share in real time the security information they have about individuals before they're given a gun licence and before they're given guns will become lawful and essential and necessary after this legislation passes. And we're also proud to be supporting legislation that stops some of the most dangerous weapons being imported into this country and available for acts of violence. But we won't be supporting, and we've made it clear to the government, we will not be supporting their raft of other proposed changes to ban people and organisations whose core values are about supporting human rights and opposing genocide, to target groups who have been saying clearly that our government should do all it can to stop a genocide in Gaza. And we know that there are millions of Australians right now deeply anxious that not this legislation, but the legislation that will follow it, about prescribing organisations, about putting people in jail for their thoughts, that legislation, far from making them safe, is threatening them, their friends, their families and their communities for the crime in the eyes of the Labor Party and the Coalition of opposing a genocide and standing up for global human rights. But I want to return to this legislation. This is legislation to support the national firearms buyback, to allow that information sharing to happen and to stop some of the most dangerous weapons and components going into this country. And I want to start by thanking the Australian Gun Safety Alliance, the Alana and Madeline Foundation, Gun Control Australia, the Public Health Association of Australia for their advice and collaboration, because this legislation, unlike the other legislation being rushed through this parliament, this legislation has been a long time coming. And it's been the subject of detailed submissions, repeated calls from civil society to say, ensure that our national firearms laws are meeting the moment. National gun buybacks are not novel. They've happened before. They have taken weapons out of homes that should never have been in homes. They've reduced the number of firearms in this country. They have saved countless lives. And as a Greens senator, I feel sure that this national firearms buyback will also save countless lives. But the advice of those community organisations has been consistent, it's been principled, and it's been focused on gun safety. Unlike the Coalition, the Greens aren't taking advice from firearms manufacturers like Beretta. We're not taking donations from firearms importers and sellers like Nyoa. We don't follow the lead of the global arms industry like the Coalition does. And we definitely don't import toxic concepts from the United States, Trumpian US concepts like the right to bear arms when we're talking about firearms. Firearms are not a right in this country. They are a privilege. And when we have the Coalition come in here and try and equate firearms laws with vehicle safety or guns with motor vehicles, it shows how they have so lost touch. And they don't understand that unlike motor vehicles, guns' purpose is to kill. Guns' purpose is to kill. And if the Coalition can't understand that, they can't understand that basic principle, if they're not troubled by the fact that those 2 hateful men on Bondi Beach had access to legal firearms, more than 6 legal firearms, if they're not troubled by that, if they're not troubled by the fact that when New South Wales Police gave the firearms licence and gave the firearms to one of those men, that they didn't have access to the security information from the AFP and they didn't have access to security information from other police, and because of that, and it wasn't shared in real time, that these 2 hateful men had access to firearms, if the Coalition isn't troubled by that, they should review their conscience. And they most definitely should review their politics. Because the Greens are deeply concerned by those gaps in our firearms laws. And we've been concerned about gaps like that for well over a decade. I also want to note the extensive work by the Australia Institute on tracking the number of firearms in this country and checking and looking at the gun control settings that have allowed the rapid growth of lethal weapons in our community. And I want to also thank my team, our Chief of Staff and others, who have for years now been tracking gun numbers in New South Wales. We have seen a disturbing rise of firearms in this country since Port Arthur. And can I say that as a state MP, and now as a senator, we have continued to press for data, initially from New South Wales, but now nationally, about the number of guns in this country. And appallingly, only New South Wales provides that data. And can I say, only New South Wales provides that data because my office, over a number of years, took them to court to produce that data so that we could see the number of guns in suburbs and so that people had a sense of whether or not they were living near private arsenals. And what that data that is now found in our toomanyguns.org website shows, it shows that as at 2016, when we first began getting that data, there were 850,000 registered firearms in New South Wales. But the data that's now being released as of June of 2025 showed that there are over 1,026,000 registered firearms in New South Wales, and that doesn't include collectors or dealers. There are private arsenals in our suburbs where people hold almost 300 firearms, multiple individuals in suburban Sydney and dozens who hold over 100 firearms. Why do our firearms laws allow private arsenals to be held in our suburban centres in this country? And thankfully, after pressure from the Greens, pressure from the gun safety advocates, some of those loopholes have been closed in New South Wales. But the Coalition is still fighting this in Queensland, still pushing that they don't get adopted in South Australia, and still basically silent in Tasmania, while the Northern Territory Coalition has said that they don't support caps on firearms. This is about community safety. And the Coalition comes in here, armed with donations from the firearms industry, and they oppose community safety laws. And they make specious arguments about needing dozens of weapons to shoot wallabies. Or the most extreme case relating to somebody who wants to compete in every single shooting sport in the Olympics, and that's why these gun caps don't work. Take a reality check about what's going to make our community safe. And a gun buyback and sensible gun limits in our suburbs, in our cities, definitely take a step towards safety. So I want to acknowledge that this is a moment where we can take practical steps to take guns away from people who should never get them, to allow for the sharing of real-time security information, so that where police in one state, or the AFP, has information about people who are taking part in hateful ideologies, that can be shared with police in real time before they get gun licenses and firearms. And I say again, how is it that One Nation and the Coalition oppose those law changes? How is it you could oppose the sharing in real time between our security agencies of information about whether people are engaged in hateful extremist ideologies so we can ensure they don't get a firearm? Because we've seen the effect of it in Bondi and all the politics, all the hateful language directed against the Greens in this debate. Take a moment and reflect on the Coalition opposing those law changes here. It shows their politics, and it shows that they take funds from the firearms industry, and it shows that they'll never partner with the community about gun safety laws. And what a change from 1996, where the Coalition actually had some backbone and actually did good work. I am no friend of John Howard, but I will acknowledge at that point the Coalition showed the leadership that's been missing in the last 4 weeks on this. I do note that there are concerns raised by groups including the National Farmers Federation, that there are questions still to be answered about the gun buyback. And we want to ensure, and we'd like a commitment from the government, that fair value will be paid to ensure that the guns buyback will be as effective as it possibly can and take as many guns that shouldn't be in circulation out of circulation as we can. And we'd ask the government to make that commitment in the course of this debate. But I also want to credit the Gun Safety Alliance with pressing for another essential reform. One of the reasons we're in this mess is there's no organisation in this country whose job it is to future-proof our firearms laws, to see whether or not there are gaps that need to be fixed. There's plenty of lobbying from the firearms industry trying to put new gaps in our laws, but there's no way in this country that sits together with the national government, state and federal governments to plug the holes and direct for community safety. So I am glad that in the course of these negotiations, the Greens have secured a clear commitment from the government in writing from the Home Affairs Minister to establish a National Firearms Safety Council that will do that work, bring together those gun safety advocates from the Gun Safety Alliance, community representatives, and ensure that we're regularly reporting to Parliament to make our national gun laws not just safe for the 19th of January 2026, but future-proof them going forward. And I also raise concerns that I think are valid about the potential proliferation of 3D printed weapons. And I want to thank the Minister for Home Affairs' office for their engagement around some of the firearms offences that deal with the issue of 3D printing. I note that these federal laws will allow some 3D alteration printing to firearms as long as they comply with the licence and class of weapon that's been obtained. These are areas of hard regulation. And the National Firearms Register and any national laws need to ensure that there is immediate, constant reference back and communication back to the state registries and territory registries about any such alteration. And this Parliament, the National Firearms Safety Council, needs to keep a close and continued surveillance on 3D printed weapons. But can I finish with this? Do hateful men with a hateful ideology are dangerous and need to be addressed by our parliaments, need to be addressed by all of us collectively if we can. But two hateful men with access to multiple firearms, and if they've got access legally to multiple firearms, we have an obligation to act. The Greens are proud to always support the community and gun safety. We're proud to talk down and oppose those whose primary interest comes from the firearms lobby. And we're proud to support legislation in what is otherwise a toxic mess of a week in this Parliament that will take those important steps for gun safety across the country.
Senator McGrath. Thank you. As a Liberal National Party Senator for Queensland, I know these gun laws are bad laws.
but I won't support them. These gun laws punish millions of Australians.
That's all I needed to hear, that you don't want to support them, because Malcolm Roberts is right after whatever his name is. I just saw his tie and face. Here we go. Straight to Malcolm Roberts. And we're pretty much live again.
Senator Roberts. Thank you. Part of the Bondi massacre horror was the realisation that the great Australian should be right, mate, has failed us. We've watched the growing pro-Gaza demonstrations, openly calling for violence against Jews and anyone who supports them. We've watched Islamic clerics preach hate against Western civilization and their calls for jihad, violence against unbelievers. And many Australians thought, should be right, mate. This is Australia. This will sort itself out. It did not. For many years, the left-wing commentariat, politicians and media, accused those who sought to raise the alarms around rising anti-Semitism and Christian phobia with the crime of threatening social harmony. The very elastic crime of racism has now been extended to describe as racist anyone who defends Australia and their way of life. Many Australians have been guilty of shooting the messenger, while the message itself, the hatred and radicalisation, went unchallenged. We were told that highlighting radicalisation was the problem, rather than the radicalisation itself. Well, now look. Australia will not be a safe and tolerant society again until the evil encouraged to fester in our beautiful country is cast out. An evil that's become an ecosystem of poison, as Labour's Mike Kelly so aptly recently described. The Bondi massacre was not Islamic on Jewish terror imported from the other side of the world. The gunmen did not stop to ask if the victims were Jewish before executing them. We must call Bondi what it is, a radical Islamist attack on all Australians. Why were the Labor Party, the Greens, the Teals and the globalist Liberals so blind to the growing threat of Islamic terror in this country? As recently as the 16th of May 2023, Prime Minister Albanese denied the reality of Islamic terrorism when he said, quote, "The strongest threat to our security identified has been right-wing extremism." This statement from the Prime Minister and quizzing bureaucrats is misdirection. Fascists and white supremacists are a straw man argument. Their numbers are tiny and their influence non-existent. Yet the Prime Minister knowingly and deliberately uses them to divert Australians' attention away from radical Islam. The Greens are advocating extension to the hate crimes legislation to cover hate against LGBTQ+, transgenders, and anyone else who does not worship the religion of the sky god of warming. Okay, I threw in the climate. Yet once censorship laws such as those the Prime Minister is pushing are introduced, the inevitable outcome is to deplatform political opponents. The Greens' call to extend the hate crimes provisions are designed to confuse the issue, to create multiple moving targets, and to allow the government to pretend it's doing something without ever taking action against the real problem, Islamic terror. One only has to look at the history of Islamic terror attacks against Western civilization to see strong measures are needed now. Munich Olympics massacre, 1972, 12 dead. Bali bombings, 2002, 202 dead, including 88 Australians. Second Bali bombings, 2005, 20 dead, including 4 Australians. London bombings, 2005, 52 dead. Charlie Hebdo shooting, Paris, 2015, 12 dead. Brussels airport bombings, 2016, 32 dead. Nice truck ramming, 2016, 86 dead. And no calls for truck buyback. Berlin Christmas market, truck ramming, 2016, 12 dead. No truck buyback. Pulse gay nightclub attack, Orlando, 2016, 49 dead. Manchester arena bombing, 2017, 22 dead. Hamas attack in Israel, October 7, 2023, 1,180 dead. Moscow Crocus City Hall bombing and stabbing attack, 2024, 145 dead in Russia. And now Bondi, which was not the first Islamic terrorist attack in Australia. Lynn Cafe siege, Sydney, 2014, 2 dead. Melbourne Burke Street car ramming, 2017, 6 dead. No car buyback. Bishop Mario Emanuel stabbing, 2024. Islamic terror is here, right here on Australian soil, and it's been here for 25 years. All these terrorist attacks were predicated on a hatred of Western civilization and a fundamental belief that Islam will rule the world and non-believers will convert or die. ASIO can't warn against what it can't see. ASIO's budget is now over $1 billion a year, double what it was 5 years ago. And it's not enough. Australia must decide, do we further increase ASIO funding or do we start sending people home who have demonstrated hatred for Australians? At ASIO, there are 230 potential terrorists being monitored participating in de-radicalisation therapy at taxpayers' expense. Here's One Nation's de-radicalisation therapy. Boarding passes, immediate deportation, remigration, never to return. While ASIO were busy mollycoddling violent extremists, they missed the Bondi shooters travelling to a...
That's a clip right there. Here's the what? Here's the immigration policy.
At ASIO, there are 230 potential terrorists being monitored participating in de-radicalisation therapy at taxpayers' expense. Here's One Nation's de-radicalisation therapy. Boarding passes.
That's it. Here's One Nation's de-radicalisation policy boarding passes. That's the clip. How long ago was that? A minute ago. What a funny cunt. Yeah, the speed was a little bit faster because we needed to catch up to get to live, but we're pretty much there now.
At ASIO, there are 230 potential terrorists being monitored participating in de-radicalisation therapy at taxpayers' expense. Here's One Nation's de-radicalisation therapy. Boarding passes, immediate deportation, remigration, never to return. While ASIO are busy mollycoddling violent extremists.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. All right, I've slowed it down a little bit. I'm going to post that clip right now. It'll be up in about 60 seconds, I'd say. It's a short one.
Immediate deportation, and 30 potential terrorists being monitored participating in de-radicalisation therapy at taxpayers' expense. Here's One Nation's de-radicalisation therapy. Boarding passes, immediate deportation, remigration, never to return. While ASIO were busy mollycoddling violent extremists, they missed the Bondi shooters travelling to a known Philippines terrorist training ground for an extended stay before returning and committing their terror. ASIO missed that the father of a suspected terrorist purchased 3 guns on the same Thursday night in September 2023 from the same New South Wales firearms dealer. ASIO missed that hate preacher Wasim Haddad holds a current New South Wales firearms licence. Haddad led Sydney's Al Medina Doa Centre, where one of the Bondi shooters, Naveed Akram, studied. Akram's father had a gun licence for 6 guns in New South Wales. How did none of this trip a red flag at the New South Wales Police, the Home Affairs, or ASIO? A royal commission must determine if this was willful ignorance to protect a demographic that's much more likely to vote Labor than Conservative. Australia is not the country it was when I was growing up. The destruction of social harmony started when successive governments let in people who came to live apart from us, not assimilate with us. Those who betray the hospitality we've shown them must be required to leave. Those who wage war crimes against Australians should be charged. As an example, ISIS brides travelled overseas to conduct war against Australia and against our armed forces. ISIS bride Zira Duman spoke on social media in 2015 and demanded that the faithful, quote, attack the UK, Australia and the United States, kill them, stab them, poison their food, your food. This is who Minister Burke knowingly and secretly enabled and helped to be smuggled back into our country. They perpetrated criminal activities and should be prosecuted instead of making work for ASIO following them around. Under our Westminster system of government, the buck for these failures stops with Prime Minister Albanese and Premier Minns. The terms of reference for the Royal Commission, if we ever see them, must allow scrutiny of how these failures occurred. This is no doubt why the Prime Minister refused for so long to call a Royal Commission, to protect himself and his ministers, to hide the truth. Today, the Senate is voting on legislation which could have been brought in a regular sitting later in the year. What we are not voting on is the enabling legislation for the Royal Commission, to first get the data and the facts. This is what Royal Commissions are for, to inform bills like this. The Albanese government is putting the cart before the horse, burying the facts. Prime Minister, Australia is watching this Royal Commission. Do not cover up anything. If the cards are not allowed to fall as they may, then it'll be your government that will fall. One Nation will oppose this rushed dog's breakfast bill and the second bill coming after it later tonight. There are processes to produce good legislation. This government has made a mockery of them all. The atrocious, shoddy legislation reflects contempt for our democratic process, for the people of Australia. The hate provisions of the Commonwealth Criminal Code, Labor introduced in 2010 and subsequently amended to make prosecutions easier, have never been used, not one prosecution. Australia does not need more laws which take away the right to free speech, freedom of association, freedom of movement, and freedom of protest. We need the government to start policing the laws we already have. Whether people are Christian or another civilised religion, there can only be one set of laws, and those are laws based on our Christian Western heritage. There can be only one allegiance in our community, and it's to those laws. Tolerance has been weaponised. Labor, Greens, Teals, and now the Liberals have elevated tolerance to be the end itself. The thing being tolerated became irrelevant. Speaking about Islam has been made prima facie criticism. Yet racism. Speaking about Islam has been made prima facie racism. Yet criticism of Christianity and Judaism is encouraged as being the religions of white-skinned people of colonisers. White-skinned people are being demonised from the left-wing lobby, from other white-skinned people, like Green Senator McKim, who you said yesterday that Australians will not be safe until we've eliminated Islamophobia. In Greensland, apparently there's no radical Islam. The terrorist attacks I listed earlier never happened. It's this illogical, suicidal empathy that's led us to this moment. The list of terror attacks I read used guns, bombs, knives, cars, trucks. Guns are a strawman argument. Look over here at these evil guns and don't look at the person wielding the gun. Failing to act against radical Islam will lead to more Australians losing their lives. Australia does not have a gun problem. We have a radical ideology problem. One Nation strongly supports the right to own and use firearms lawfully and responsibly. This Combating Antisemitism, Hate and Extremism, Firearm and Customs Laws Bill 2026 penalises legitimate, law-abiding gun owners. The poor wording fails to understand how guns are used on farms and in sport. This is what happens when city-based anti-gun groups are consulted and gun owner associations are not. The bill proposes to limit the use of carriage services. This is pitched to limit the use of the internet to access blueprints and use 3D printers to print guns. This is already illegal under state law. This bill elevates the description of illegal material to mean whatever the hell the government decides is illegal. It could include a legal owner downloading the manual for their gun, or educational YouTube videos on how to pull down, clean and reassemble a gun, or on the science of a gun, like how the striking pin works, and how to detect damage or wear to machine parts which may render the gun unsafe. Merit review of a refusal to grant a gun licence under this bill is eliminated. Appeals would now have to be undertaken through the federal court, so that's, what, $20,000 minimum? The administrative review tribunal system is working just fine. So now the government is fixing a problem that doesn't exist, so it can use a spurious argument to take guns off anyone they dislike. As Minister Watt raises on gun numbers, let me assist him. There are more guns in Australia now than 1996, before the Port Arthur buyback, because our population has increased.
All right, Malcolm Roberts clips up on X, and I'll post it everywhere else in about 12 seconds from now. Here's One Nation's de-radicalisation therapy. Boarding passes. What a funny bloke.
The number of guns per person today is less than in 1996. Less. and the number of gun owners per person.
What clip software do I use? My iPhone. It's InShot. But yeah, it's just my iPhone. My workflow is my Mac Mini and my iPhone.
Is less. Honesty is important, Senator Watt. One Nation supports the right of Australians to participate in sports involving firearms, to use firearms for hunting or recreational shooting, to collect antique and historically significant firearms, and to use firearms in rural areas for pest and stock management. One Nation seeks to end discrimination against legitimate firearm owners and users, ensure all stakeholders are fairly consulted in the development of firearms laws and regulations, and make existing laws fairer. And we seek to improve community safety, cracking down on illegal firearm use with stronger penalties if firearms are used in committing crimes. The buyback scheme is a blank cheque, which industry sources we spoke with said could cost up to $15 billion. This is a tax on everyday Australians because it must be paid for with a tax. One Nation supports castle law, the right to use force, fatal force if necessary and proportionate, to defend one's home and family from an intruder. Bring that legislation before Parliament and One Nation will support it. The Combating Antisemitism, Hate and Extremism Criminal Migration Laws Bill 2026 has been so badly rushed that critical passages are inconsistent to the point that a court is likely to refuse prosecution based on these inconsistent provisions. The changes on which the government and Liberal leader Susan Lee surrendered do not justify Liberals supporting this bill. The government said that creating a new offence of racial vilification was removed from the hastily redrafted bill. Yet some elements are hidden in the revised bill. The bill still includes supremacy. Anyone who says Australian society is superior to Islamic society is off to jail for 5 years, 12 if you're a priest or a lay preacher. Will the government start rounding up hate preachers in the electorates of senior Labor ministers like Messrs Burke, Butler and Bowen for declaring the superiority of Islam over Christianity? Of course not. Make no mistake, this bill continues a war on Christianity and the promotion of Islam that's been a feature of left-wing politics for a generation. I welcome the last-minute government amendment to include a clause attempting to guarantee freedom of political communication, even if that protection is already in the Constitution. It may make it less likely this bill will be used to ban political rivals, including One Nation. The bill still does not mention anti-Semitism, not once. It was never about protecting Jews. It was always about promoting Islam over Christianity. Liberal leader Susan Lee has sided with the Labor Party to wave it through without due process, with onerous clauses that take away people's freedoms, that will cost all Australians more in taxes, and that will in the end fundamentally change the nature of Australian society without protecting and recurrence. Australians, your choice is now One Nation or no nation.
Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, this bill is a case study, I think, for this Parliament on how not to legislate. Labor has taken a national tragedy and responded not with calm, precision or competence.
If you guys want to continue to listen to her, you're more than welcome to. She's just a Liberal Party senator. But my ears need a break for like 5 minutes. I'm just going to enjoy the fact that she's talking and I'm not listening. Yeah, I just need to take a chill pill for a second. But I've posted that Malcolm Roberts clip, so if you want to check it out, that's a cracker. He's hilarious. I hope you guys have been enjoying the stream so far. How long has it been? 3.5 hours. It feels like it's been 12 hours. I've had a crazy couple of days. Jumped on a plane last minute, flew to Adelaide, did a pod with Sam Bamford, flew back straight away after the podcast. So it was like a 9-hour fly in, fly out from Sydney. Got stream for this tonight or today tonight, and then as soon as I turn off the stream this evening, I'm packing my bags and preparing to go to Melbourne because I've got to take my little baby kitten to Melbourne so my mum can babysit her while I'm in Brisbane for the marches. It's not March for Australia, the brand, but I'll be there for Brisbane's marches because I've sort of decided, you know what, I'm going to do what I did in COVID era 2020, 2021 when I was doing East Coast tours across the country, going to a protest in every major city. And I was like, you know what, Brisbane's next. So I'll be up in Brisbane from Friday week through to Australia Day. But yeah, hope you guys have been enjoying the stream. Malcolm Roberts' clip is already starting to get some shares and views. I love how he just pulled out a boarding pass. And yeah, thank you to everyone that sent in a coffee tip. If you want to drop a super chat, do it through the link. I'll post it again in the YouTube comments. And I'll just post it on X as well, so you guys can see it. And I'll go through them while she's talking. And yeah, hopefully I get to see some of you guys and gals up in Brizzy. Where's the post button? Here we go. I'm just going to do it like that. I don't even care. Cool. All right, I posted on my X and I posted on YouTube chat. So if you want to drop a super chat through that, that works perfectly. What do you think is the percentage of these getting up? It looks pretty likely. I don't think that the Liberal Party is going to cave. I've been thinking about this actually. I'm like, what are the numbers going to be? I think it's going to be like 20. How many senators? 29 for Labor. I reckon Labor's going to probably have like 24, 25 Labor senators there, I'm going to guess. And then against the bill is going to be maybe 3 One Nation, because Pauline's not there. So it's 10 Greens against it. If all of Greens are going to be there and vote against it, that'll be 13. 14 for UAP if Ralph Babette's even going to rock up to work. He hasn't been there all day. I don't know what the hell the guys are doing. He's just making stupid rhetorical posts on his X. He may as well not be a senator, honestly. If he doesn't vote, I'm going to shit on Babette. This is bullshit. There's 3 Liberal senators that have taken a day off. They've taken an RDO. Yeah, I think it's going to be like 24 to maybe like 18 or something. I just got a text from Sam. Check my latest story. Did he post a reel? I think they're all going to rip into Hasty. Or is he Two Worlds Collide? No. Story. Oh, he left a comment on his thing. So you're telling me you clearly read the part where hate crimes are based off fear and you went, yep, I'll vote for that because hate crime can definitely be defined as speech. Trust me, I'm more disappointed than you all are. Yeah, it's crazy. What a heel turn from Hasty. Unreal. Jordan Steelejohn from the Greens. He's boring as well. He'll be talking about the LGBT community and the disabled community, and they need to be included, and how dare the Liberal Party not include them. So yeah, I'm going to keep that mute for a bit longer. Just taking a little siesta from listening to these people. Yeah, Pauline's not there. She's not allowed to be there. She's been barred still. She'll be able to return. I think it'll be like, if it's a 4 sitting day week, the next week that they return, I think it'll be like the 3rd or 4th day or the 2nd week. I haven't looked at the calendar yet, but it'll be around the 2nd week she'll be able to return, because it'll be a 7-day ban. I think from memory it was a 7-day ban. So 7 sitting days. But yeah, just taking a bit of a siesta from this. I'll pull up the super chat thingies from Buy Me Coffee here. Thank you for your courage. You're a true Australian. Free Joel Davis. You don't have to agree with what he says to agree he's being politically prosecuted. If they can do it to him, they can do it to all of us. Christ is king. Yeah, I mean, they put me in jail. So they put me in Supermax prison for 3 months just for organizing the protests. And I said this on the podcast with Sam Bamford the other day. I said, defending their right to have free speech and being able to communicate online without fear of prosecution, I'll defend anybody's right to do that. But that doesn't mean that I'm endorsing their views or I'm endorsing their organization. It just means that I will defend anyone's right in spite of government overreach. Lisa Anderson, much respect to Anthony for your work. Thank you, Lisa. Keep up the good work, mate. Hunter, hey, man, thank you so much for the 10. 10's a lot, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. Adrian, love your work, mate. Thank you. Enjoy. Thank you, Katrina. Thank you for stepping up when the media stepped down. Thank you, Katrina. Ryan, you're a legend. Thank you for what you do. Reese, thanks, mate. Clayton, cheers. Liam, thank you. Keep doing the epic work, brother. Aaron, thank you so much. Emily, your hard work isn't unnoticed, and there's no words to express my gratitude. You're helping make our country safer and a better place for my children, and there's nothing more important to me. Big love. Thank you, Emily. James, thanks. Riley, honorarian. I mean, I looked into that. I'll talk about that maybe another time. I looked into that. There was an interesting thing that came up when I was looking into that. Yo, man, cheers, lad. Keep up the good work. Keep it up. Thanks, Trisha. Ben Sumson, 15. That's huge. Thank you so much. I think it's the Libertarian. Thank you for all the work that you do. You've made such a difference. Hopefully we have scared Labor Light into doing the right thing. I don't think we have, unfortunately. But hey, they've shown their card, so it's not a big deal. Still, John's still talking, so it's all good. The disabled Green senator. Well done. Keep fighting for us. Helly Hansen from Harry. Buddy Legend from Sam. Thank you, Merrill. You are amazing. What a great service you're performing. Parliament wants to operate away from eyes of the public. You are making sure that will happen. Thank you. Thanks, Merrill. Trombone Trone, you're a legend. Thanks, Mitch. Cheers for all the hard work lately, mate. Patriot. Thanks, Mitch. Clown Repellent, thank you so much for the 20. That's huge as well. That's $100. Thanks for that. Does that show the account? Yeah, it does. Thanks for that, Clown Repellent. Fucking awesome. I'm going to use that for petrol tomorrow when I go to Melbourne. Elizabeth, thanks for all the awesome work you're doing. Enjoy your coffee. I am. Appreciate it. Would you buy a box of Panadol too if you could? I do have some Panamax actually in my travel bag. Thank you for fighting the good fight for us. You are relentless. Yeah, I said that on the pod with Sam as well. I'm like, they put me in jail for 3 months and that didn't stop me. And short of catching a bullet, there's nothing that's going to stop me. So 100%, definitely relentless pursuit. Thank you. Appreciate your work. Thanks, Robbie. Michelle, thank you for keeping us informed. You're appreciated. Thank you. Outspoken, another 20 as well. That's another 100. Thank you, Outspoken Australia. Hi, mate. Massive fan of your work. Have been following since the COVID era. See, I'm so glad that my OG followers have come out because all my old accounts got deleted. So I didn't know if some of my OG followers would be able to find me. That's why I was grateful to get on with Sam. So I was sure that some of them would be able to find me through that. What you're doing is super important. Please keep it up, Lockie. Thanks, man. So Lockie is Outspoken Australia. Pitch of Light, thanks for fighting the good fight. Your work is awesome. I had no idea of the pressure you have to. Yeah, this is what I was saying before. This is my workflow. It's chaos. It's complete chaos. Like I've got probably about 150 tabs open in front of me at the moment. You only just see one. Your work is awesome. I had no idea. Pressure. I hope all of Australia buys you 3 coffee. Yes, everyone, please buy me 3 coffees. I'd greatly appreciate it. You'd make the trip to Melbourne much easier. Christian, keep it up, mate. Keep doing what you're doing. Australia will be a staple point. People, power to the people. Cheers, mate. Your work is legendary. Keep it up. Thanks for everything. Without your page, I seriously wouldn't be half as informed and aware of what these radical politicians are up to. Thanks for fighting the good fight. Keep it up, mate. Debbie, thanks for being a voice for all. Doing Lord's work. Respect from Adelaide. Hey, I love Adelaide. I was only there for 4 hours and I was telling Sam on the car ride, I've only been to Adelaide like once before, but when I was there, everyone's just always so nice and so much more positive than Sydney and Melbourne. Doing Lord's work. Respect from Adelaide. Thanks for your hard work. Thanks for what you're doing. God bless your work. It's still the best country. Enjoy the coffee, mate. Keep up the good work. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for everything you do. Much love. Keep up the hard work. Kudos. Thank you for covering the news, especially during the tragic Bondi event and the rush laws being passed conveniently during Christmas. Let's start the new year strong. Okay, so this is where it sort of ends. Probably have to catch up to a lot of these, but that's today so far. But yeah, thank you so much to everyone that's dropped the message there. I greatly appreciate it. John's still talking, by the way. I think it might be a new speaker though right now.
Deputy President, and I rise to make my contribution to the very poorly named Combating Anti-Terrorism, Hate and Extremism, Firearms and Customs Law, Bill 2026, if you'd called it the Firearms and Customs Law Bill.
All right, so let's do a quick little update. It's 5:30. The vote is scheduled to be at 6:30. So we've got 1 hour before the vote for the firearm buyback. So we'll know the official result on the buyback soon. Where's the Sky News window? They did an interview here with Julian Lisa. So let's see what the Jew Julian Lisa has to say. And I'm not saying that out of being derogatory. It literally said the Jewish Liberal Member of Parliament in The Age.
That before too. Dadoon is still in the country. He was born here. He's an Australian citizen. He's still preaching. You can see all his stuff online. He's never suffered any consequences from that hateful rant on October the 8th, 2023. The minister obviously has no idea, and he should know about this man, and he obviously doesn't. You'd think Dadoon would be etched into their consciousness after that horrible celebration and all that it preceded. But no, Burke thinks he deported him, an Australian citizen. I reckon we've got every right to be worried about their commitment and their competence on these issues. We contacted Tony Burke's office, and he says he misheard the question and was thinking about another preacher from America whose visa was cancelled a year later. Let's go to Canberra now and catch up with the Shadow Education Minister, Julian Lisa. Julian, thanks for joining us.
Just on that post here, where is it? Someone goes, Joel is a plant. He's part of the reason why this happened. You could say the same thing about me. I organised protests and all of a sudden they had 1,000 cops at Hyde Park ready to shut it down. You know, but I've been consistent for 6 years. Every move that I make, everyone sees. So I guess it's up for interpretation, person by person, but I don't LARP around either, but I don't know. I don't think he'd be in jail for 3 months.
Can you believe that the Home Affairs was not aware of who Sheikh Ibrahim Dadoon is and was under the impression that he'd deported him? This bloke should be, as I said just then, seared into the memory of all Australians, given that appalling rant over 2 years ago.
That's right, Chris. Sheikh Dadoon's pretty notorious. That rant, by my recollection, was not the first time he'd been inciting and geeing people up. And it was one of the most disgraceful things that we've seen since October 7. That is exactly the reason why we need stronger laws. It's exactly the reason why we've been calling the government to take firmer action for the last 800 days between October 7 and the terrible, dreadful events that occurred in Bondi in December, where there was a massacre of people and the Jewish community was targeted.
Well, tell us about these laws, though, because I must admit I see a lot of these legislative agenda at the moment as a bit of a smokescreen, as an excuse because the government has failed to address these issues over the past more than 2 years. For instance, we already have hate speech laws, and obviously neither state or federal authorities have chosen to try to enact them over the past 2 years. So wouldn't we try and prosecute people under the existing laws before we try and draft new laws in the Parliament?
Well, Chris, I think the first thing to say is that we wouldn't even be here in the Parliament if it wasn't for the leadership of Susan Lee and the Coalition calling on the government in the wake of the Bondi terrorist attack to do what the New South Wales state government had done and bring back the Parliament have condolence motions and tighten the laws in line with the requests of the Special Envoy for Anti-Semitism. A report from a Special Envoy that they'd been sitting on for 6 months and kept providing excuses for why they hadn't taken action. I'm with you. I think, firstly, you want to see people prosecuted in relation to existing laws. But
You know what the worst part about Julian Lisa is? He's my federal MP.
But we know that there have been aspects where it has been difficult to list organisations like Hizb ut-Tahrir, which spread hate but are not a terrorist organisation. So we need to be able to prescribe that organisation, to shut it down. We need to be able to go after the neo-Nazis and shut them down, and we need to make it easier to boot hate preachers who are not Australian citizens from this country.
NSN has, like, I put this in a post, maybe a month ago now. I said that NSN had a meteoric rise in 2025. They are still getting just wall-to-wall free coverage. And they've disbanded. Like, I saw, what's his name? Thomas Sewell. He deleted everything on his page. There's like, 1, 2, 3, 4 posts on his Telegram now. He cleared the whole thing up. But they're still getting wall-to-wall coverage.
That's why I'm here. That's why I voted for the legislation. That's why it's important that we do everything we can to keep Australians safe, and that's not what the government has been doing for the last couple of years.
Well, we expect that legislation to go through the Parliament tomorrow, but this brings back to that point, though, about the lack of leadership, because we have a government here and a Prime Minister talking about passing laws and talking about, commissioning the special envoy and the like. But what we've failed to see is that leadership right at the outset, and Anthony Albanese has failed to keep up with that, failed to catch up with that, to demand tolerance in this country, to condemn Islamist extremism. He can't even bring himself to say the words Islamist extremism. And unless you set out that leadership from the very top, the community won't follow. And more importantly, the law enforcement agencies aren't given the steer that they need.
That's exactly right, Chris. What we haven't seen is these matters dealt with in the most zealous and deliberate way possible that they could be. That's what Australians needed to see from their government. Leadership that was unequivocal about anti-Semitism and anti-Semitism alone, getting ahead of the game rather than constantly playing catch-up, having strong measures, not half measures. And unfortunately, for the last couple of years, that's what we've seen again and again from the Albanese government. The challenge for the government now is, okay, if they're given the new laws, don't sit on your hands, crack on and list Hizb ut-Tahrir, crack on and prescribe the neo-Nazis, crack on and boot the hate preachers that are on visas as soon as you can.
We've already got Muslim leaders, though, saying that these hate speech laws, could be Islamophobia in disguise. Now, I know it's more than 2 years too late, but aside from these laws, does the Prime Minister not need to call some sort of summit with Muslim community leaders and work with them, not to condemn them, but to work with them to seek their support in combating the root cause of the problem, and that is Islamist extremism? I know you've talked about other forms of anti-Semitism, like neo-Nazis and the hateful left, and we've got to address those as well. But the real issue here, as we've seen in Bondi, is Islamist extremism, and I see no top-level government effort to combat it.
We've got to call out the radical Islamist extremists and address that form of anti-Semitism as an urgent priority given what happened at Bondi. And indeed, the group of Australians that the radical Islamist hate preachers affect most adversely is actually Muslim Australians.
Exactly.
In my speech, I spoke about the wonderful Persian community in my electorate, most of whom are Muslim, and they have the courage to stand up against an Islamist extremist regime in Iran and to call out the Islamist extremism in our own country. If Muslim Australia, we need more Muslim Australians and Muslim Australian leaders like the Persian community who are prepared to do this. And we need to encourage more people in the Muslim community to stand up and call out the hate preachers for what they are.
Thanks for joining us, Julian. I appreciate it. Julian Lisa there, the Shadow Education Minister, Liberal MP, joining us live.
Okay. Any other And more interviews with people. All right, cool. Let me just quickly go through ABC because I'm sure that they would have interviewed at least one or two MPs during the afternoon briefing. Just have a quick scan. Yeah, Larissa Waters and Tony Burke as well. Let's see what Tony Burke has to say here. So this is my workflow, guys. I'm literally monitoring every main news channel and trying to maintain my sanity at the same time every day. You get to see it live for the new people.
Liberals for Liberal voting us are on Parliament in Jackson. The Home Affairs Minister is Tony Burke, and he joins me this afternoon. Tony Burke, welcome.
Yeah, hi, how are you?
Really pleased to have you here.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think he's going to say something stupid and it's going to be a clip that I have to post. And 2, if you think that he's not going to say something stupid. 1, something stupid. 2, no stupid comment.
The recall of Parliament, in your view, been a success? These aren't the laws you'd prepared for, but will this make Australians safer?
First of all, in terms of the recall, I think yesterday was significant in its own right. I think the condolence, the speeches, it was an extraordinary coming together of the Parliament, and that mattered in itself. In terms of what's come through today and what we expect will happen in the Senate tonight, it is a significant step forward. The gun law reforms effectively mean that the Bondi attackers, for example, instead of 6 guns, those 2 people would have had 0. Those reforms are really significant and they matter. The hate speech reforms are not as strong as the government wanted them to be. And for a long time, we'd been called on, there'd been hate preachers and it was, why isn't it a criminal offence? And including by the Liberal Party calling on us to bring in this sort of legislation, had the support of the Executive Council of Australian Jury, it would have made a difference, and I am disappointed that it's not there.
Do you concede that it would have had also a chilling impact on free speech?
It would have had a chilling impact on racist bigotry.
And
That's the clip right there. Not that it would have had a chilling effect on free speech. It would have had a chilling effect on bigotry. That is the clip right there. Everyone that put a 1, well done.
Where the argument everywhere was, yes, guns were from circumcision. But if they open the us, is within Bondi attackers for it. Really? Is within
Drink when you find the clip.
I just don't. I'll go through my whole life in Australia without ever receiving racist bigotry. But that's not true for a whole lot of Australians. And some, but not all, of the people who've been in the free speech brigade are people who will never have a racist word said again.
The free speech brigade, what? What's this guy on about? He fucking hates free speech like it's a cancer or something.
And including by the Liberal Party calling on us to bring in this sort of legislation, had the support of the Executive Council of Australian Jury, it would have made a difference, and I am disappointed that it's not there.
do you concede that it would have had also a chilling impact?
All right, I found it. Cool. I'll continue playing while I clip it.
Broader free speech?
I don't accept that racist bigotry is within the free speech domain. I just don't. I'll go through my whole life in Australia without ever receiving racist bigotry. But that's not true for a whole lot of Australians. And some, but not all, of the people who've been in the free speech brigade are people who will never have a racist word said against them.
So how long till a group like the Islamic group Hizb ut-Tahrir is outlawed?
So first of all, I've got to be careful in how I answer that. So because of the concept of apprehended bias. So I don't want your viewers to think I'm dodging it. There's a reason why I answer in this way. So for a long time, ASIO had been calling out both them and the Nazis as creating a real risk to community safety without explicitly calling for violence. And so we said we would lower the threshold so you no longer had to be explicitly calling for violence. The laws that go through today do lower the threshold. They don't take it as low as we had hoped to, but they do lower the threshold. And that means it will, presuming tonight everything goes through, it will become possible to list organisations that are not terrorist organisations, but do have a horrific impact on the safety of
So
people.
what does your advice say about whether Hizb ut-Tahrir and neo-Nazi groups will be prescribed this way as a result?
So I've got to wait until the law is proclaimed before I receive that advice. But so the order of events is basically if it gets through the Senate, which I hope it will, it then gets proclaimed by the Governor-General. The department then does the work on working out statements of reasons for organisations, but it can only do that if ASIO starts the process. So I suspect they will, given that they've already made the call and the test is similar
What
to what
sort
they've
of
already said.
timeframes are we talking about? I know that you're saying, but for people thinking, well, what groups will cease to exist, will have to disband, what are we talking about here?
Well, we're talking about the first step is ASIO. I don't know how long that'll be because they're a fully independent agency. But if they open the gate, then effectively the department would put together a statement of reasons. They would then test it with the legal entities within government, and it would then be put either to me or to one of my assistant ministers for a decision.
Okay. Given you were very passionate about these laws, will you try to bring them back?
I've been talking to people about this. I've been arguing about we need better protections on hate speech for a variety of different circumstances, probably my whole career. I was in the middle of the debate about 18C of the Race Discrimination Act as well. I'm not sure if we can't get better protection for the Jewish community in the wake of Bondi, I'm not sure what situation will lead to stronger hate laws in Australia.
But the Royal Commission will be reporting in December. Does that provide the potential? Depends what the recommendations are.
Yeah, it all depends at that point. But certainly, if we needed external recommendations, we had them from the Antisemitism envoy, which the coalition had said their commitment was to implement it in full. We had the most horrific terrorist anti-Semitic attack, where the argument everywhere was, yes, guns were the method that was used, but the motivation was deeply rooted in anti-Semitic bigotry. And even with that, we weren't able to get there on hate laws.
So in terms of that part of the bill, the hate laws, that section, how would that have stopped the Bondi attack?
If you start with what Mike Burgess has always said as Director General of ASIO, when he raised the threat alert level from possible to probable, he made clear that we didn't have a particular event in mind, but we were still raising the threat level. Why? Because effectively, when the temperature goes up throughout the community, it makes it more likely that this sort of thing will happen. Effectively, the idea of the hate laws, particularly in their complete original form, was to, if you take out the worst actors from the comments that they're making, that helps lower the temperature across the board.
But it puts it underground still. It doesn't, you can't legislate your way out of this kind of hatred, can you?
Oh, that's right. But if they wanted to be underground, the Nazis wouldn't have been holding protests outside New South Wales Parliament House. Their preferred...
It was a police-approved protest.
Organising method is in the sunshine. That's where they want to be. And so, yes, disbanding an organisation doesn't make the views of those individuals go away, but if they preferred to organise in the shadows, that's where they would have been, and they weren't.
The Queensland Government is refusing to support your gun buyback. Tasmania and the Northern Territory are also opposed. What impact will that have on the operation of the buyback?
Look, we'll keep negotiating with the states, and so with some of those jurisdictions, there are conversations that there may be ways of still being able to resolve it.
Like, could you give me an example of how you could resolve it?
Well, of the three jurisdictions, sort of they're all in a slightly different place, effectively. The Northern Territory, for example, they still haven't complied with the John Howard rules in terms of the National Firearms Agreement. So
30 years ago.
Yeah, 30 years, they still haven't complied with that. So that's sort of, so I get that it's hard for that jurisdiction to get them over the line. But in terms of the conversations, I deal respectfully with states. I continue to do so. Certainly, Queensland has seen shooting of police officers. They have seen people who should not have had firearms perform horrific actions. I expect there will be community pressure in these different areas as well. Effectively, I think the most important part of the reforms that we're doing is actually the extra layer of checking. The legislation that went through, and I was amazed, I thought maybe the Libs and the Nats might amend so that they were just taking out the bits they didn't like instead of just blanketly saying no to the lot. But like, one of the things that's there is the concept that now for the first time, the national security intelligence that we hold will be one of the checks in someone getting a firearms licence. Now, why on earth would you say we don't want that to be part of the checking system in getting a firearms licence?
The opposition have consistently tried to keep the focus on this phrase, the language of radical Islam, and they say the Prime Minister, has been reluctant to use that language. Is that language you use?
The reason that I have always avoided that particular term is the terrorist organisations desperately want to use that term.
But isn't it accurate that it is a radical form of Islam?
So he doesn't want to say that it's radical Islam because it might hurt the feelings of the terrorists. You gotta be fucking joking.
Radical Islam. Tried to keep the focus on this phrase, the language of radical Islam, and they say the Prime Minister, has been reluctant to use that language. Is that language you use?
The reason that I have always avoided that particular term is the terrorist organisations desperately want to use that term.
Is that a clip, chat? Is that a clip? Do I have to go back and find that? Is that a clip? I need a 1 in the chat if that's a clip.
For organisations. What sort of timeframes are we talking about? I'm talking about the first department we put this through, at least I've discrimination in the wake of Bob. Does that we had them from the anti-Semitic. Was that section? How would that have stopped the bomb? When he was still raising the threat level. Why? Because effectively individuals go in the Northern Territory. I get that it's hard. Queensland has seen shooting of police officers. Effectively, I think the most important part of the reforms that are just blank will be one of the checking system in getting a firearms licence. Has been reluctant to use that language. This phrase.
Okay, I found it. I'll record it. I'll let it sit for a minute because I just posted. But that's crazy. So he doesn't want to say that it's Islamic extremism because it might hurt the feelings of the terrorists. If you need any more proof that he's a terrorist sympathizer, I mean, there you go. On afternoon briefing.
But isn't it accurate that it is a radical form of Islam?
Well, here's the thing. The terrorists want the label because they think it gives them legitimacy. That's in their world. I don't, and that's why I've always been reluctant to use it. Certainly, from their perspective, they believe they are promoting radical Islam. That's what they believe they are doing. That's where they are at. It is also the case, though, that the community has the strongest possible rejection of that. Because what the community says, and the community leaders, and they were all at one on this when I came back to Australia. I was overseas at the time of the attack, and when I got back the next day, the statements were all there of straight condemnation and of giving the strongest rejection they could, which is to say this has nothing to do with their faith, even to the extent of refusing burial rights for the individual. Now, that is the strongest objection, and I'm not sure why I should say something weaker than what they're saying.
The Greens say the hate bill will silence legitimate criticism of countries undertaking human rights abuses. Is that a risk?
I don't believe that's possible in any way.
They also think it could be Islamophobic, that it might open that door. Is that a concern you have?
No, I don't see how that happens at all. I just don't see how those concerns are there. And effectively, there are always different arguments that are thrown up. I mean, the Greens, in fairness to them, weren't calling for this the same way to happen, in the way that the Libs were calling for it to happen, calling for it and then voting against it, saying we need to split the bill, and then saying if we were to split it, they'd vote against both bits. I think there's been a bad faith from the Liberal Party in how they've.
Well, the Liberal Party did support it. The Nationals obviously have.
Well,
split.
not the hate speech part of it.
Well, the Nationals are now the ones that are objecting to.
This is on the hate organisations part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On that split, has that made it difficult to negotiate?
No, we've dealt with the leadership of the coalition in terms of dealing directly with the leader of the opposition.
Today, Susan Lee was putting a lot of pressure on the Prime Minister to apologise for taking too long to announce the Royal Commission. With the benefit of hindsight, and I know that's a difficult thing, do you concede it took too long, at least in community expectations?
In terms of community expectations, people have that view. In terms of the objections and the reasons we were reluctant, it wasn't until we found a way of avoiding those challenges that we got there. And effectively, the challenges that we were avoiding were real. There was a real national security challenge that we needed to deal with, and there was a real social cohesion challenge we needed to deal with. The national security challenge that we needed to deal with was the best person is a national security expert, and that was why we wanted the Dennis Richardson work, and we wanted it done fast, which is at a timeline a Royal Commission normally can't do, and a Royal Commission normally doesn't have that sort of expertise with a retired judge. But effectively what we've done is bring that work into the Royal Commission, which has fixed the national security challenge.
But you do accept that in terms of community expectations?
No, and I said that. Yeah. I said that. The second part of the reservation that we had was normally, because you're having it chaired by judges, their view is always make sure that each side of an argument gets equal time. And we were worried about effectively the social cohesion when you're talking about anti-Semitism of what might be viewed as the other side of that argument, which is a horrible way to even think. Would that mean that the Nazis, if they put in submissions, whether they'd suddenly be on television for long periods of time explaining what their views were, which we didn't want. What we've done is something which has never happened for a Royal Commission before, and it did take us a while to be able to work out how to do it, which is in this thing called the greeting at the front of the letters patent. Instead of saying, equal sides to each side of the argument, to actually run it in a way that is mindful of the impact on social cohesion. And once we'd settled those two things, then effectively the concerns that we had about a Royal Commission were no longer there.
Tony Burke, thanks for coming in.
Great to be back.
And that, of course, is the Home Affairs Minister, Tony Burke. Now, this has been a significant 2 days in the Parliament. We had, of course, yesterday focused on the condolence motions and really a tribute to the many victims of the Bondi attacks and the Jewish community that is still very much in a process of grief and healing after that horrendous attack in December. Today, it's been a lot more political. We had our first question time for 2026, and we now do have a resolution in relation to where these bills are going. So we have, with the hate laws, watered down laws that the government says are not as strong as they wanted, but a deal that they've done with the Liberal Party. Now, the Liberal Party usually is in coalition with the Nationals, but the Nationals appear to have gone their own way on these laws and had a position of basically making their own minds up when it comes to the hate laws. On the gun laws, however, the Greens are the government's partner and they will get those through. However, they've opposed the hate laws. Larissa Waters is the Greens leader and she is our guest this afternoon. Welcome.
Hello, PK.
Why did you oppose these hate laws, given we have just had the worst terror attack on Australian soil, 15 Australians dead? Don't we need serious laws to deal with vilification?
Firstly, I'm pleased that we're going to pass gun law reform today. That is the part of the package that we strongly support, and we've been able to get some improvements there with the National Firearms Safety Council. That's good. The other part of these laws, PK, were always rushed, and we've had very little time for scrutiny from experts, and we've seen the Prime Minister dump some part of it. But what we have now seen in the last 48 hours is an even more hasty process with huge unintended consequences, massive amount of ministerial discretion being given to the Minister of the day, and serious concerns, not just by the Greens, but by legal experts and by academics and commentators, that this might have the effect of shutting down people's legitimate right to express their political views, in particular, to be able to peacefully protest against things like genocides happening in other countries. That is the concern.
The minister just refuted that. He said there is no element of this bill which will allow that to be the case. So on what basis do you think that they would be able to do that?
Well, I was surprised by that utterance from the minister, and I would love for that to be true. All of the analysis that we've conducted and had legal experts look at in a very short time frame the government has given us has led us and many others to have that concern. We don't want to see those impacts that silence people from peaceful political expression. That's not what a free country does. And I think the haste with which this has been done has really meant that as a nation, we've missed the opportunity to get it right. We could have hate speech laws that protect everyone, that don't just selectively choose groups of people.
So is it your
protection?
concern that it was too focused on race rather than the other areas where people face discrimination?
We could have had an approach that says people from the queer community deserve protection from hate speech. People from the disability community deserve protection from hate.
But there is an acute issue when it
approach.
comes to the Jewish community and also racial discrimination more broadly, isn't there?
Very much so, but that's the point, PK. Everybody deserves protection from hate speech, and the fact that the government has been selective about this and then built in so many vagaries and uncertainties and broad discretionary powers and taken procedural fairness requirements away is a huge red flag. There are massive unintended consequences here, and something this momentous should not have been rushed. It might be able to be gotten right. It's not going to be right in what passes today.
So what do you think this bill will stop people being able to say that you think they should be able to say?
Well, our concern is that based on the dirty deal that's been done between the two major parties in the last 24 hours, that it's not just freedom of political expression that's under threat, but it's freedom of association that's now being potentially criminalised. And a scenario like perhaps you're organising a protest, someone that you don't even know comes along to that protest and says or does something that you might not even agree with, that might then mean that you and the group that you are part of could be listed as a hate organisation. Now, I think that is very dangerous and will have a silencing impact on people who are doing a good thing in calling out human rights abuses globally.
But it will potentially lead to neo-Nazi groups being outlawed. Do you think that's a good outcome?
We have powers and laws already, PK, that we say could and should have been used to list neo-Nazi
But they haven't been because
they haven't been, and they should have been.
But you're
and I think
suggesting the
wrong.
agencies are ignoring laws that are there available to them?
They haven't been used as much as they should be. And I think it is the wrong call to give a blank cheque to the minister with no checks and balances, with no procedural fairness to be able to list an organisation on the basis of potentially creating an environment where someone might be psychologically harmed. There are so many steps along the way here where this could lead to criminalising people's peaceful protest. And that is very worrying and should have caused a pause. But instead, this is a political fix. And I'm worried that this is going to create all sorts of problems for our community and freedom of expression going forwards.
The opposition leader really pursued the Prime Minister to apologise for taking too long to announce a royal commission into the Bondi tragedy. What do you make of that criticism? Do you think the government took too long?
Well, look, I think the opposition have handled themselves very poorly throughout this whole period. I think it's ridiculous that the government's given them everything they wanted and then they're still not happy. So I think it's a bit rich of the opposition to be criticising the government. However, it is not for me to defend the government. I think they've both conducted themselves poorly. I think, again, a royal commission, if we were to have one, should have been broad and should have been about racism against everyone and anyone who experiences, rather than just the narrower terms of reference.
Is that, however, reasonable given the ASIO director has made it quite clear that anti-Semitism is the biggest threat, that Jewish Australians have faced unprecedented threats to their safety, that the terror attack focused on Jewish Australians? I mean, is it really logical to just heap everyone in when it's one community that's being targeted?
In this instance, it has been that one community, and that was not okay. We are appalled, just as every Australian is, that people who were peacefully celebrating a religious event were massacred. It is atrocious and unacceptable. You cannot deny there has also been a rise of Islamophobia. And I think everyone deserves to be protected from hate speech, and I think everyone deserves to be safe and to be able to go about their work, their religious celebrations, their lives.
Are very much focused on Jewish Australians. But there's no comparison.
I'm not
with what we're
denying
seeing.
that, PK. I'm simply saying that there has also been an increase in Islamophobia. And I think as a country, we're mature enough to handle racism in all of its forms. And I think if we are to have a royal commission, which we are now belatedly, it should be broad and it should look at everyone being made to feel unsafe because of either their race or their religion.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, PK.
And that is the Greens leader, Larissa Waters. Now, the Parliament's sitting into the late hours tonight. In fact, Larissa Waters will have to be going back to the Senate. They're debating this bill right up till 10 p.m. tonight. Then the lower house meets again at 8 a.m. and they will continue. Back to you in Sydney.
And we'll
And therefore, I'm not in a position to support the legislation.
Senator Pocock.
I rise to speak to this bill and foreshadow a second reading amendment in my name and in the names of Senators Lambie, Tyrrell, Payman and Thorpe. I begin by again expressing my deep condolences to the victims of the horrific ISIS-inspired anti-Semitic terrorist attack in Bondi and that targeted members of the Jewish community, to the families who lost loved ones, to those who were injured, and to a community that's been left shaken and grieving. Our thoughts remain with you. What occurred in Bondi was not just an attack on individuals, it was an attack on a community, an attack on the freedom to live, worship and gather without fear, and it has left a deep scar on our country. The men who perpetrated that atrocity should never, ever have been able to access firearms. Australians are united in the wake of that tragedy. We must do everything in our power to ensure that this never happens again. But before I turn to the substance of this bill, I want to acknowledge a broader truth. Trust in politicians and in government in this country is bad and is getting worse. And frankly, after what we've seen in the Parliament in recent days, it's not hard to see why. Australians expect this Parliament to act decisively, but they also expect us to act carefully and consult effectively, to actually collaborate and ensure that we are passing good laws. At its core, this bill seeks to do something that Australians overwhelmingly support, to prevent firearms from falling into the hands of terrorists and others who seek to do harm. That principle is totally uncontroversial. Australians want strong firearms laws. We want dangerous weapons kept out of dangerous hands, and they want governments at every level to work together to make that happen. Over the weekend, I surveyed people here in the ACT, and nearly 1,000 people responded. 80% told me that they support or strongly support state and territory firearm buyback schemes backed by the federal government, and 93% support or strongly support stronger import controls on firearms. That is overwhelming support for stronger action. But the hundreds of thousands of responsible, law-abiding firearm owners must not be treated as collateral damage in our response to terrorism. Farmers, pest controllers, sporting shooters, veterans, people who use firearms legally and responsibly for agriculture, for invasive species control, and for recreation, these Australians are not the problem. And many of them are deeply unsettled right now. Many of them are angry. Many of them feel attacked by this legislation and by the lack of detail and time for consultation with people in that community. Because the way that this bill is being rushed through the Parliament, there has been minimal consultation. There's been limited scrutiny, and this has created a vacuum of information. And in that vacuum, we've seen uncertainty, we've seen confusion, we've seen misinformation. And I've heard directly from people that I represent here in the ACT who feel under attack, who do not understand what these laws will mean for them, who are struggling to get clear answers from the government. That is not how good laws are made. Yesterday, I held 2 roundtables to hear from people across the spectrum on this issue. I heard strong support for the intent of this bill, but I also heard serious, very legitimate concerns. I heard from gun control advocates who told me that without proper resourcing and enforcement, legislative change alone will not deliver the outcomes that we need. I heard from community advocates that any reform to the regulation of firearms should also look at how we can continue efforts to stop family, domestic, and gendered violence. I heard from organisations representing firearm owners who told me that they have deep concern about implementation, about vague definitions, about procedural fairness, and about uncertainty around compensation. Many questions remain with this legislation, and the farcical way that the Labor government has decided to deal with this legislation, where there will likely be no committee of the whole, there'll be no time to actually ask questions to clarify some of these concerns, means that these questions will likely remain. Will buybacks offer fair market value for firearms and ammunition? What about ammunition? If firearms are bought back, what happens to the hundreds of thousands of shells out there, of ammunition out there? What happens to the small businesses that may be forced to shut their doors due to changes at a state and territory level? What exactly is captured by terms like firearms and explosives manufacturing material in the context of these new offences? Does that apply to farmers, to pest controllers who are reloading at home? Very hard to get any clarity on that. Where is the funding for security agencies, law enforcement and Home Affairs to implement the scheme? I've been banging on about resourcing for the AFP for the last 3.5 years. If this is important, we've got to resource it. We have to resource it better. And these aren't fringe concerns. They are reasonable questions, and too many of them remain unanswered. Outside the legislation, questions are being asked about why it's taken so long to stand up a national firearms register. Here in the ACT, more than 4,000 gun licenses are administered on a paper-based system in 2026. One part of this bill that I do unequivocally welcome is the strengthening of information sharing and background checks. If we are serious about preventing another atrocity like Bondi, then intelligence must flow more effectively between agencies. The federal government has a clear role to play here in coordination between ASIO, the AFP, state and territory police, firearm registries. The federal government also has an important role in strengthening import controls and in supporting nationally consistent approaches to buybacks. Stopping acts of terror requires preventing those who wish to commit acts of evil from accessing the tools to carry it out. But support for the intent and for the majority of the provisions of this bill does not excuse a failure of process. Ramming complex legislation through Parliament without adequate consultation undermines trust. That is why, while I support this bill, I cannot ignore the serious deficiencies in how it has been handled. We owe it to the victims of the Bondi attack, to the Jewish community, and to all Australians, including those who lawfully own and use firearms, to get this right. For that reason, I'll move a motion that, once passed, this bill be referred to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry to report by the 2nd of March 2026. That inquiry will allow this Senate to hear from the community, to test the legislation, to identify unintended consequences, and to make any necessary amendments without delaying the urgent protections Australians rightly expect. I will also put forward an amendment to establish an independent statutory review of this legislation in 2 years' time. I'm hopeful that these amendments put forward in good faith will help to improve public trust in these laws and in our political process. Just over a month ago, we witnessed the worst terrorist attack on Australian shores in our history, targeting the Jewish community. It was an attack that shook our nation. And I support this bill as part of the response to that attack, but there is much more that needs to be done to combat anti-Semitism and combat all forms of hate, and we must never lose sight of that.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I will be shorter than my allocated time here because I know many people wish to talk, but I do want to address some things that have been said. I would like to start by saying something I know is controversial, but I mean it. If you were to seek to punish 813,000 Muslims in Australia after this attack, you would be called an extremist because you would be. Fair and simple. But if you want to punish 940,000 gun owners in this country for what happened, you are the Prime Minister. And that is unfair. It is unfair that a group of people who have done nothing are being punished for something they have never done. And we heard some of the things Senator Pocock said, really across party lines and across everything. We hear about gun buybacks and we hear about potential for the capping of state funds out there. So if you went to Southern Cross Firearms and bought a Type NX for $1,800 yesterday or the day before this happened, do you get $500 back for it? You mentioned ammunition. If I go and buy Barnes 416 Rigby ammunition, I buy a box of that, 20 of those, $20 around. I have $400 in a single box of ammunition. So where does that go to protect the people who have done the right thing? No one should be able to group punish. I remember in school, someone did something stupid in school, we got all held back, we hated that kid, right? But we are group punishing again here, and it is unfair. I do not blame the Greens for being consistent in their policy position of supporting these bills. They are consistent, they are where they are, and they want to do. I blame the government for rushing this through, us being told that it was not for changing. We are not splitting this, and we are not changing this. We are here, it is being split, and I can't keep up with the changes from the 4 different versions that were yesterday, the one that came in at 6:13 this morning, where things like the importation of sporting apparel changes, where there was a ban last night, and I think even this morning first thing, for belts, ammunition and clothing that can hold more than 30 rounds. Well, my Levi's can hold 30 22s in their pocket. My Wranglers can hold 30 rounds of 22 in their pocket. Now, that's changed. We are talking about the reaction of banning the importation of gel blaster beads as a reaction to a terrorist attack. Gel blasting, which is a sport in Queensland, much like paintball, much like any other things like that. We're talking about banning gel blaster beads as a response to a terrorist attack. And this is not fair. This is not a position that the government is trying to make the problem go away for Australian people. This is a problem where the government's trying to make the political problem go away for a Prime Minister. That is what this is about. We coming back early to discuss, to be sensible, to do what this place does best, and we have seen it in many times where we have worked together to get solutions that are important, has happened. To come back to be given a bill of take it or leave it, no consultation, and change it is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And we sit here, another bill coming this afternoon, and I don't think anyone in this chamber is absolutely for or against either of these bills. It is nuanced, some of these positions, but we have to make a binary choice, yes or no. And on this ammunition bill, I hear people getting up from the other side saying about this bill will stop non-citizens getting firearms. It will not. It does nothing about that whatsoever, but they want to pretend it does. It doesn't do that. That is a state basis because, as we've said before, state and territories have the point on this. When we're talking about a buyback program that doesn't have the buy-in of all the states yet, we have no number of states saying they're not involved, it goes against the gun accord, it goes against all of these things, and it is wrong. So people in the Hunter Valley, where I come from, so many hunters up there, I could name some of my friends who have weapons now who have to give them back. I talked about the Type N straight pull, Type NX from Southern Cross Firearms. It is not a self-loading rifle. It is not a repeating rifle. It is a straight pull. It is potentially a pump pull. It is a good sporting weapon for recreational hunting and pest eradication. And now that is illegal in New South Wales and not part of this, but now you can't import it either. So if I am a hunter, if I am a target shooter, if I am a sport shooter, I'm limited in what I can get. There are still questions about whether all the weapons used in the Olympic events, especially around the pistols, are able to import all parts of these things. It is a positive thing that there is finally funding after 3.5 years for the National Register. That is a good thing. I don't pretend it is not, but we have had 3.5 years to fund that. So to all my friends, to all those people out there, to the 60-odd 4,000 people that we got in trouble for carrying the non-compliant petition for earlier today, I say to you, I am sorry that we haven't been able to stop this to make this better. There are definitely things that we support in that, like the ACO checks, like the National Register, but there is some stuff in there that has just been in the bottom drawer of a wish list of a bureaucrat who doesn't like guns, who wants to get them out. And it is not the crossbench fault, it is not the Greens' fault, it is not this side's fault. It is the Labor Party's fault for wanting a political problem to go away quickly and not a policy solution. So to the 940,000 registered gun owners out there, I am sorry for what is happening to you. It is being done unfairly, it is being done quickly, and it is being done without due process. And I will not vote for that. I cannot vote for that. And you need to know who is to blame for that, and it is solely the government.
Senator Hodgins-May. Deputy President, gun reform is certainly not the whole solution to keeping us safer, but it is a crucial first step.
We're going to skip her because she's a gronk anyway, and we're going to go straight to Matt Canavan. There we go. Let's see what old mate Matt has to say. Is he going to plug the live stream again?
As normal. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. Well, I've returned this week, hopefully with the same intent of other senators, that what we should be doing here in this shortened day is to take actions that would reduce the risk of the horrific events of the 14th of December happening again. I don't support this bill because I don't see a significant link here between what we saw, the tragedy of what we saw, and what we are doing here today. in fact, much of what we are doing here today seems completely irrelevant to those issues, and perhaps instead the pursuit of a broader agenda that has sought to demonise the otherwise legal recreational use of firearms in this country. I've listened to some of the debate this afternoon and this evening, and I have heard it said often that, well, the evil monsters there on the 14th of December that committed these acts, they would be breaking the law if we passed these laws. If we passed these laws, one of the assailants was a foreign citizen, and foreign citizens won't be able to have guns anymore. So December 14th couldn't have happened. I can't accept that level of naivety as a reason to pass laws to restrict rights on the rest of law-abiding Australians. Those two people, those two murderers, were breaking the law already. They were terrorists, they were murderers, they were killers, they were criminals. And the idea then that somehow passing a law to make something illegal is going to stop crime does seem the height of naivety. And if it was that simple, why don't we just pass a law banning all crime and then everything will be peaceful, apparently. Those two individuals we know now were very committed to do what the evil they did. They possibly, well, we have seen, they did train. They did train to do what they did. They possibly went to the Philippines and continued that training. They went to great lengths to commit the acts of evil that they did just over a month ago. The idea somehow that in the future, any two similar murderers with a warped mind, an evil intent, could not somehow find a way around the laws we're passing today, it indicates that we are not approaching this issue with the seriousness of what happened over a month ago. There are millions of illegal firearms in this country. We know there are hundreds of thousands of them possibly in Western Sydney, where these two murderers came from. The idea they couldn't get their hands on something that was illegal, it's just absurd. It's totally ridiculous. So these, whatever provisions are here in particular, is not really going to tackle the major issue that confronted this nation over a month ago. Yet it was this issue, it was gun law reform, as the government describes it, that the Prime Minister first latched onto in his response. Within days of this terrible event, the greatest terrorist attack in Australia's history, within days, the Prime Minister was latching on to the issue of guns, almost certainly, transparently, as a means to avoid having to confront the more difficult issue for himself and his political party of the spread of radical Islamic extremism inspired by anti-Semitism that this government has done far too little about. And so that already, of course, that did. The Prime Minister's initial bumbling of this issue has left a bad taste in the mouth of those Australians that do use guns. Use guns for work, use guns for pleasure. It's not illegal to do that. There has not been good faith from the Prime Minister or the Labor Party on this issue, because from the get-go, they sought to demonise gun owners as somehow contributing to the risks of this event, when that was, I think, to most Australians, completely absurd. Now, because of that public pressure, because that initial response was so cynical, was so transparently desperate, the Australian people didn't buy it. They didn't buy it. I mean, I think the Australian people could see after the Port Arthur massacre, they saw a Prime Minister who was taking on his own political base, who was tackling a difficult issue. There were assault and or semi-automatic weapons available out in the general public then. So they saw a legitimate issue that the then Howard government was taking on, a tough issue, but one they took on. This time, very clearly, the Australian public saw that this was very political. and not really a serious response to what happened. Yet, here we are, just a few weeks later, and the first bill the government has proposed, after splitting their broader bill, it's a complete shambles, we'll get to later. This bill that they're proposing tackles not the root cause of what happened on December 14th. It tackles a whole lot of ancillary issues that don't go anywhere close to what happened on the 14th of December or the days leading up to it. And it has led to the demonisation of 1 million Australians who own firearms, sometimes because they have to for work, sometimes because they enjoy the pastime and the pursuit. And we have heard of, just in the previous speech, we've heard Acting Deputy Speaker that this is not a time to demonise fellow Australians or divide fellow Australians. We've all got to come together and unify, except if you own a gun. If you own a gun, apparently, you can be demonised. You can be judged. You can be prejudged. You can be prejudged that because you may collect guns or have more than 5, apparently the people I think have never shot a gun seem to understand how many guns you need. If you have more than 5, you're an evil person, you're a terrible person, you're a risk to society, you're a public enemy. Well, don't give me this rubbish of uniting. Don't give me this veneer of saying we're all Australians after this event when you make your response to it transparently politically divisive, to divide some Australians against others. And I completely understand, someone who doesn't own guns myself, rarely shot a gun. I don't mind doing it, it's a bit of fun, but it's not my main pastime in life. But we've got to get over this idea that just because I don't do it or I don't like it, I should take it away from a fellow Australian, stop them doing it. Because there are a lot of people in this country that legally pursue these things. We cheer them on when they win gold medals at the Olympics or the Commonwealth Games. We're happy for them then. But when it suits us politically, we'll say that they're the problem and distract then from the more difficult discussions that we might get to later tonight, which are also being glossed over on another story. You can tell, as I said before, you can tell the government is not serious about this, is not taking this issue with the due consideration it should be, through both the completely irrelevant provisions that are in this particular bill and the fact that in the last day or two, the government's had to drop a whole lot of changes because it didn't consult properly on its initial bill released only a week ago. This bill had restrictions on how many shells you could hold in a vest. I think it was limited at 30 rounds in a particular vest. You wouldn't be able to, in the initial drafting of this bill, you wouldn't be able to import a vest that had more than 30 rounds. Took someone to point out to the government, well, you know, if you want to practice for the Olympics, you want to compete at the AIS down the road, you actually do need more than 30 rounds to do that. No one had checked that. No one had checked that in the government. Right? Now, they thankfully have removed that provision, but the problem when you do these last-minute amendments is you start as a legislator to think, well, what other gremlins are in this bill? What other things haven't they thought of properly here? Because that is so silly, it should have been picked up in any first early consultations that clearly have not happened before we got here. This bill also, for some unknown reason, goes after people who use gel blasters. Now, I'm not the expert on this. I don't know if I have shot a gun, as I've said, but I don't know if I've ever even shot a gel blaster before.
Yeah, the vote starts in 5 minutes.
In Rocky, where I live, I know, do it all. Seem like good people.
It's for the gun buyback vote.
Team bonding stuff you can do. Good luck to people. But why is that in this bill? Why is it? Is there, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we're having a committee stage. Is everything just getting guillotined? Perhaps the minister can tell us. Has there been an incident in this country ever involving a gel blaster with a fatality? Has a terrorist organisation or group ever sought to acquire gel blasters to commit acts of terror? I mean, they do it with cars. They do it with homemade bombs. And now, unfortunately, they've done it with some guns. But have they done it with gel blasters? And if not, why is that in here? Because this goes to show that this has obviously been a laundry list of things that certain people have wanted to get done, and they've just chucked it in. They've just chucked in this bill because they didn't think people would be watching. And worse, in quite a contemptful fashion, they have used a national tragedy the worst terrorist attack on our shores ever, to pursue an unrelated agenda under the guise of trying to do something about terrorism. That's what's happening here. That's what the government has done to people who are otherwise law-abiding citizens. The government here hasn't thought through the provisions around a national gun buyback. They're trying to force this through. It's very much putting the cart before the horse because most states haven't even signed up to a buyback yet. There was time to put funds in place if and when that ever happens. But by rushing this here, the government has not seemingly considered, well, why wouldn't ammunition be part of that buyback like it was in the original buyback? That's not included at all. Some simple details have been glossed over by this government. So that is why, for all these reasons, that's why the Nationals Party and the Liberal Party will not be voting for these laws. They will not appreciably reduce the risk of a terrorist attack happening again on our shores. Terrorists are unlikely to be the kind of people that are going to obey the law in any event. We would be much more sensible for us to focus on the root cause of what's happened here at Bondi, which is that evil, these evil ideas, the anti-Semitic ideas, the divisive ideas, the hateful ideas that lead to violence. Focus on that instead of reducing the rights of other Australians who have done nothing wrong. And on the gun issue, on the issue itself, what clearly should happen is for a renewed effort to clamp down on organised crime. Because, as I mentioned before, there's a lot of focus on the fact that there's more legal firearms in Australia since Port Arthur, although I'm indebted to my colleague Senator McDonald, who has pointed out that there's much fewer actually per person. Number of firearms this country has fallen. Don't hear that. But for all the focus on the legal firearm market, there's almost an ignorance and unwillingness to look at the fact that we have enormous numbers of illegal firearms in this country that are controlled largely by criminal gangs and organised crime that is growing like topsy in our country right now because we've created enormous lines of businesses for these groups through our ineptitude on tobacco policy, our pig-headedness on vaping policy, our distractions then away from illicit drugs and substances that have given those organisations enormous streams of money to import all kinds of contraband into this country, including presumably illegal firearms out there. And this brings my final point that I worry a bit that by rushing something like a national gun buyback, how are we going to be sure that this won't be abused as well? And we've seen, well, not just this government, but the Commonwealth government fail to run basic programs time and time again. The NDIS has become a pot of gold for people doing the wrong thing, as seemingly has some of the childcare funding that's massively increased recently as well. And I worry here that setting up a gun buyback scheme in a rushed fashion without considering all the details of it could easily be an ability for people, well, what's stopping someone from importing a gun and then going to sell it in the buyback and making heaps of money? I mean, I'm told that did happen apparently in the first round of the buyback, but this could be on steroids here because we've rushed this, haven't got the details right, are still changing it within hours of this bill passing this evening. And that's why we should reject this bill. We should, if we have to, support my colleague Senator Mackenzie's amendment to push this to a Senate inquiry and get the details right, consider it in more detail. But right here, right now, tonight, this is not going to reduce the risk of another terrorist attack. It's only going to take away rights from Australians, and for that reason, it should be voted down.
Senator Bell. To every law-abiding firearm owner and to every Australian watching what is happening right now, One Nation's position on this legislation and this policy issue is very straightforward. One Nation supports law-abiding gun owners. One Nation believes we should be punishing extremists and not punishing law-abiding gun owners. The Albanese Labor government has dumped this major gun reform package, and they are expecting everyone to simply accept this while ignoring the normal processes of scrutiny. And the truth is that people who will be affected by this first will not be terrorists or criminals. It will be you. It will be farmers. It will be regional Australians. It will be pest controllers. It will be sporting shooters. It will be collectors. It will be licence holders, law-abiding citizens who have never committed a crime in their lives and who would never commit a crime. They will be the one who will be punished. These are the people. They do the training. They keep their firearms secure. They comply with inspections and they live by the law. And to those people, know that you are not the problem and we have your back. Because One Nation knows that criminals do not line up for gun buybacks. Criminals do not register illegal weapons. Criminals do not care about new paperwork, new rules, or new announcements. They operate in the shadows through trafficking, importation, and organised crime, and they will keep doing it while the government is focused on quick headlines instead of criminals. I'll say it again, One Nation's position is straightforward. We support law-abiding gun owners. One Nation believes we need to punish extremists, not shooters. We need to punish the root cause, the things that happened in Bondi, radical Islamic extremism, not law-abiding Australians who have never committed a crime in their life. If the Albanese Labor government was genuinely concerned about public safety, it needs to be honest about this. It needs to be honest about what is driving the violence that we saw in Bondi and this extremism, and we should be confronting it directly. We should not be dodging it with vague language and political slogans. Unfortunately, what we've seen is Labor's instinct has been to punish people who are already doing the right thing. Law-abiding Australians who have never committed and never would commit a crime in their life. And the other issue is here, One Nation is not prepared to sign you up for a blank cheque. We actually don't know how much this is going to cost. We know that the states, a lot of them are rejecting this proposal. We know that in Queensland, Northern Territory and Tasmania, they're not on board with this. Here is what One Nation wants instead. We want policies that actually target criminals and protect the public. That is how you improve safety, not by scapegoating farmers and licence holders, not by punishing law-abiding Australians, not by pretending criminals and terrorists will comply with a gun buyback. And so again, to the law-abiding firearm community, One Nation hears you, and we will stand with you. And to the wider public, do not be fooled by this farce. Do not be fooled, because real safety comes from confronting the cause of the threats and enforcing laws against criminals, not cracking down on the people who are already abiding by the law. One Nation opposes this buyback, and we will keep fighting for common sense and fairness. We will keep standing with farmers, regional Australians, pest controllers, sporting shooters, and collectors. We are not about to support a policy. We don't know how many billions it's going to cost, and it's in the billions. How many regional hospitals could we be funding?
Thank you, Senator Bell. Your time has expired. Pursuant to order agreed to yesterday, the time allotted for the debate on this bill has expired. I will now put the question before the chair and then put the questions on the remaining stages of the bill. The question before the chair relates to the second reading amendment moved by Senator Mackenzie. That amendment on sheet 3607. So the question is that amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Bring the bells for 4 minutes.
Thank God it's a 4-minute division. Okay. Okay, we can rest for 2 minutes. Oh God. Okay. Let's find Bridget Mackenzie's. Let's find Bridget Mackenzie's amendment. Nationals found it. PDF. Omit all words after that. Substitute the bill to be referred to legal constitution. So she wants the bill to go to committee, and they're going to vote no.
Dominant as teller for the noes.
So the amendment that they're voting on right now is Bridget Mackenzie wanting this bill to go to a committee for review. So at least they'll have some time to be interrogated by the senators. The numbers look quite even, but it's probably Labor. I'm guessing, what is it? It's going to be like 30 to 25 or something. Yeah, we're live. No dramas, Glenn. We're just waiting for a vote on Bridget McKenzie's amendment.
Order. There being 28 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I advise senators that if further divisions are required, the bells will be rung for 1 minute only. I'll now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3614 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Yes, Senator Shoebridge?
Just record the Green support for that second reading.
Certainly, so no division required. Thank you. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by Senators.
So just FYI, Bridget McKenzie's one. She wanted to have the bill referred to committee for an inquiry on the to report by the 2nd of March 2026, and it got voted down. Let me just refresh divisions. Why is it showing me this? Oh, it's got my old thing in there. It was like, what, 34 to 20 something? Division Senate. Why is it not refreshing? Here we go. 28 to 34. So Liberal Party supported it. So Liberal Party wanted it. Alex Antic is there. Canavan, McDonald, Cadell, One Nation's there. Jacinta Price is there. Tammy Tyrrell there. Hey, Ralph Babette's there. There you go. And no Labor, Greens, and Pocock said no. So David Pocock did not want this to go to referral with the Labor and Green senators, FYI.
David Pocock, Lambie, Payman and Tyrrell. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3611 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes.
Okay, so let's go to the amendment that they're doing now. This one here. So this amendment's basically just saying, hey, you guys are rushing this bill in less than 24 hours, and we fucking hate the fact that you've tried to force this down our throat, basically. That's the long and short of it. It's not really an amendment. It's like more a grievance. But Labor will vote this down as well. Labor and the Greens will vote it down.
Order. There being 29 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
So the only difference in that is that David Pocock supported it because his name was on the bill. So he went from no to yes compared to the last one. But the outcome's still the same, basically. So Labor and Greens voted against the grievance amendment. That wouldn't have made a difference anyway.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to customs and background checking and to create a scheme to buy back firearms and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment, starting with the amendment circulated by the Nationals. The first question is that subsections 54E in brackets 3 and brackets 4 and subsections 54J brackets 4 and brackets 5 in item 24, division 1 of part 5 and part 6 of schedule 2 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Okay, let me just pull this one up. What's this loading? It's too many to read. If any of these parliamentarian staffers or staffers, parliament, like members of parliament are watching, if they need staffers, I may as well work for you. To be opposing import requirements for assisted repeating action and straight pull repeating action firearms. So they want to oppose the import requirements for those weapons. Let me find the next one. Shit. Whoops. The next one.
Lock the doors.
Oppose the removal of open-ended permits. Opposing removal of open-end permits for firearm imports. Opposing the removal of open-ended permits for firearm imports. I don't know if there's any gun nuts in the chat, but I'm just reading it just so I can give you full context of these divisions. Opposing the removal of open-ended permits for firearm imports. So it's the same thing. So it's just that 3 times over.
E, bracket 3 and bracket 4 and subsections 54J, bracket 4 and bracket 5 in item 24, division 1 of part 5 and part 6 of schedule 2 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Senator Grogan, you need to be sitting down. Senator Grogan, you need to be sitting down. You're not appointed a teller.
Do you want me to read all the amendments that they're trying to push through and that they're voting on, or you don't care? Put 1 in the chat if you want me to read them while they're doing a division, and 2 if no. It's not hard for me to pull it up, but let me know if you guys want it or not. One. All right, sweet. Cool. All good. Lots of ones. Awesome. if you're in the YouTube chat, if you want to do a super chat, do it through the Buy Me a Coffee link there. And when we get a chance, I'll take a minute break and I'll go through them. Either that or it'll be at the end of the stream.
Order. There being 38 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the remaining amendments on sheets 3597 and 3602 and the amendments on sheets 3593 and 3594, 3601 and 3603 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Okay, so the amendment for the Nationals got voted up, but the votes of them voting against it, I'm confused. Let me open that previous one. What is it here? Opposing import requirements. Assist the repeating action straight pull. Okay, so they're opposing. They voted for that to not be in there, and that got voted down. So they're gonna punish those types of gun owners.
Dr. Dorr, the question now is that the remaining amendments on sheet 3597 and sheet 3602 and the amendments on sheets 3593, 3594, 3601 and 3603 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes.
All right, that's a lot of amendments. Let me just quickly open these up. It's a bit to read, so I might miss something. Schedule 2, blah, blah. It is a fair market value for all property surrendered by a person in accordance with the scheme, including for firearm parts, firearm accessories, ammunition components, and other equipment. Covers administrative costs associated with the surrender of the property. So they want the buyback to be covered to be a comprehensive buyback, basically, by the looks of it. And Labor will vote against this, opposing the removal. That's fine. I think these are just the same as the other ones. Yeah, I'm sorry to any gun owners that might be watching that might be affected that I can't go through these comprehensively. What I'll do is I'll post a link to all these amendments or the final version of the bill, so that way you can go for it and read it, go through it and read it yourself, so you know exactly what's changed. But yeah, it looks like it's just basically the composition of the buyback and how things will go, including like getting paid back comprehensively rather than just selectively. Person that holds a firearm license that is in force under a law of state or territory. The material is information and on reloading ammunition, a firearm manual, or for a firearm person lawfully owns, and the conduct is in the connection with the person accessing the material. No, a defendant bears evidential burden in relation to the matters in the subsection. Yeah, I'll post a link to all the amendments once we're done, so you guys will know what the final version looks like.
Order. There being 28 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3592 and 3606, Senator Pocock.
Thanks, President. Sorry, I just wanted to note my opposition to 3594, 3602 and 3597. Thank you.
I'll just make sure the clerk got. Could you just say them slowly, Senator?
3594, 3597 and 3602. Thank you very much.
So the question is that these are Senator Thorpe's amendments, that the amendments on sheet 3592 and 3606 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senators David Pocock, Lambie, Payman, Thorpe and Tyrrell. Is that the amendments on sheet.
So the amendments from Senator Lydia Thorpe that just got voted down quite comprehensively, easily. The importation of jacketed hollow point ammunition, and the minister must, as soon as practicable, after the end of each quarter, cause to be prepared a written report on the information by a law enforcement agency during the quarter of a firearm accessory, a firearm part, firearm magazine, ammunition, a component of ammunition, or an imitation of an article which an item is in Part 2 and Schedule 6 applies. That got voted down.
3609 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Okay, this amendment is for an independent review of the Act by an expert panel. This will be interesting because the Greens and the Labor Party are going to vote down an independent review, obviously. Don't even need to see the numbers to know that that's going to happen. The minister must cause an independent review to be conducted of the operation of the amendments made by this Act. Yeah.
Lock the door.
They're going to vote no.
The question is that the amendments on sheet 3609 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now put the question on the amendment circulated by Senators David Pocock, Lambie, Payman, Thorpe and Tyrrell.
29 to 33. So Antic voted against, no, voted for. Nationals wanted it. One Nation wanted it. Pocock, Payman, Jacinta Price, Ralph Babette wanted it. Labor Party and Greens voted it down, like I said they would. So no review, no panel review on this law.
To the motion that the report from the committee be adopted, those of that opinion be agreed to? Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
All right, this one is, I move that the motion to be amended as follows: at the end of the motion, add the provisions of the bill to be referred to the legal. So they're really trying to refer this to a committee, which is actually kind of honourable to see. So David Pocock, Jackie Lambie, on behalf of Jackie Lambie, Fatima Payman, Lydia Thorpe, and Tammy Tyrrell want this to go to committee. Yeah, they've tried what 3 times now in different ways, and Labor and Greens are going to vote against it again.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment circulated by Senators David Pocock, Lambie, Payman, Thorpe and Tyrrell to the motion that the report from the committee be adopted be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes.
We are caught up. We're live. We are 100% live.
Order. There being 29 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Exact same numbers, obviously. Labor and Greens voted no for that committee, and Liberal Party, Senators, Nationals, One Nation, Pocock, Tyrrell, Payman, Price, and Babette voted yes. And based on these numbers, it's kind of interesting because that's probably going to be the outcome for the actual final vote on the bill. It looks like it's... So for this one, it's definitely going to be 29-33. It looks like Labor and Greens have done the deal for the gun buyback. They're not going to even have to bother getting out of their seats. It's going to be super interesting with the hate speech bill. Apparently, the Nationals are just going to... apparently, the Nationals are just not going to rock up. Apparently, they're... Apparently, the Nationals are just...
Lock the doors.
gonna... What's the
So
word?
The question now is that the remaining stages of
The word
bill
that you use
be
when they
agreed
don't want to
to
vote.
and the bill be now
I
passed.
forgot. My brain's
The ayes
cooked.
shall move to the right of
Apparently,
the
they're
chair,
just
the
going to
noes
chill.
to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes.
Abstain. Yeah, sorry, my brain's cooked. Yeah, abstain. Yeah. I read apparently that they're going to abstain, which is just as bad as not voting or voting yes, even. But it's interesting because, like, I bloody contacted Ross Cadell and he didn't get back to me. And Ross Cadell's there at the moment, the stooge. And I know Matt Canavan's probably watching. I wonder if he's going to abstain. McDonald, I don't know if she's going to abstain. Bridget McKenzie, is she going to abstain? You know, if they abstain, we got to cook them. I'm going to add them to the list. To the theyhatefreedom.com website. So for those that don't know, I made a website called theyhatefreedom.com. It's just a page that goes to a page that I put a placeholder, like a placeholder Hansard basically, for how people voted on these bills. And once we've got a final outcome, I'll try to get that up as quick as possible. It'll probably take a couple of days. It was Tuesday. I'll post the final results anyway tonight, but it'll be on a comprehensive website where you can find it and you'll never forget what website to go to. Hopefully by the end of the week. Theyhatefreedom.com. Just going to abstain from the House of Reps. Yeah, I hope they don't abstain from the Senate, though. It'd be interesting if they do.
There being 38 ayes, 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to customs and background checking and to create a scheme to buy back firearms and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bill. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives.
All right, so the bill has passed successfully. The gun buyback has passed successfully. 38 yes, 26 no's. The gun buyback has passed successfully. It was passed successfully by the Labor Party. It was passed successfully with the Greens. And then you're going to love these names. David Pocock, Tammy Tyrrell, and Fatima Payman voted for the gun buyback to pass. Who voted against it? 17 Liberal parties, 4 Nationals, 3 One Nations, Jacinta Price, and Ralph Babette. I will post that in a second. Okay, so just go here and here and here. Copy that. Has passed in the Senate. And it was 38 yes to 26 no. 38 yes, 26 no. Fatima, Payman, David, Pocock, and Tammy Tyrrell. Let me just make sure I spell her name right. And Tammy Tyrrell teamed up with the Greens and Labor Party to ensure the gun buy back begins. Let's just do that as a caption. David Perko, Tammy Tyrrell. Okay, that's the caption. Just need a shot of the division for the post. And that's it. The gun buyback begins. Okay.
Order. There being 38 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to customs and background.
In the affirmative. Order. There being 38 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to customs and background checking and to create a scheme to buy back firearms and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bill.
Let me just make sure I got that right with that division. Yeah, it's right. 38-26, yeah, all good. Yep. All good. I thought I got it wrong for a sec. Question: remaining stages of the bill now passed. Yep. All right, cool. I'm happy with that. Post. Gun buyback begins. Let's go. I got to name drop him in the caption so that way people know who to get mad at. All right, where's my screen? There we go. Where's my StreamYard screen? Sorry, I just had to switch windows for a sec. There we go. All right, we're good. Let's move that in there.
2026 for concurrence. I call the minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is...
Okay, so now we're on to the hate speech bill. But I've just posted the outcome for the gun buyback. The next post below it will be who voted yes and who voted no. So, oh no. Why'd I put as expected? I copied from a previous, well, it is as expected anyway. I copied it from my last caption, whoopsie. But it was as expected, I guess, in a way. We knew that the Greens were going to do it. This bill is going to be interesting, though. This is going to be super interesting. This is like the main event. We finally got to it. 7:15 p.m. Okay. All right. Okay, that's up. It's on Facebook, X, Instagram. Just put it to Telegram. And there we go. All right, so that's that. I'll play the Senate and I will post the results of who actually voted for the gun buyback to occur below this post.
Motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to criminal and migration laws and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Minister. Senator Daniel.
President, well, what a sorry road as a country we've travelled to this point in time. And President, by that I refer to the years leading up to the massacre at Bondi on the 14th of December last year, an event we talked about in this place in an appropriately respectful way in our condolence motion yesterday, and of course in relation to the legislation that has just passed the House in the form of the firearms laws. But the event of the 14th of December is not a standalone event. It didn't just happen in isolation. The sorry road this nation has traversed, I refer to, are the years of anti-Semitic behaviour that's been allowed to flourish in this country, unabated, unchecked, unchallenged, and which has resulted in that culmination of events in Bondi just over a month ago. Events which will have changed this nation forever, deeply wounding the Jewish community in a way many of us can't even begin to imagine. Of course, as a starting point, it's important to remember this is the worst terror event that has happened on Australian soil in our history. And not only that, of course, one motivated by hate, one targeted at a group of people, President, defined by who they are, the Jewish community. It was a targeted event relating to Jews celebrating the beginning of Hanukkah, the Festival of Lights, that so many people referred to in their condolence speeches yesterday. As I said before, what led to those events on the 14th of December was 2 years or more of failure to stand up against, to stamp out and challenge the source of anti-Semitism which has been ravaging our world. We only have to turn our minds back to the 7th of October 2023, those terrible events, the atrocity in Israel committed by Hamas, again targeting Jewish people, an act of pure anti-Semitism where so many people lost their lives, the biggest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust itself. 2 days later, of course, we saw those terrible, those despicable events on the 9th of October on the steps of the Opera House, where we had individuals revelling in what had occurred in Israel, the deaths of so many innocent people. Again, events that went unchallenged, unchecked, unabated, and were allowed to occur. Over the next 2 years, 2023 and 24, we saw countless events and incidents of targeting of Jewish businesses and Jewish schools, Jewish daycare centres, where, of course, now we know that in unbelievable scenes, we have schools and daycare centres with sentries, guards at their doors to protect the young people inside who are children, people who are not going to cause harm to anyone else, but sadly who are the target of harm in our community. And in the years 2024 and 25, those despicable attacks again on places of worship, synagogues, fire bombings while people were inside, graffiti and the like. This sort of thing is not what marks our country, what makes it great. These are things that lead to, again, the events we saw occur in Bondi just at the end of last year. Allowed to happen, unchecked, unchallenged, unabated, and here we are today. Years of sad activity, which of course has, as I said before, culminated in those terrible events in Bondi. Inaction by government, even as we reach the crescendo of anti-Semitism, the anti-Semitism crisis that's ravaged our country, is what has fed this beast and kept it going. From the very beginning, there's been a failure of response, no response with resolve, no response with strength, and nothing in the way of clear response to the actual events that had been leading to this. There was no attempt to even send a message to those who would perpetrate harm, who would direct hate at Jewish Australians by government. There was no attempt to show what was right and what was wrong. There was no attempt to take decisive action when it counted on so many occasions over the last 2 years. Even indeed after Bondi, the response was wanting. The initial response, Acting Deputy President, was of course in relation to firearms laws. And again, an event driven by hate, driven by ideology, Islamic extremism at its heart, the response was gun laws. And can I say, Acting Deputy President, gun laws, while reforms to gun laws may well be important, they were not going to be the fix to this issue. And indeed, that is something that, thankfully, the government heard and altered course on. The ignored calls for a royal commission, of course, from family members of the victims, Jewish community leaders, members of the entire parliament from across the political spectrum calling on there to be a royal commission, finally heeded. And of course, then a failure to work across communities and indeed the spectrum of parliamentary parties on the laws. We had this truncated and rushed process relating to legislation, done the wrong way around. The consultation was not done at the beginning, it was done at the end. The interaction with other members of parliament to gain insights on what might be possible, what should have been included in laws, was done at the 11th hour, after laws had been tabled. We ended up with a mashed together, hastily put together set of laws, including gun reforms, which are a very distinct issue from laws governing, as per Labor's first attempt, laws to govern speech, laws to deal with hate groups, laws to deal with hate symbols, all of it a complete hodgepodge, all designed in secret with no input. And the Prime Minister, this government saying, we'll take it or leave it. You've got a week to read the nearly 500 pages of documentation and we're going to pass it. And here we are, that 1 week on, having dealt with this. Now, yes, credit to the government for having come back here quickly. That was something we were all calling for, urgent action. But in addition to urgent action being taken, the urgent recall of Parliament, we wanted laws that actually hit the mark, that passed muster. And frankly, it was a fail. What we're doing now, as I said before, at the 11th hour, is trying to fix this government's mess and the attempt to legislate that they got so terribly wrong. And I want to acknowledge in this the thousands of emails that I and I know many other colleagues have received over the course of the last few days from members of our community who are very worried about the reach, the scope, the extent of the laws we're debating here today. And their concerns were not unfounded. Their concerns have not been ignored either, I should say. We've heard what's been said, and as an opposition, we have acted. Thankfully, of course, Labor's hate speech laws, which were part of this, the racial vilification laws, were dumped. They were an appalling approach to how to respond to this issue, and the unintended consequences of those laws, as drafted, with 7 days of being able to try and understand what these laws would do, what impact they would have on people's capacity to exercise that loved element of our society, freedom of speech, it was impossible to determine. And officials at the committee inquiry into this, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, could not give clarity around what the impact of those laws would be. So they're dumped, they're gone, they're not part of this, and that is thankfully a very good outcome. We could never support laws of that nature with such a wide scope. So what's left in the laws, Acting Deputy President? Well, there is the new aggravated offence for religious or spiritual leaders who advocate or threaten violence. Now, the opposition has been able to agree with government on some changes to what was originally proposed, and that included the tightening up of the definitions of who would be included as a religious official or a spiritual leader, to end doubt and to ensure that there is a clear cutout for who would be impacted by this. And the application and operation of those laws would be reviewed by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security after 2 years. Now, it is important to point out that these laws don't create a new penalty. The existing criminal code provisions apply to people as they did before these laws passed. It is not catching new people out. It is not applying new laws to people that didn't apply yesterday. If people want to threaten violence and use their position as a religious leader to do so, they will have an increased penalty. That's what these provisions do. I think they're sensible. And sadly, some of the misinformation out there around what these provisions do has confused a lot of people. This is not about restricting freedoms or penalising people unduly. This is about dealing with people who use their position as a religious leader, as we've seen with some of the hate preachers, to incite violence in the way they have. It increases penalties for using a postal or similar service to menace or harass, increasing that penalty from 2 to 5 years. It introduces aggravated grooming offences for adults radicalising or recruiting children. Again, I think a very sound measure to have in place, adding a sentencing aggravating factor for hate-motivated offending. It strengthens the hate symbol offences that we passed at the beginning of last year, lowering the fault element to recklessness, extends the bans to symbols of prohibited hate groups, which I'll talk about in a moment, gives police stronger powers to remove and seize symbols. And again, the opposition sought a 2-year review of these provisions because altering fault elements, lowering thresholds and reversing evidentiary burdens is a significant measure. And again, after a period of operation, we want to make sure this is operating properly and not unduly impacting on people in a way it should not. Now, the one that has, of course, garnered most interest, Acting Deputy President, is the one relating to the establishment of a hate group listing regime. There are several elements to this which I think are important to point out in the limited time available to me, so there is no capacity for misunderstanding. We have sought to update the definition of a hate crime that would constitute an offence against a provision of the law under the Commonwealth Criminal Code, and related to that, a number of state and territory provisions. We have insisted that there is a consultation with the Leader of the Opposition, that the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Security and Intelligence review this provision after 2 years. That is on top of the fact that the the Director General of Intelligence has to make a recommendation to the Minister, who then can only list a hate group by way of legislative instrument, which is disallowable. The thresholds in law are incredibly high, and for the most serious of offences, in order for a hate group to meet that threshold and be listed. This is not about targeting pro-life groups. This is not about targeting people who might be seeking to advocate for a particular cause. This is about people who are targeting a group identified by ethno-national or racial origin and seeking to harm them in a violent way as stepped out under the criminal code. And there is to be no mistaking about that. Of course, Acting Deputy President, there are other provisions around the immigration laws and changes to the Migration Act around refusing visas to those who do spread hatred and extremism in our country, including for involvement in a hate crime or hateful public statements and links to terrorist and prohibited hate groups. And can I tell you, that is an important part of these laws. The concerns that have been raised, we have dealt with through the information that I have offered to the Senate tonight. by making amendments to tighten definitions, to put in place review mechanisms to ensure that we minimise risk, that this does not unintentionally catch groups of Australians who should not be caught. This is about dealing with those people in our community who hate Australia, who hate the way our country operates. If you don't vote for these laws, the net effect is that we will be left with a regime where groups like Hizb ut-Tahrir will be able to continue to operate in our country. And let me remind you, Acting Deputy President, Hizb ut-Tahrir, someone we would not be listing as a prohibited hate group if these laws don't succeed through the Parliament. Hizb ut-Tahrir, in 2017, in a video uploaded to Facebook by Hizb ut-Tahrir, it involved two panellists who stated that men are permitted to hit women, preferably with a scarf or a piece of fabric or a short stick. One panellist refers to being hit by a man as a beautiful blessing. It also then, this group went on to talk about women being segregated and arguing for women to be seated at the back of a room in public meetings. This is something journalist Alison Beveridge successfully sued Hizb ut-Tahrir for segregating her at a meeting. This group defended a man in his 20s trying to marry a 12-year-old girl in 2014. And this is a group that want to take down Western norms. They're a group that spread hate. They are a group linked to insidious individuals overseas. And if we don't have a regime in place to deal with groups like this, who have no place in our society, then voting against these laws is what you should do. Of course, voting against these laws enables people who come here to spread hate to stay here on a visa. We can't deal with them. They can come in. We can't stop them. That's why these laws are important. It's important to take back control of this situation so that we can actually deal with the hate these people have brought.
Senator Dunn, Senator Stewart. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today in support of this bill. On December 14 last year, Australians experienced the worst terrorist attack on Australian soil at Bondi Beach. 15 people murdered by a terrorists with hate in their minds and guns in their hands. The impact of that day will stay with us for a very, very long time. But it must also be a turning point. This attack did not happen in isolation. Australia has witnessed an alarming rise in anti-Semitism, hatred, extremism in recent years. We've seen this at Bondi, but also through countless attacks on Jewish institutions, including attacks on synagogues in my home state of Victoria, and a neo-Nazi rally in front of the New South Wales Parliament. This bill is focused on a practical package of reforms. It is designed to stop the spread of hatred, disrupt extremist networks, and protect social cohesion in our communities. Firstly, the bill will introduce new aggravated offences to ensure that very serious penalties apply to those in positions of influence and authority who commit hate crimes. What leaders say matters. When religious leaders, preachers, or other figures of influence use their authority to encourage violence against protected groups, the harm is profound. These individuals who are trusted by others and their words carry weight. That's why this bill introduces aggravated offences that specifically apply to offenders who seek to radicalise children. This bill sends a clear message. Exploiting young people to spread violent ideologies will be punished severely. Secondly, this bill seeks to increase penalties for hate crime offences, increasing the maximum penalty of imprisonment for base offences from 5 years to 7 years, and from 7 to 10 years for the offences which involve an added threat to peace, order, and good government of the Commonwealth. Thirdly, the bill requires courts to treat radical or ethnic hatred as an aggravating factor for Commonwealth crimes. This means that if hatred of a group or a member of a group is based on race or ethnic origin motivates a crime, courts must consider that when deciding a sentence. Fourth, the bill will create new rules in the criminal code that allow certain organisations to be officially listed as banned hate groups. Once an organisation is listed, it will become a crime to run it, belong to it, recruit people to it, raise or receive money for it, support it in any way, or take part in training connected to it. Organised hate groups are dangerous because they recruit, fundraise, train, and spread propaganda. Left unchecked, they create an environment where violence festers and is normalised. This bill gives the government the ability to disrupt these groups before they cause further harm. The bill will also strengthen and expand the prohibited hate symbols offences in the criminal code to further protect Australians from the significant harm caused by the public display of these symbols. And finally, this bill will strengthen Australia's migration laws to better protect the Australian community from non-citizens suspected of engaging in hate-motivated conduct or extremism. This bill enables a proportionate and targeted response to hate-motivated conduct and extremism to safeguard our national security and social cohesion in this country. So there are a number of reasons that I support this bill. But I want to take a moment to also reflect on the missed opportunity that we have this week here in Parliament, a moment in time that we've had to actually do something that will protect so many Australians. And that is with the anti-vilification measures that were contained in previous iterations but removed from this bill. In the aftermath of the terrorist attack at Bondi, the Coalition had argued that there needed to be stronger laws to combat anti-Semitism. And we agreed, absolutely there should be stronger laws. We responded with a proposed law, including anti-vilification measure, which would have criminalised serious forms of anti-Semitic rhetoric and promotion of racial supremacy. And I might remind those opposite that that measure that was in the bill was recommended by the Special Envoy for Anti-Semitism, Gillian Siegel,
and countless leaders within the Jewish community. You cannot, on one hand, claim to stand with the Jewish community and on the other hand, refuse to support laws specifically designed to protect the Jewish community from racial vilification. You cannot do that. It is absolute hypocrisy to see that. But it is that hypocrisy is not new from the opposition. We see them call for urgent action, bring back Parliament the week of Christmas. And then when we call back Parliament in January, apparently we're rushing. We're rushing when we take a couple of weeks to get those laws right. We're rushing. They're calling for the full implementation of Gillian Siegel's report. But when they have the opportunity to actually support it, you see more backflips over there than you do in the Olympics. It's incredible. The absolute hypocrisy from those opposite. Why not give Jewish Australians and so many other Australians extra protections? The Coalition owes all Jewish Australians an explanation about why you called so strongly for the full support, for the full implementation of Gillian Siegel's report, and then backflipped like nobody's business when you had the opportunity to actually do something that was going to protect them. Absolute weakness from Susan Ley. Absolute weakness. Words absolutely matter. Hateful words about someone's race, they don't just wound an individual, it normalises hatred towards an entire community. And I don't know where the Coalition thinks hatred starts. It feels like they think it starts just at the part where you get hatred that turns into violence. But there's a whole bunch of things that happen that lead somebody to ending up being violent with hate in their hearts towards another group. It starts at the small things that people say to vilify other groups that really normalises that hatred towards another group. And it goes unchecked. Vilification laws could have actually held some people accountable to the things that they say that normalise that hatred and targeted attacks towards other groups. But you didn't want to do that. You didn't want to do that because you are okay, seemingly okay, with the vilification of groups, the damaging attacks on groups of people in Australia, other Australians. As long as it doesn't lead to violence, go for your life. Jewish Australians, like all Australians, deserve to be safe, feel safe, and be respected in this country. Anti-vilification laws would have helped achieve that objective. The Leader of the Opposition, Susan Ley, and the Coalition failed all Australians when you failed to rise to the occasion. Words absolutely matter, but so does action. You had the opportunity to rise to the occasion and you failed. You failed all Australians this week, especially those of us who belong to communities that are targeted and attacked all the time, and we won't forget.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. What happened at Bondi Beach on December 14th last year was an appalling and horrific act of hate and violence that has shattered our Sydney community and the country, and no one more than the Jewish community. We continue to stand in solidarity with our Jewish brothers and sisters in their grief. Yesterday in this chamber, we were able to pay our respects and condolences to those whose lives were taken. From today, our job as public representatives is to do everything in our power to stop this kind of violence from ever happening again. The Greens have long pushed for strong gun laws. This is an evidence-based, tried and tested response that reduces gun violence. And we were pleased and proud to support the gun reforms that passed today and made them even stronger. And we will always work to get dangerous weapons off our streets. I have never been silent on what needs to be done to combat hate, racism, and extremism. I've spent my political life focused on anti-racism and fighting extremism and the far right. But this bill is not the way to do it. This bill is not a responsible response. The sham process that the government has undertaken on this bill is as appalling as the bill itself. That there wasn't even a pretense of consultation for some of the most extreme changes to our criminal laws shows just how little the government thinks of the community. From the beginning, the draft bill was quickly exposed to be deeply flawed, divisive, and dangerous. It was clear that these laws were designed to protect some and not others. With this bill, the Albanese government has thrown Muslims and migrants under the bus. After Labour was forced to back down on the dangerous vilification section of this omnibus bill, they made a terrible last-minute deal with the coalition to make other parts of this awful, rushed bill even more divisive and more dangerous. Labour did a deal with the coalition who want the right to be bigots. And this bill will have a chilling and draconian effect on political debate, on protest, on civil rights, and on people speaking up against human rights abuses perpetrated by Israel or any other nation state. This is not social cohesion. This is not unity. This is not equality. This is deeply disappointing, but not surprising. And this is not the first time that Labour has betrayed communities. Over the past month, the Bondi tragedy has been politicized by large sections of the media and politicians. The anger, frustration, and sadness at the weaponization of this attack has been reiterated to me countless times by many of my Jewish friends. In what should have been a time for solidarity and kindness, this horrific tragedy was seized upon to clamp down on, demonize, and silence a movement of peace and justice. These vile murderers who perpetrated the attack had no connection to Palestine, were not Palestinian, had no link that we know of to the pro-Palestine movement, but politicians and the media saw the perverse opportunity to remove a thorn from their side. There seems to be a concerted effort to force some kind of a sick binary, as if one cannot be both against the terror attack at Bondi and show solidarity with Palestine. This is a disgusting lie meant to smear and silence. Let me say this clearly and unequivocally. Standing against a genocide is not anti-Semitic. Being outraged and protesting the killing, starvation, and torture of hundreds of thousands of people is not anti-Semitic. Calling for this government to combat racism in all its forms is not divisive. Calling for this government to end its complicity in genocide is not divisive. However, it is divisive to pretend to care about international law while inviting to this country the president of Israel, a state committing genocide in Gaza. It is divisive to design laws that say to all but one community, your safety does not matter. It is divisive to celebrate multiculturalism and then introduce laws that blatantly scapegoat and demonize migrants. We know that these laws are not being introduced in a political vacuum. They come after over 2 years of Israel's genocide in Gaza, after 2 years of draconian crackdowns on protesters. The absolute lengths that have been gone to silence Palestinian and Palestine solidarity voices has been immense, aided by a predominantly right-wing and pro-Israel media and political class, but also by the Labour government. This bill is yet another example of the Albanese government's authoritarian crackdown on supporters of Palestine. And this censorship was on full display in recent weeks, with the Adelaide Festival Board uninviting Dr. Randa Abdul Fattah from Adelaide Writers' Week, with her mere existence as a Palestinian apparently a problem for them. This was a racist decision that has resulted in the entire festival being cancelled and the board finally being dragged to issue an unconditional apology to Randa. These are indeed dangerous times when there is a whole of government assault on basic human rights. These laws that we're debating today are flawed, fraught, and near friendless. The New South Wales Council of Civil Liberties has said they will irreparably damage our democratic and legal system. The Human Rights Law Centre has stated that the bill risks crystallizing and perpetuating an invidious public discourse which casts migrants and refugees as a presumptive threat to national security. The Jewish Council of Australia criticized both the process and content of the bill, noting that the fight against anti-Semitism is not served by rushed legislation, which is not evidence-based and which may lead to the targeting of religious and migrant communities. The Islamic Council of Victoria has stated that the bill risks exacerbating existing patterns of over-policing, racial profiling, and disproportionate public, media, and police scrutiny of Muslim communities under the guise of countering hate and extremism. Community groups and legal experts have been near unanimous in their assessment that these laws are fundamentally flawed. They provide for extraordinary ministerial powers with limited guardrails and protection. They provide a clear pathway for governments to shut down protest and political dissent. They rely almost exclusively on criminal penalties that decades of evidence tells us do not succeed in combating hate. They unfairly and inappropriately target the Muslim community, while at the same time exceptionalizing one form of hate for protection and ignoring other forms of hate, such as that faced by LGBTQIA+ people, disabled people, and other marginalized groups. We cannot work backwards to amend a bill that is so fundamentally messed up. One of the most concerning aspects of the bill is the prescription of hate groups, the provision by which the minister does not need to provide an individual or a group procedural fairness, dispensing with the rules of law and natural justice. Greg Barnes, SC, spoke today describing these provisions as the sort of stuff you get in authoritarian countries. The retrospectivity of this provision is terrifying, allowing the consideration of conduct that occurred before the bill even commenced that could result in imprisonment for 15 years when the conduct at the time wasn't even illegal. The provisions can and will easily be used to shut down protest and political activity that the government does not support. We have seen in the UK the danger and absurdity of misuse of proscription and terrorism laws, with thousands of people arrested for engaging in peaceful demonstrations against genocide and in support of Palestine action. I am yet to find a single legal expert, academic, or human rights expert who is in favor of these provisions. It is clear from the context of the bill and the speeches that were made here yesterday, like who these laws will protect and who they will target. Some of the things that were said in here yesterday about Muslims and Islam were shameful, disgraceful, and vile. Of the faith groups consulted prior to the bill being provided publicly, it was only the Australian National Imams Council that was not shown the bill, knowing full well that Islamophobia has risen drastically in recent years, with Muslims being physically attacked, spat on, and verbally abused in public with increasing frequency and ferocity. I know firsthand this hate has reached new levels for the Muslim community. The government's briefing records very clearly show that the Muslim community has been left out in the cold. But then we have always been the government's lowest priority. Extremism in any form should never be tolerated. Exceptionalizing one form of bigotry over another does not make anyone safer. My friend Barbara Bloch, who is a member of Jews Against Occupation 1948, told me this: I would like this parliament to mourn the loss of these lives, investigate the circumstances that allowed these heavily armed men to make their way to Bondi undetected and commit those acts of savagery. Then please take a deep breath and also consider the impact of these laws, not only on Jewish lives, but also on others. And remember that for Palestinians, both in Australia and in Palestine and Israel, their struggle is also not over. At the end of the day, we cannot criminalize our way out of hate and racism. Expanding the carceral system is not the way to keep people safe. We know this system is used against First Nations people. We know how this system has been used against activists and protesters. We know who this legislation is going to target if this is passed. Discrimination and racism are institutional and structural in our country, and we must root them out as such. It is not just about one individual here or another one there. It is about overhauling the system and changing society. The National Anti-Racism Framework provides a roadmap to move towards an anti-racist society. It does so in a way that acknowledges the deep roots of structural, institutional, and systemic racism, including anti-Semitism and all forms of racism in this country. And it rightly places truth-telling and First Nations justice at the heart of anti-racism work. This framework has been gathering dust on the government shelves for over a year now, while racism has been getting worse and worse. The Prime Minister should today announce funding for the framework and begin its implementation. Combating hate and extremism must be work that is grassroots and community-led, with significant commitment to an investment in communities to change hearts and minds, behaviors, and attitudes. And let me say this, despite what many of those in here would have you believe, hate and extremism is not some problem that is imported here from afar. We saw that clearly and devastatingly in the Christchurch Mosque massacre, where 51 Muslims were murdered in cold blood while praying by an Australian white supremacist who was radicalized right here in this country. Violence, too, is not imported from far away. Australia was built on the genocide of First Nations people, with colonialism and oppression continuing today. We also know that a woman is murdered by an intimate partner every 8 days in this country. The inclusion of migration law changes in this legislation does nothing but demonize migrants and feed far-right white supremacist rhetoric that migrants are the problem. The utter hypocrisy of the Labour and Liberal parties is here on full display. To pretend to celebrate multiculturalism, praise migrants when it suits them, and then propose laws like this is just disgusting. The Bondi attack has devastated the nation. Our response to it should be carefully considered to show compassion, care, and solidarity at a time of crisis. We should, as a society, try to achieve the structural and cultural change needed to reject hate and extremism and to weed it out at its roots. This legislation definitely does not do that. Scapegoating migrants does not make anyone safer. Undermining the right to protest does not make anyone safer.
Now, imagine how I feel having to watch this year round. This is insane. How many more pages she got? Like 4 pages or something. Looks like 3 or 4 pages left. Oh my God. I'm not even listening. I'm going to mute it for a bit. If you want to listen, go to the main live stream. This is bullshit. This is some ChatGPT shit. Where's that audio coming from? Oh, my phone. Man, get out of here. Here we go, Michaela Cash.
Minister in this country the ability to actually chuck out violent Islamic extremists, because that's actually what the laws that we are looking at tonight will do. But before I address those laws, let's talk about the journey to actually get here, because Australians should never forget what Mr Albanese tried to do after Australia's largest terrorist attack. Let's be clear. He tried to push through the biggest expansion of criminal speech laws this country has ever seen. What's worse is he tried to do it in less than 1 week before Australians had had time to properly read it, to understand it, or speak up. But guess what? Australians did speak up. And the coalition, the Liberal Party and the National Party, stood firmly with them. So I say this to all Australians. Congratulations, Australia. Just like us, you saw through what the Prime Minister of Australia was trying to do to you. You saw through the spin, you looked at the substance, And well done, Australia. You stopped the Prime Minister of Australia. As we stand here tonight and debate the legislation that is now before the Senate, let us be very, very clear, because there's a lot of misinformation out there tonight. Labor's hate speech package, the original package that would have silenced you, Australia, has been abandoned. Well done, Australia. You stood up, we listened, you forced Mr Albanese to take action, and that bill has been scrapped. But I have to say, here's a basic question that all Australians should ask themselves. After 15 Jewish Australians were murdered in the largest terror attack this country has ever seen on Bondi Beach, why was the Prime Minister's first instinct to rush laws through that would have potentially silenced ordinary Australians, while at the same time refusing to clearly name the ideology that drove the terrorist attack? And here's the bit the Australian people can't get past. The package he wanted us to put through ran to hundreds of pages, and guess what? Not once in those 500 pages did it actually name what actually happened, the real threat: violent Islamic extremism. And let's be very, very clear. If you can't name the threat that Australia is confronting, Mr Prime Minister, guess what? You actually can't address it. So let me say this plainly, because quite frankly, Australians are sick and tired of the Australian Labor Party and the Prime Minister dancing around the truth. Australia must confront violent Islamic extremism. No excuse, not relabelling it, as they tend to do so as not to offend the violent Islamic extremists, and not pretending it's something else. But definitely don't try and make laws around it whilst even refusing to name it. This is an ideology, let's be very clear here. It glorifies murder, it celebrates terrorism, it targets Jews first, and Australians, wake up and understand this. It's not confined to the Jewish people. They start with Saturday, they go after Sunday. For all the Christians out there, wake up. You are Sunday. That's what they do. They target the Jews first, and then they go after anybody else who stands in their way. This extremist ideology, it hates democracy and it hates the Australian way of life. That is the threat. But sadly, instead of focusing on this threat right from the start, Labor's original approach took a slightly different tangent. They introduced laws, or they wanted to introduce laws, that actually risk chilling lawful speech, and worse, in fact, I find this so offensive, it built in a dangerous loophole dressed up as a religious teaching defence that the hate preachers would have exploited. Quite frankly, I think the Australian people expect that a law meant to stop hate should never give the hate preachers in this country a roadmap to avoid accountability. But that is what the Prime Minister of Australia did. He gave, by the drafting, the hate preachers, the people we want to stop in this country, a get out of jail free card. But as I said, good on you, Australia. Congratulations. You saw through the Prime Minister. You saw he was trying to silence you. You had the support of the coalition, and we successfully defeated that bill. So to the bill before us today, because there is a lot of misinformation out there tonight, let's talk about what it does in plain English. First, as I said, and this is why I'm supporting it, it makes it easier to kick extremists out of Australia using the visa system. So this is our message as the coalition. If you come here to glorify extremist violence, if you want to threaten Australians or radicalise others, I don't care. You should not get a visa. And if you're already here and you're doing that, I do think the minister should be given the power to take your visa off you. But I also think the minister should be able to go one step further, which is what this legislation does. It says, guess what? You are never, ever coming back into the great country of Australia. And that is what this bill will deliver. It gives the minister clearer power to refuse a visa, to cancel a visa, and to permanently exclude people who, quite frankly, are coming to Australia to poison our community. And I'll also say this, to anyone who votes against this tonight, you need to be upfront with the Australian people about what you're doing. A no vote, is a vote refusing visas, against refusing visas to hate preachers. A no vote is a vote...
Okay, so Michaela Cash is going to be leading the Liberal Party into voting for this bill. That's the point. Cool, Michaela Cash is going to sell us down the drain. So we got the Karen Susan Lee, and now we've got the Karen fucking Michaela Cash. Beautiful. Just fucking beautiful. We're getting destroyed. This country's getting destroyed by a bunch of Karens. We are doomed. We are so fucking doomed.
A no vote, is a vote refusing visas, against refusing visas to hate preachers. A no vote is a vote against cancelling visas where someone is glorifying violence. And a no vote is a vote against keeping these people out for good. So let me be clear amongst all the misinformation that's out there tonight. I'm voting for laws that make it easier for the relevant minister, Labor or Coalition, to throw extremists out of this country and to keep extremists excluded from this country. Why would I do that? Because the Coalition's position is simple. Australia is not a sanctuary for violent extremists. We will not give people visas when they're glorifying terror or they are trying to radicalise others. And if they are here, yes, we do want the minister to have the power to remove them and keep them out. The second thing this bill does tonight is in relation to violent extremist hate groups. And again, there's a lot of misinformation out there tonight, so let me be clear. Despite what people are saying, this is not about opinions. This is about organised, dangerous hate groups that recruit, intimidate, and create the conditions for hate-motivated violence. One of the issues in Australia is that the terrorist listing threshold is incredibly high, as it should be. What that has therefore done, though, is this. It leaves a gap where vile hate groups can operate in plain sight, recruiting, radicalising, fundraising, and intimidating communities, but they fall just short of a terrorism label. People have seen it. They've seen it of late with the neo-Nazis. These are people who worship Hitler and they glorify genocide. They don't just hold vile views. They build networks, they recruit, they threaten, they target minorities to spread fear. What this part of the bill does is it helps close that gap. It creates a way to prohibit organised hate groups and makes it illegal to take part in them or help them, this is very important, when they are tied to serious hate-driven criminal conduct. And that takes me to a group that, quite frankly, I can't wait to see listed, and that is Hizb ut-Tahrir. Let's be very clear about what this organisation is. For anyone who wants to vote no tonight, this is an extremist Islamic organisation. It rejects democracy, it rejects Australian law, and it openly pushes for a global Islamic caliphate run under Sharia law. I'm sorry, but to anyone who's saying, oh, this legislation goes too far, I can tell you right now that I don't think that is just a slightly different opinion to what I might have. Their whole agenda is to replace the Australian way of life, and quite frankly, I want that stopped. Hizb ut-Tahrir's message is a simple one. Australia's system is illegitimate and it must be replaced. Our parliament, our courts, equal rights for men and women, and our freedom to choose our religion, or alternatively, to not have any religion at all. And sadly, for this group, they don't need to set a bomb off to be dangerous. Their danger is their vile extremist ideology, the propaganda that radicalises, that spreads hatred, and that tells young Australians that our democracy in our great country is the enemy. I don't know about others in this chamber, but I have no desire to see groups like Hizb ut-Tahrir, who want a global caliphate under Sharia law, operating in Australia. Quite frankly, if you come here to undermine our democracy and replace it, you should not get a platform. You should not get protection. And you definitely should not be allowed to organise like they have done and will continue to do if this legislation does not pass tonight in the great country of Australia. So here's the reality again for those colleagues who will vote no tonight. If you vote against this hate group regime, you will need to explain plainly why you are prepared to let neo-Nazi organisations and Hizb ut-Tahrir keep operating freely in Australia, because that is the practical effect. More space to recruit, more space to radicalise, more space to intimidate, and what is worse, more poison in our communities. Many out there, again, there's misinformation, are claiming this is an attack on free speech. It isn't. That was the Prime Minister's original bill. That was the bill Australians said no to and we successfully killed off. What we are voting on tonight is entirely different. This targets organised extremist groups that fall just short of a terrorist listing, but still cause real harm. Or art. And it is certainly not about the police knocking on your door because of a harsh Facebook post or because you criticised the government. The Coalition would never support that. This is directed at serious conduct of a criminal nature, serious harm to a criminal standard under existing law, and it only applies where the Director General of Security must be satisfied the conduct would or is likely to increase the risk of politically motivated violence. That is a high bar, and it should be a high bar. So, for anybody out there thinking that we're attacking free speech, the test is not, did someone say something offensive? It is whether it increases the risk of violence, not discomfort, not disagreement, not, I didn't like what was said. Australia is a free country, but it is not a sanctuary for extremists, and it should not be a safe operating environment for vile extremist hate groups. President or Acting Deputy President, Australians want to see Islamic hate preachers gone. They want to see the minister given the ability to ban Hizb ut-Tahrir, and they want neo-Nazis off our streets. These laws will achieve that, and that's why I'm supporting them.
Minister Wong.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I rise to speak on the Combating Antisemitism, Hate and Extremism Bill 2026. And these laws come at a tragic time for our nation.
Sorry, I'm just going to pause it for a sec. I'm about to post a clip. I've put the bits together so that way the context is all there. But basically, Liberal Senator Michaelia Cash is gaslighting the public by claiming that we are spreading misinformation, saying that anyone who votes against the hate speech portion of the bill should be ashamed. And I'll add the part where she says that and that this is not an attack on free speech, and that this bill is actually not an attack on freedom of speech. What a fucking gaslighting bitch. She's gaslighting, right? 1 in the chat if she's gaslighting, 2 in the chat if she's not gaslighting. Is gaslighting in public by claiming that we are spreading misinformation, saying that anyone who votes against the hate speech section of the bill should be ashamed, and that this bill is not actually an attack on freedom of speech. Okay. Let me just check the chats. Let me just check the chat. Have we got 1s in the chat or 2s in the chat? 1s in the chat? Yeah, we got lots of 1s in the chat. Yeah. I need you guys just to sort of verify my thoughts just so I'm not completely gone delusional yet. But yeah, holy fucking Michaela Cash. We are getting sold down the gutter by 2 gaslighting fucking Karens. Unreal. And she said misinformation like 2 or 3 times. And she said that this bill is not an attack on free speech. And well done, guys. Well done in your campaign, guys. You did really well sending millions of emails to everyone. Well done, guys. You got all the bad stuff out of it. Holy fucking gaslight. As it all right, Liberal Senator Michaela Cash is gaslighting the public. Saying that we are spreading misinformation and insisting that anyone who votes against the hate speech section of the bill should be ashamed. She says that this bill is not actually an attack on free speech. Okay. All right, it's uploading now.
14th December 2025 was a day when Islamist-inspired terror came to...
I just need to refresh this. I need my playback speed. It's not coming up.
...division. And Australia... It was an attack on a community and on a nation, on every Australian. And that day, the 2 attackers came with hatred in their minds and with lethal weapons in their hands. And today, this Parliament is working to address both the motivation and the method of the attack. And we are sending a powerful message that there is no place for anti-Semitism in this country. There is no place for spreading hate in Australia. There is no place for violent extremism in Australia. This legislation continues our commitment to implementing the recommendations of the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism. However, this legislation does not reflect one key recommendation of the Special Envoy. Ms Segal recommended that the government strengthen federal, state and territory legislation addressing anti-Semitic and other hateful or intimidating conduct, including with respect to serious vilification offences and the public promotion of hatred and anti-Semitic sentiment. But colleagues, these laws will not include racial vilification, which the Labor Party has long supported and which the government sought to bring forward. Those opposite have walked away from a key ask of the Special Envoy and a key ask of so many in the Jewish Australian community at this time. I want to quote my friend, the member from his speech earlier today. He said, after the leader of the opposition came to my electorate last week, stood up at a synagogue and said that hate needed to be confronted and that there needed to be consequences. She said that if she were the Prime Minister, there would be. within ours, the Liberal Party refused to support laws in this place that would do exactly that. The Leader of the Opposition demanded that the government implement the Seagull report in full, yet the Leader of the Opposition is blocking the government from doing precisely that. The Leader of the Opposition demanded hate speech laws and then opposed them. The Leader of the Opposition demanded the return of Parliament, and when Parliament was recalled, was against it. Yesterday in the Senate, we heard these words. This Parliament has a responsibility to ensure Jewish Australians can live freely and securely in the weeks, months and years ahead, to ensure community institutions are protected, to ensure threats are taken seriously, to ensure the law is enforced, and to ensure that those who incite hatred and glorify violence are met with consequences. That was Senator Cash yesterday. And on this, Senator Cash, we agree. But, of course, we are not able to pass reforms which are directly targeting those who incite hatred, because the Liberal and National Party senators will not support reforms to combat racial vilification. They will not support them. And to even consider today's important legislative reform, we have narrowed the scope of the legislation at the Coalition's requests. So it will be for the Coalition to answer to the Jewish Australian community when instances of vile hate face no consequences. Australians want their leaders to lead. They do not want self-interest. They do not want politics. They do not want division. And Australians want to stand with and behind the Jewish Australian community at this time of profound grief. And we saw this unity in previous national crises like Port Arthur, the Bali bombings, the Lindt siege. But not for Bondi. Instead of reaching for that higher ground, national unity, the opposition sought to drag us down with division. But Australians see what the Liberal and National parties are doing. They see through it. They see through it. Acting Deputy President, Senators, we know that the attackers at Bondi targeted Australian Jews because of who they are. And we know they were inspired by hateful, violent, intolerant and extreme ideology that has no place in our country. And we will not give the terrorists what they seek, which is a divided nation, to turn Australian against Australian. For Jewish Australians, particularly those that came to Australia seeking refuge, their sense of safety, their sense of security has been shattered. And they trust they had in this country, in an Australia that valued Jewish contributions to a multicultural society, that needs to be rebuilt. And it is our collective responsibility to rebuild it. So tonight, in this Senate, is the next step in ensuring that we work to stamp out the violent and hateful ideology that inspired this attack. The new laws being debated here specifically target those who seek to spread hatred, including those who seek to disrupt social cohesion in our community. The laws also create a regime for listing organisations that engage in hate speech or promote violence or racial hatred. The bill amends the Migration Act to introduce new grounds enabling a minister to refuse and cancel visas on the basis of hate-motivated conduct and offences relating to the spread of hatred and extremism. And this is as it should be. Organisations that proffer hateful ideologies must be outlawed and their members held accountable. We know one such group has already announced an intention to disband in anticipation of the effectiveness of these laws. Our Senate, our Parliament tonight can send a strong message to a grieving nation, and we must. We stand together against hate, and together light will prevail over darkness. I commend the bill to the Senate.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks very much, Acting Deputy. This bill comes as part of the Labor Party's response to an appalling anti-Semitic attack at Bondi Beach that took the lives of 15 Jewish members of our community. And this Parliament, just barely an hour ago, passed laws that directly respond to critical elements of that attack by addressing some of the loopholes in our national firearms laws that allowed hate to be armed that day. And whilst it wasn't unanimous, we did get the majority needed. And that was good work to make the community safer. Much of this bill, however, includes scapegoating migrants and attacking peaceful protests and protest groups. And it's not a legitimate response to the Bondi attack. And it wrongfully conflates caring about international law, protecting the vulnerable, and having a conscience about world events with the cruel ugliness of anti-Semitism. The Australian Greens have deep concerns about the politicised content included here. And we do not have any comfort that it is going to substantially address any form of hate in this country, and that includes anti-Semitism. We're also concerned that the amendments to the migration laws are designed directly to place migrants in the frame in this debate, and to blame migrants and multicultural Australia on the failures of intelligence and security agencies. And again, we see how a failure in ASIO, a failure in our security agencies is being used to weaponise against multicultural Australia. And then...
All right, for those wondering, the clip of gaslighting Michaela Cash is now up on X, and it's just about to be up on Insta and everywhere else. So if you guys want to give that a share, Incredible attempt at gaslighting, saying, "Well done, guys. Well done, Australia. Well done for campaigning against the omnibus bill. You guys did it. This bill is actually good. We're going to support it. And not only are we going to support it, we are going to accuse you of spreading misinformation if you think that this bill is actually bad and an affront on free speech." Unbelievable. The amount of bullshit that Michaelia Cash just spread in that 2-minute clip, let alone the whole speech, is just unbelievable. And they fucking hate that we see through it. They fucking hate it. All right, it's loading now on Insta, but it's everywhere. It's incredible that Michaelia Cash is saying that it's good, and then here, Shoebridge, I'll play it in a sec, is saying that it's bad. What has this country become?
To give those very agencies more and more secret powers. This parliament should be coming together to make laws now that bring communities together and that have their confidence and support. Instead, we have a last-minute major party deal to create laws that can criminalise large segments of the community who are following their conscience and their hearts to stand up against genocide. And I know who I am with in this debate, and I'm proud to be with them. We will not sit quietly in the corner while these parties try to make it a crime to stand against genocide and for a free Palestine. And we will remain in solidarity with the community, peaceful, principled and proud. And I want to say thank you to the thousands of people who made submissions to the Parliamentary Joint Commission on Intelligence and Security. Of course, part of the club, populated just by Labor and the Coalition, but the community engaged. And this whole process was a stitch-up between the Labor and Liberal parties with committees like the PJCIS. But I want to thank people who still took the time to ensure they were heard and that their detailed concerns about the proposed laws were on the record. And I note the large number of Palestinian, LGBTQI+ and refugee organisations who raised their strong concerns about the divisive and dangerous proposals in these bills. At all times, the timeframe for consultation was grossly inadequate. And we genuinely appreciate every group who still made themselves available in these last few short days to talk with us about the proposed changes. And every stakeholder we spoke to, every single one, raised new and more detailed concerns about these laws. And the overwhelming response from all of them is that the original Labor Party proposal was just too flawed, too politicised, too biased, too divisive to be fixed. And I agree with them. My party agrees with them. And millions of Australians agree with them. And we thank them for their time. And with your collective help, we have prevented broken vilification laws passing that were biased in their application, broken in their reach and dangerous in their politics. And I want to thank all of those Australians who joined with us in that. I note in particular the difficulty of this proposal for the many communities, including but not limited to the queer community and the disability community, who have long waited for this parliament to take their concerns about hate attacks against them seriously. And this government brought them in to this parliament, gave them encouragement, and then just dropped them, like they've done so many times before. This government has again let down diverse communities in this process. They are more than disappointed with this government today. But I want to let all of those vulnerable and diverse communities know you have our word as Greens that we will keep working to ensure a comprehensive suite of measures are adopted, funded, resourced to reduce hate, provide support and make this country safe for all. Thank you to the Law Council for their insightful analysis of the draft and the final laws, including in the few short hours we had them today. Likewise, the guidance of the Justice and Equity Centre, the Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service, Australian Palestine Advocacy Network, the Asylum Seekers Resource Centre, Hindus for Human Rights, the Arabic Council, as well as lawyers from the Australian Lawyers Alliance, among many, many others. And they have said with one voice. Indeed, they've been stronger than that. They've said with a diversity of voices from multiple different perspectives, from multiple faiths and multiple communities and multiple parts of this country. They have said, don't support these laws for the damage they can do to society. And in the last 24 hours, the bill has become even worse. Coalition amendments, far from the nonsense we heard from Senator Cash about limiting their scope and saving people from overreach. What nonsense, what rubbish we heard. What facile defences she's trying to build for whoever in her perceived support base. Let us be clear about this. Coalition amendments expand the reach of Labor's already dangerous crackdown on legitimate free speech, political expression, and they do so in unprecedented ways. Far from narrowing these laws, these changes expand the law to expressly cover conduct that falls far short of violence. The Rush changes expand the conduct that can lead to organisations being banned, their members, including informal members, whatever that means, going to jail for 15 years, to include references to 7 different state and territory laws. That raises multiple constitutional issues and significant uncertainty into how these laws will apply across the Commonwealth. That didn't narrow the scope of these banning provisions and prescription visions. It massively expanded them and massively expanded the thoughts and the speech that can be covered by these laws. This Labor and coalition deal may lead to organisations being banned and people being criminalised across the country if they ridicule or express contempt for a group or a person. These laws cover much more than threats of violence, extending to economic, social and psychological harm, and enforced not by courts, but by secret reports from ASIO and the opinion of the Home Affairs Minister. Labor and the coalition are expressly intending to capture acts and statements done in the past with retrospective operations of these laws. Groups could be criminalised. People could see their actions criminalised. They could face lengthy jail time for actions or words said before these offences were even created. What was a rushed process last week with poor process, excluding critical consideration, has now become a farce. Unprecedented legal changes are being made law without even a cursory review by experts or the community. And the general principles we have used to analyse these changes as Greens include laws that seek to protect only select parts of the community and expressly exclude protection for other vulnerable parts of our community. Well, they are bad laws. They're divisive laws. Rushed, complex criminal laws are a terrible process and risk criminalising conduct nobody would want to see people going to jail for. Will nobody accept?
Okay, I'm just going to pause this here because Barnaby Joyce did an interview and I don't want to miss it. So I'll pull that up and then we'll go back and playback speed a bit faster.
International Money Fund this week, Deputy Prime Minister, now a One Nation MP. Barnaby, what a cock-up.
It is a fiasco, total fiasco, Andrew. And what you say is there's some ACT in that legislation, some Chardonnay.
Even if I believe it, I could not say it. I have to say laws
could deem that you were hate speech and therefore association with you, Andrew, could associate me with up to 15 years in jail. 15 years. Can you believe this garbage? How on earth did our nation get to this spot?
Yes, I can. I can believe it because
it's just bizarre.
I know very well how these laws twist in the hand. What you thought you were passing a law to abolish turns out to be used against you. I mean, you should see the kittens we have to go through. I couldn't theoretically, speaking purely theoretically, I could not say on this station that Islam is the problem, right? Even if I believe it, I could not say it. I have to say, everyone says radical Islam. Yeah, well, the thing is, because then you'd be locked up. And meanwhile, you've got these hate preachers out there ranting and raving.
And you've got radical Islamists, and that's what they were, at Bondi in a human turkey shoot, murdering Australian people, and we're not allowed to absolutely say they are radical Islamists. They're Islamic fundamentalists. They're not radical Anglicans. They're not radical Catholics. They're not radical Buddhists. They're not radical Zoroastrians. We're not, but, this is all about switching that off, so you can't tell the truth. And today I sat in the chamber with seven of us voting against it. I mean, what on earth has happened, Andrew?
Look, I don't know. Armed police with, rifles, automatic weapons outside sporting events now. I mean, wow, I had no idea that multiculturalism would be this much fun, Barnaby.
And we, this, people say, well, I don't know what's happening to One Nation. You created One Nation with all, not you personally, Andrew, but this idea that, multiculturalism, we'll all live happily, we'll all, kumbaya. No, there is one culture, an Australian culture. I don't care what you're either a good Australian or a bad Australian. If you're a bad Australian, you can't live in Australia anymore. You can't come to an Australia if you're going to be a bad Australian. And, and we have to play this still today after this massacre, these riddles where we had something else so particular we could have dealt with. Antisemitism, if you hate Jews, if you want to murder Jews, we're going to bring in laws to stop you. We could have been so succinct, but they couldn't help themselves. They said, we've got to broaden it. We've got to broaden it a bit because it might be about Islamophobia or LGBTQI or, all sorts of hate, hate against, Zoroastrians and hate against people who don't believe in climate change. People don't believe in climate change. What a terrible hate.
But that'd be
deal with that bullshit.
Barnaby, you successfully distracted me. Just before you go, yes. Colin Boyce, is he the only Nationals MP that you know of that is considering moving to One Nation?
I honestly, I'm never going to out people, and I honestly don't know. They make those decisions. As I say to them, I was never pressured to join One Nation, not at all. Pauline never, ever pressured me. It was a deliberate decision I made. And I say to my colleagues who might discuss it with me, this is like a marriage, mate. It's not for me. You work it out for yourself. And whatever decision you make, I will support you in it.
You made the you used the plural version twice there, so I presume there are more than one then. We shall see. A very interesting year ahead of us. Barnaby Joyce, thank you so much indeed for your time.
For their political opponents, that is. Removing procedural fairness from decisions that could potentially put people in jail for years or over a decade is plain dangerous. And let's be clear, anything that the Labor and Coalition agree on in a late night meeting with the toxic politics they've been discussing in the last few years, especially when it comes to criminal law, is likely to be terribly compromised at best and downright Trumpian at worst. We've spoken in the last hours to a number of lawyers and experts on the changed prohibited hate group laws. They had a long list of questions, a long list of concerns about the provisions, and show that they are very far from clear and possibly completely unworkable. Is that how laws should pass through this parliament? Just on a wink and a nod? The vibe of Senator Cash, the nod of the Prime Minister, the hope of the Attorney General, the toxic politics of whichever part of the coalition agreed to this? And we start by noting, as the Law Council points out, that the banning powers rely in part on underlying conduct that is in part already criminalised and in part never before used as legal tests. That will see the Home Affairs Minister relying on secret advice from ASIO about potential future conduct of an organisation before banning them, without any pretence of natural justice, without ever considering procedural fairness. And in this case, the discretion given to the Home Affairs Minister means the courts will not consider a listing and there's no independent oversight. The listing can occur on the grounds where the Minister has a reasonable belief that a person has engaged in a hate crime, and that can be satisfied by a range of state-based vilification offences that only require a person to be critiquing or ridiculing. Again, I repeat, all of that is done by ASIO with a secret report never seen by those being targeted, never seen by the Parliament, never seen by the public, and by a Minister who doesn't even have to tell the organisation he's thinking about doing this. And the second limit of the request of the test requires the Minister is satisfied it's reasonably necessary to protect a part of the community from harm that harm could include not just physical harm, but economic, psychological or social harm. Under these laws, the anti-apartheid movement would have been captured. Under these laws, federal ministers in the 1960s and 1970s could have threatened thousands of anti-apartheid activists with jail, banned their organisations because of their strident, correct and pointed criticism of the South African government and its hateful apartheid policy. And they're people we now celebrate as proud human rights campaigners. And in 2026, cross out apartheid and write in Free Palestine, and you'll see what these parties are trying to do. Can I point out that in the short time we've had these unprecedented proposed changes, lawyers have said to us that roping in the criminal offences of 7 different state and territory laws, defining them as hate crimes and saying they apply under Commonwealth legislation creates immeasurable legal uncertainty. Does a test that used to only apply in Victoria now apply across the whole country? Are there 7 different tests across the country, depending on where you live, about what you say? None of this has been answered by the government. It's chaos. It's bad in principle. And then even with those laws, the government goes out of their way to say that only 3 categories of offensive conduct will be covered by those 3 laws, writing out protections for other religious groups, the LGBTIQ community, the gender and intersex. How have we got to this point? And can I finish with this on migration? This bill dangerously lowers the threshold for visa cancellations from requiring a person would engage in harmful conduct to merely they might. That's not a test. I want to thank the ASRC for their continued positive engagement with this. And when the government says they need these changes to ban hate preachers from this country, they know that's false. Every single one of those could already be banned under the character tests. There are 2 separate legal provisions under the Migration Act that would fully cover all of the conduct that's covered in these migration law changes. And the government is lying when it says otherwise, and the coalition is covering itself with pretend political cover when it says otherwise. We won't accept those lies. It's a false narrative, and at the core of the narrative on the migration changes are they want to blame migrants for the violence and failures of security agencies, for the gaps in our gun laws. And we won't let them scapegoat migrants. And we won't support these changes to the Migration Act, and we won't support the rubbish politics that is trying to give them cover when they do it.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator O'Neill? Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In Bondi on the 14th of December, 2 evil men, drawing on a perverted distortion of Islam that is the foundation of the terror organisation ISIS.
Okay, we're just going to take a break from listening to these ALP senators because they've got nothing really important to say that's going to be compelling. So we're just going to take a break from that shit. And how's everyone feeling? I'll just see quickly if there's anything on MSM that we have missed. All right, Nats did an interview just a moment ago, so I'll pull that up in a sec. Let me just check ABC because there would have been 7:30 report. And I have no doubt that someone would have been speaking there. Yeah, Michelle Rowland did an interview. That's important because she's the Attorney General. Let's pull that up.
Inside a synagogue.
The Attorney General, Michelle Rowland, joins me now from Canberra. Michelle Rowland, welcome to the program.
Good evening.
So can you clear up for us, under this hate speech bill, what will it take for an organisation to be banned?
Well, there are a series of criteria, but essentially they go to two factors. Firstly, there needs to be the type of conduct or threat of conduct. And secondly, it needs to go towards harm, and it needs to be one that is scrutinised by our intelligence agencies, and there needs to be a recommendation to the responsible minister, in this case the minister responsible for the Australian Federal Police, but also there needs to also be scrutiny given by the Attorney General as well. So this is one of a series of measures that we've taken in this bill that mirrors the existing frameworks that we have in place regarding terror organisations and also regarding state sponsors of terrorism.
So I'm reading from your legislation, a group can be banned for causing social, economic, psychological or physical harm by engaging in or advocating engagement in a hate crime. They don't have to be convicted of any offence. And a hate crime can include someone being intimidated or feeling harassed. So what do you say to the criticism? It's too broad, lacks procedural fairness, and is the sort of stuff you see in authoritarian states?
Well, I would say that we are responding to one of the worst things that we have seen in this country's history, and indeed the worst terror attack on Australian soil. And that demands that the Parliament take measures that ensure that our citizens are kept safe and that we directly address anti-Semitism. I would point out that there are provisions in this part of the legislation that also go to ensuring that there is oversight not only by the Parliament in terms of disallowance, but also by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, but also that there be judicial review available as well. So there are those safeguards there, but it does recognise state.
Well, let's just go to what it means in practice. Would a group be banned if it accuses Israel of genocide or apartheid, and as a result, Jewish Australians do feel intimidated?
Well, there are a number of other factors that would need to be satisfied there. And what we seek to ensure with this legislation is that we give our investigative agencies like the AFP and also our intelligence agencies like ASIO the ability to be able to implement this law in a way that ensures that not only are we keeping Australians safe, but they are performing their responsibilities in terms of addressing anti-Semitism at its root causes.
Okay, but just coming back to the practical example though, if a group is suggesting that Israel is guilty of genocide, what other measures or factors would need to be met before they can be banned?
Well, under the provisions that are now before the Parliament, there would also need to be able to demonstrate that there are, for example, some aspects of state laws that deal with racial vilification that have been met as well. So the point I would make here, David, is that whilst these provisions have changed in response to the negotiations that have been undertaken.
You know what's fucked up about that state law part of it? Jacinta Allen, I'm glad someone put her name in there because it made me realize if Jacinta Allen gets her way with regards to the forcing social media platforms to release the details of people that are behind anonymous accounts, bro, you're going to get listed and you're going to get doxxed all in one. What the fuck?
With the opposition, they still represent a tight set of laws that can be implemented and are capable of interpretation, not only by a court, but also by our agencies.
Okay, but just to be clear, if a group is saying Israel is engaged in genocide or they're saying Israel should no longer exist, that is not enough for that group to be banned.
Well, again, that would depend on the other evidence that is gathered, David. So I would be reluctant to be naming and ruling in and ruling out specific kinds of conduct that you are describing here.
But surely we all
have
need to
been very
know
clear.
what will be against the law. This matters in terms of what your law will mean. So what would it take for a group that's doing that to be banned?
No, it certainly does. And your viewers have every right to know what the scope of this is. And we have been clear from the outset about the kinds of groups that we are seeking to bring within this regime. This will include those groups that have so...
She said within this regime.
Viewers have...
You got to pick up on the language that they use.
That's doing that to be banned.
No, it certainly does. And your viewers have every right to know what the scope of this is. And we have been clear from the outset about the kinds of groups that we are seeking to bring within this regime. This will include those groups that have so far managed to not do anything that is against the law or would otherwise attract criminal conduct provisions.
So she's saying herself, someone clip this and send this to the NSN boys. You haven't broken the law, but just like Blair Cottrell said in his reel from the other day, we're moving the goalposts. Here's a clip of her literally saying that we're going to move the goalposts.
To know what the scope of this is, and we have been clear from the outset about the kinds of groups that we are seeking to bring within this regime. This will include those groups that have so far managed to not do anything that is against the law or would otherwise attract criminal conduct provisions. So they are groups such as the National Socialist Network and H.
There it is. I had a feeling that was coming. There it is. The NSN again. That's a clip right there. I got to find that. How many hours ago? 56 minutes ago. It's all right. Oh, wow.
UT.
This is Hizb ut-Tahrir. So Hizb ut-Tahrir, as ASIO boss Mike Burgess has pointed out, typically condemns Israel and Jews, but has stopped short of promoting acts of violence here at least. So how would they be captured?
That is correct, David. It's because the threshold has been changed so that if there is that fear and if there is a reasonable person test in here as well, so if that is satisfied, then that would come within the scope of these provisions.
Okay, so this comes back to the question I was asking. If they are saying that Israel is engaged in genocide or condemning Israel, saying it shouldn't exist, and people, Jewish Australians, feel harassed or intimidated, they can be banned for that reason.
If those criteria are satisfied, then that is the case. I would point out, though, David, it would have been a set of criteria that would have been easier, based on all the facts to have satisfied, if we did have the serious racial vilification provisions in this bill. However, we understand that we deal with the parliament as it is and as the Australian people elected it last year, which is why it is not there.
Well, let me ask you about that. I mean, the Prime Minister did drop that element, the racial vilification. There wasn't support from the Coalition or the Greens. Some of your Labor colleagues, though, don't want this dropped forever. They want the government to return to this and perhaps broaden it beyond just racial vilification, but include religious groups, people with a disability, members of the LGBTQI community. Is that something the government's prepared to return to down the track?
Well, firstly, I understand that frustration, and that frustration is particularly felt by the Jewish experts whom we consulted in the drafting of this legislation. It was also a direct recommendation of the Siegel report, and it was one which the opposition said needed to be implemented in full. That is why we drafted those provisions with urgency, but also with care, to ensure that we were balancing the concerns around free speech, but also the very legitimate concerns about addressing anti-Semitism. And in direct response to your...
Will you come back to this issue?
In direct response to your question, the Prime Minister has made it clear that the time to have brought this forward and the time to have had bipartisanship on this matter is now. We are not proposing to look at this again, and we understand the frustrations that are felt around that. But
What if the Royal Commission, for example, says this is something that should be done? Would you return to it?
I was about to say this falls within, I would say, and the Prime Minister has described this as the same category as the Religious Discrimination Bill, which the government committed to bringing forward but cannot enjoy parliamentary support at the moment. And we will not proceed unless that is done on a bipartisan basis. And indeed, we anticipate that the Royal Commission, given its broad terms of reference, will make a number of recommendations that go towards social cohesion and some of these issues. I will not preempt what Commissioner Bell will find, but the Prime Minister has also made it clear that when we do receive those recommendations, they are ones which we will need to closely consider. I have no visibility of what the Commissioner will find in this regard, but we will wait until such time for that to be brought forward. But as it stands now, we were not prepared to wait until after the Royal Commission to bring forward the package of reforms that we did.
Attorney General Michelle Rowland, thank you.
Pleasure.
God, we are getting comprehensively screwed.
Your viewers have every right to know what the scope of this is. Viewers have viewers have every right to know what the scope of this is, and we have been clear from the outset about the kinds of groups that we are seeking to bring within this regime. This will then that would come within the scope of these provisions. Okay. These provisions.
All right, I'm just about to post it now about moving the goalposts to make sure that the NSN would get banned. That's essentially what she's saying, just straight out. They didn't break the law. They didn't commit any criminal offenses. But, yeah, no, fuck them anyway. That's just... Oh, well. Let me just move that there. All right, cool. We're good. I just need a thumbnail for that. All right, cool. It's loading. Anyone else? Michelle Rowland. No, that's it. All right, let's go back to the Senate. Oh, this Labour senator's still talking. That's all right. We got time then. I'll put the Michelle Rowland clip up right now. Caption: Attorney General Michelle Rowland says that she's moving the goalposts to ban the National Socialist Network, even though they haven't broken the law or otherwise committed any criminal offences. That should be fine. That's perfect. Done. Send now. There you go. Let's play the Nationals interview, McCormack, while we've got time.
True, there was a notable exception, and he joins me now. Michael McCormack, welcome. Let me ask you, why did you vote for the bill when all your colleagues decided to abstain?
Well, my colleagues decided to abstain because they're relying on the amendments being put forward by Bridget McKenzie, by Susan McDonald, Ross Cadell and Matt Canavan in the Senate tonight for and on behalf of our party and for regional Australia. But I voted for the bill, even though I was uncomfortable with it, even though it's been rushed legislation, even though I wasn't given the opportunity to debate the bill on the floor of the House because it was essentially gagged by a management motion. But I voted for it because it's the only bill before the Parliament at the moment which is going to be able to outlaw Hizb ut-Tahrir and neo-Nazi groups. And if we're talking about radical Islamist jihadists, if we're talking...
The NSN are just getting back-to-back coverage on every channel, on every network. The NSN have disbanded, and for all it's worth, they're getting headlines left, right, and center for free. And we get to watch it live. All right, Michelle Rowland's clip is now live about her saying that we're deliberately moving the goalposts, even though the NSN didn't break any laws, even though the NSN have not got any criminal charges, haven't committed any criminal offences, at least yet. They're charged, but they're not sentenced. They're just bailed or remanded. But still, fuck them. That clip is now up on X and almost up on Insta and everywhere else.
About Jew haters, their two organisations, the National Socialist Network and Hizb ut-Tahrir, who need to be outlawed. People need to be deported. And if for nothing else, I couldn't in all good conscience not vote again or vote against that bill because I think those groups need to be named, shamed, deported, banned.
I think everyone watching would absolutely agree.
Did bro just say deported? Did he just say deported?
Agree with you, but what about...
And Matt Canavan in the Senate tonight for and on behalf of our party and for regional Australia. But I voted for the bill, even though I was uncomfortable.
I need ones in the chat. Should I clip that or no clip?
With it, even though it's been rushed legislation, even though I wasn't given the opportunity to debate the bill on the floor of the House because it was essentially gagged by a management motion. But I voted for it because it's the only bill before the Parliament at the moment which is going to be able to outlaw Hizb ut-Tahrir and neo-Nazi groups. And if we're talking about radical Islam, Islamist jihadists, if we're talking about Jew haters, their two organisations, the National Socialist Network and Hizb ut-Tahrir, who need to be outlawed. People need to be deported. And if for nothing else, I couldn't in all good conscience not vote again or vote against that bill because I think those groups need to be named, shamed, deported, banned.
I think everyone watching would absolutely agree with you, but what about concerns that this legislation could be used not to target Islamic extremists, but political opponents?
A lot of good work was done by Michaelia Cash and by Paul Scarr, who came to our meetings today. We've had 8 meetings, the Nationals, already since last Friday. We had 4 today. We went through it line by line. There are a lot of concessions given by the government, as there should have been. It was poorly drafted legislation. But again, I say, if we are talking about Islamic jihadists and anti-Jews, and we want to do something about this anti-Semitism, then that's why I supported the bill. Reluctantly, but that's why I supported the bill. But the trouble too, James, is that nothing is going to be achieved if the judiciary continues to allow these violent, hate-spewing protests to continue on the steps of the Opera House, on Sydney Harbour Bridge. And we saw Belinda Rigg, Justice Belinda Rigg, go against Premier Chris Minns and perhaps just as importantly, Police Commissioner Mal Lanyon, who begged her not to, begged the court system in New South Wales not to allow that protest to go ahead, and yet it did. And they say they're peaceful protests. They are not, because every protest, they're spitting at police, they're throwing rocks and bottles and anything they can lay their hands on at police. And any time they do that, it's an attack on Australia's freedoms. It's an attack on Australia's traditions. It's an attack on Australia. And I won't stand for that. These people have to be deported. These people have to be banned. And the only way at the moment in the federal parliament to allow anything of that sort was through the hate speech bill.
Well, I guess we'll find out as soon as Tony Burke gets these powers where his heart is. We'll see if he actually uses them to address what we all, I think, agree is the real problem in our country. Now, the Coalition voted against Labor's tougher gun control laws, which tighten background checks and create the possibility of a national buyback scheme. The PM insists the laws are not targeting farmers or lawful gun owners. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree. I think what we're doing is targeting law-abiding citizens, farmers, hunters, collectors, recreational shooters, sporting enthusiasts who happen to need guns to be able to go and do what they've done in a law-abiding way. It's not the farmers and those other people who are going to go on Bondi and shoot people who happen to be Jews. They don't have murder in their minds and they don't have hatred in their hearts. They are law-abiding, good citizens of Australia, and that is why I very much stood up for them today. This isn't like 1996 and Port Arthur. This is not like this at all. And let me tell you, Anthony Albanese is no John Howard or Tim Fisher.
Ain't that the truth? Before I let you go, Michael, I have to ask you about your good mate, Barnaby Joyce. Went over to One Nation, doing quite well in the polls.
Yeah. Well, that poll the other day was 1,224 people out of, 19 million voters, 19.9 million voters. I worked it out. It's 0.00682% of the eligible voting public. Now,
would you say that about?
I mean, really, if you don't like,
would you say that about Newspoll if it was giving a good result to the Nationals?
Oh, look, I've never really believed in polls. If you believed in polls, The Voice would be in power now. If you enacted now, if you believed in polls, Scott Morrison and I wouldn't have won the 2019 election, but we did. And we had betting agencies pay out on Labor before the 2019 election because they thought it was a fait accompli. I mean, if you don't like a poll, wait for it. There'll be another one next week or the week after. So many people have often said to me that they've never even been polled. So look, One Nation's a protest group. It's not a party of government. And I have to say the Liberals and Nationals are. And given what's happened and given the dissatisfaction with the government, I think when people get in that voting booth, when they get that ballot paper in front of them, when they see a local champion with a Liberal or Nationals beside them, I think they'll do the right thing in 2028.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that, Grandpa. We'll fucking see about that. We will fucking see about that. You guys are getting fucking cooked in 2028. Absolutely cooked. Especially because of what Andrew Hastie did. If anybody needed any more convincing. All right, Fatima Payman started to talk. Let's go back to the Senate.
That should belong in another time.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Anti-Semitism has no place in Australian society. I condemn the anti-Semitic terrorist attack. Anti-Semitism has no place in Australian society. I condemn the anti-Semitic terrorist attack at Bondi. The murderers that carried out this atrocity have terrified Australia's Jewish community. Australians, no matter who they are, where they come from, or who they pray to, should feel safe and be safe to assemble and celebrate a religious holiday without fearing for their lives. The terrorists have also jeopardised the lives of Australia's migrant communities, who have already been subject to increased discrimination and abuse. I support measures that will restrict access to firearms and reduce hate in our communities. Now, support for the latter is conditional on those measures being very specific and targeted at addressing hate, and reasonably appropriate and adapted to achieve that goal in line with the Lange test adopted by the High Court in determining whether a law unduly burdens the freedom of political communication implied by the Constitution. In the immediate aftermath of the attack, the class that proved itself most unable to rise to the occasion has been the political class. The politicking that has occurred in the wake of the Bondi shooting has been sickening. On the night of the attack, the leader of the opposition offered the government her full and unconditional support in responding to the massacre. In the days that followed, the leader of the opposition, Ms. Lee, moved away from this principled and decent position. She began to echo Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's suggestions that our Prime Minister and our government bore sole responsibility for the attacks. At a time of national crisis, she chose to divide Australians. It was not long until openly bad faith statements were being made, such as demanding that the Prime Minister recall Parliament before Christmas, despite knowing full well that drafting, let alone giving proper consideration to such complicated legislative measures in that timeframe would be impossible. Now that the Parliament has returned, she has decided that everything needs to be slowed down. It was wedge politics at its worst. Not long after the attack, the member for Canning, Mr. Hastie, in the other place began making statements that immigration was the cause of this attack. No doubt it was the influence of Mr. Hastie and others like him that pushed Ms. Lee to politicise this issue. The conduct of Josh Frydenberg was similarly beyond the pale. Some of the people now calling for stronger hate laws were arguing a decade ago that Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act needed to be repealed. Will not forget how the Senate and the Parliament responded to this crisis. The politicisation of this issue has extended far beyond anything that could be reasonably connected to this horrific attack. The New South Wales government has abolished freedom of assembly, instead making the right to protest a privilege that it can dole out as it sees fit. The idea that Australians protesting against a genocide bear any responsibility for what happened is so cynical, so offensive. The adoption of a definition of anti-Semitism by the federal government that sees no difference between criticism of Israel and hatred of Jews is a decision that will further weaken social cohesion, not strengthen it. Now, the Australians who've marched against genocide are on the right side of history. And I will never apologise for calling for a Palestinian state, an action that ended my career in the Labor Party and saw me hounded out of the party that in recognising a Palestinian state last year conceded, the Labor Party conceded that I had been doing the right thing all along. In the media, the campaign for a royal commission was as bad faith as the Prime Minister's struggle against it. The avalanche of open letters became farcical when a collective of Australian sports stars offered their opinion on whether letters patent should be issued. At the same time, the Prime Minister dug himself a deeper and deeper hole. He said he did not need input from the families of the victims of Bondi. He was listening to actual experts. This remark was so disgraceful, as were all the other meritless excuses offered during this fight against the Royal Commission. This was only succeeded by the utter goal of, after backflipping on the Royal Commission, pretending it was always the plan of his government. The Prime Minister saying that, and I quote, "This hasn't been done up this morning, we have been working on this for weeks," which will be remembered as the "we have always been at war with East Asia" of this period. I sincerely hope that Commissioner Bell is able to hand down a report that will have practical effects in reducing anti-Semitism hate in this country and addressing flaws in our national security frameworks. If you look at the draft Senate program that was published last week, it says that this chamber should be debating the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Bill 2026 today. We heard from the Prime Minister that nothing would be dropped and the bill would not be split. Since then, the highly contentious racial vilification offence has been dropped and the bill has been split. We have seen that the government will not move forward with proposals that do not have the coalition support. Once again, as the migration amendments in 2024, as with the electoral reform, as with the mandatory sentencing, the Liberals are governing from opposition. I have a range of concerns with these bills, some of which I outlined in my submission to the needlessly and dangerously rushed PJCIS inquiry. And to summarise, there's a few points I'd like to raise. Much of the hate speech changes are window dressing through increased sentences to existing offences and new aggravating factors for existing offences. The changes to the Migration Act would allow the Minister to cancel or deny visas to people who might incite division. Stopping hatred is one thing, and it's a good thing, but kicking people out of Australia based on a speculation is quite another. Visa holders in Australia should be able to engage in peaceful protest as freely as Australian citizens can. The proposed prohibited hate group frameworks hands an unprecedented amount of power to the executive in a manner, as others have noted, similar to the Menzies government's ban on the Communist Party, which was rejected by the High Court and the Australian people in a referendum. If these powers to declare organisations fell into the wrong hands, the results could be catastrophic. I found it much easier to support reforms to our firearm laws, but I still have concerns with the broad drafting of the new firearm material offences. Now, these provisions, like both bills, were rushed through Parliament and through the Joint Intelligence Committee, meaning the deficiencies of the reforms will not be known until they become law. Section 51 of the Commonwealth Constitution provides that as elected representatives of the people of Australia, we have the power, and I would argue the duty, to enact laws for the peace, order, and good government of the Commonwealth. It is the responsibility, however, of the entire apparatus of government to ensure that these laws are operating soundly. While we do not have the full picture yet, there are many questions that need to be asked of counterterrorism officials, and particularly ASIO, to identify where their processes went wrong. The natural instinct of some, particularly our media class, is to demand more laws, but we must be considered in doing so. Knee-jerk legislation passed in response to an outrage is at best ill thought out and at worst harmful. Terrorism and anti-Semitism in Australia will not go away by sending a few bits of paper down John Russell Drive. It requires a whole of government and a whole of society push to not only foil terrorist plots before they occur, but to tackle the causes of terrorism and to close off the pathways that lead people towards extremism. The Prime Minister has arrogantly decreed that with unprecedented haste, these bills will pass through both houses on the same day they were introduced. This arbitrary deadline will lead to this Parliament missing issues in the drafting that would have been spotted through a proper inquiry process. While I hope that this Parliament enacts wise laws tonight, unfortunately, history shows that a lack of scrutiny leads to poorer outcomes. I would urge all senators, all of my colleagues in this place, to conduct themselves deliberately, thoughtfully, and with the interests of the nation and the people we represent in mind. Thank you.
Senator, before I hand the call to Senator Scarr, I believe there's a second reading amendment in your name. Will you seek to move that now?
Yeah, I can move that now, but we'll do the divisions afterwards.
Yes. Thank you. So you're moving that amendment in your name? Yes. Great. Thank you. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise in support of this bill and taking on board Senator Payman's comments. I listened very carefully to Senator Payman's speech. I do so because I believe this bill is in the national interest. I sincerely believe there's an imperative that we pass this bill, and I believe there's a great risk. Some people have been talking about the risks in some of these provisions, the risks of the process, etc. I say, consider the risk of us not passing this bill. Consider the risk of us not including these additional offences in the criminal code. Consider
You can always trust Paul Scarr, the Indian pandering Liberal national senator, to say that we have to pass these laws today. So Michaelia Cash and now Paul Scarr. There's two names already that we know who are going to support it. It's right there. There you go. Taking names. And to everyone's kind of shocked by the looks of it in the comments. So Fatima Payman is right. She might be right for nefarious reasons, but I'll take a no vote from anyone at this point. Fucking Paul Scarr. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to get in trouble. Michaelia Cash, Paul Scarr. There we go. Here we go.
the risks of us not strengthening the visa cancellation and refusal processes in the Migration Act. Consider how those risks could be manifested again in the future as they were on the beach at Bondi on 14 December. And that is a risk we have to all carefully consider. And in doing so, and after great careful consideration, I support this bill. I support this bill. I sincerely believe this bill is in the national interest and in the interest of all Australians.
They're supporting a bill, and then there's the grovelling. Like, whoops, there's my full screen again. Listen to the grovelling.
The risk we have to all carefully consider, and in doing so, and after great careful consideration, I support this bill. I support this bill. I sincerely believe this bill is in the national interest and in the interest of all Australians. Of all Australians.
Holy fucking shit! The grovelling.
Before giving my detailed comments, I would like to first place on the record my regards and compliments to the staff of the Department of the Attorney General's Department and the Department of Home Affairs. They have been working tirelessly in relation to this legislation and all of the extensive supporting material. So I really do want to acknowledge their efforts because it is only through their efforts that we're in a position this evening to pass this legislation in the national interest. So let me put that on the record. There are a number of points I'd like to make in rebuttal to some of the arguments that have been made from those across the chamber. Firstly, there were a number of speakers on the Labor side who attacked the Coalition's issue with the hate speech law, in particular, the proposed racial vilification offence. To them, I say this: the Coalition makes no apology at all for deeply scrutinising that proposed offence. We make no apology at all because that's our job, to defend the balance we achieve in this place, in this Parliament, between, on the one hand, the freedoms of all Australians, which we cherish, and on the other hand, making sure we protect all Australians. So we make no apology for discharging that duty, which is our duty as members of this Parliament. Second, I believe that the Labor Party, the Labor government, should have consulted with the Coalition as soon as possible before the briefing which occurred last Monday evening in relation to the proposed bill. And I think if that consultation had occurred earlier, I think there would have been better prospects in terms of us landing an agreed position with respect to that particular clause. Thirdly, it isn't just the opposition who has raised concerns with respect to that hate speech offence, that racial vilification offence, which is now out of the bill. It wasn't just the Coalition. It was stakeholders across the Australian community. Thousands of Australians made submissions to the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and Security in relation to that offence, raising their concerns. Faith leaders, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Sikh, raised concerns in relation to getting that balance right in relation to freedom of religion, and they raised concerns. So don't criticise the Coalition for listening to the Australian people, for listening to stakeholders, including faith leaders, and saying that that clause in particular was too rushed. That's our job, to listen to the Australian people, and we did that. Second point I want to make is in relation to the comments which have been made in particular by members of the Greens and Crossbench in relation to the prohibited hate group section. Those sections are incredibly important. One, they only apply if there has been criminal conduct or conduct in the nature of criminal conduct. That is an extremely high bar. Second, the Director General of ASIO has to identify a risk of politically motivated violence or the promotion of communal violence. Again, that is an extremely high bar. Third, there's a disallowance process. Any prohibition has to come before this Parliament and provide an opportunity for all members of this Parliament to raise their concerns and for it to be disallowed if a majority of the elected representatives believe it should be. There are checks and balances in relation to these provisions, appropriate checks and balances, and it only applies and will only apply in the most extreme of situations, in situations where it needs to apply to protect the Australian people. And the last point I make on the prohibited hate groups is this, that there is a link to the provisions in the Migration Act and the ability of the government to strengthen processes and procedures to cancel and refuse visas is dependent upon those provisions being passed in part. So you can't strengthen the provisions under the Migration Act without passing those other provisions. They're mutually complementary. The third point I want to make is this law applies for the benefit of all Australians. All Australians. It applies equally to protect all Australians. Whatever their race, whatever their country of origin, whatever their ethnicity, this law applies equally to everyone. To everyone. And that includes our First Nations people. It includes the descendants of those who came to this country generations ago. And it includes our newest Australians. Our newest Australians. It applies to everyone equally. It doesn't matter what your nationality, whatever your race, whatever your country of origin, you get the benefit of these laws. I want to say something about Islamic State. And there have been references to the ideology which appears to have inspired those responsible for the Bondi massacre. And the reality is that the Islamist extremism that underpins Islamic State is a scourge around the whole world. It's a global phenomenon. And let me give you the list of terrorist acts which have occurred around the world as a result of that extremist Islamist ideology, that extremist ideology that underpins Islamic State. There have been terrorist attacks in Iraq, Belgium, Canada, United States, France, Saudi Arabia, Libya, Denmark, Tunisia, Yemen, Turkey, Kuwait, Egypt, Russia, Lebanon, Indonesia, Nigeria, Bangladesh, Kazakhstan, Israel, Malaysia, Jordan, Sweden, Spain, all over the world. And the victims of those terrorist attacks have been people of all races, all ethnicities, and all religions. Those terrorist attacks have targeted churches, synagogues, and mosques. They've targeted Christians, Muslims, Jews, ethnic minorities, all over the world, people of all faith. They've attacked hotels, tourist sites, the Supreme Court in Afghanistan before the Taliban retook Afghanistan, attacking women and girls attending universities and schools, attacking the Save the Children office in Afghanistan, attacking voter registration centres. The extremism which underpins Islamic State is a scourge, and we need the ability to do everything that we can to protect all Australians, regardless of their race, their country of origin, their ethnicity or their religion, all Australians. And this bill achieves that purpose in the national interest. The fourth point I'd like to make is this issue that's been raised about the Migration Act being amended to change the word would to might. And I want to put this in context, and I want to read the particular section. And those listening to this debate, listen to this very carefully and tell me what your views are. This is the character test. So this is from section 501, subsection 6. Character test. For the purpose of this section, a person does not pass the character test, which means there are processes so that their application for a visa is refused or a visa can be cancelled. And one of the subheadings, person were allowed to enter or to remain in Australia, there is a risk that the person would engage in criminal conduct, harass, molest, intimidate or stalk another person, vilify, etc., represent a danger to the Australian community. At the moment, that provision says to trigger the character test, the Minister or the Department has to form a view that the person would do those things. Is that the appropriate standard? I don't think so. I don't think if you ask the Australian people whether or not it should be would or might, 100% just about of the Australian people would say it should be might. But we shouldn't take that risk. Why should we take that risk? People come to this country from all over the world because of our values, for safety. And the Greens and others are telling us that we should have to make a positive decision that that person would actually pose a risk instead of might. I think it's plain. We can't afford to take those risks. We're talking about the lives of Australian people, and we saw a manifestation of what happens when people are in this country, whether or not, whatever their origin, when they actually engage in this behaviour. So I think it is reasonable and proportionate that that word would should be changed to might. And if there is a red flag, with respect to someone who is seeking the privilege to come to our country, and if red flags are raised, then there is both a preventative element to our responsibilities to make sure that person doesn't have the opportunity to come to the country if they might have an impact on the lives and security of Australians. And there's also a protective element if a person is in that category and they're currently in our country. Preventative and protective. And I think the amendment which is proposed is reasonable and proportionate, especially as Senator O'Neill said, in the context of what happened at Bondi, which has brought us all together, 15 innocent people shot dead. So I don't believe these laws will in any way unfairly apply to the vast majority of people who come to our country in good faith, who in many cases bring an appreciation for our freedoms because they're coming from countries where they were denied those freedoms and bring so many things to our country. In fact, these laws will assist to protect those people and all other Australians. So I believe these laws are, in fact, reasonable and proportionate. We shouldn't have to wait. We shouldn't have to wait for someone to commit a crime and to cause harm to Australians before we act. We shouldn't have to wait for that harm to occur before we act. We have to adopt a risk-based approach in relation to immigration and in relation to cancellation and also refusal of visas. I note that the amendments proposed to the Migration Act reflect the Special Envoy to Combat Anti-Semitism's recommendations with respect to change to migration laws. And the Coalition made a promise, a commitment, that we would do everything we could to see those recommendations enforced. And Ms Siegel, in her report, recommended government action to screen visa applicants for anti-Semitic views or affiliations consistent with a risk-based approach. And as I've set out, the amendments to the Migration Act do just that. And also to ensure the Migration Act and associated decision-making and review processes effectively facilitate visa refusals or cancellations for anti-Semitic conduct and rhetoric. And the proposed amendments to the Migration Act do that. The Coalition has engaged in good faith with the government in relation to these changes, and I'm very pleased. I'm very, very pleased that we're in a position this evening that this bill will be passed with the support of the Coalition. That is in our national interest, and that is the interest of protecting the safety of all Australians.
Senator Sheldon.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise.
What is everyone's thoughts on Paul Scar? Clip is uploading on X and it's about to get posted. Him and his groveling. Holy shit. What a fucking shit show. I'm going to be traumatized for the rest of the night. All right, Paul Scar video's up. I combined the two, so him saying that Coalition's definitely voting yes. I can't wait to vote yes. And the jump cuts to the part where he goes, I make no apologies for taking your freedoms with one hand in exchange for your safety with the other. That's now uploaded on X. So if you want to give that a share. And it's just about to be uploaded everywhere else. But yeah, holy shit. All right, who's talking? It's a Green senator. Could probably ignore him. He's no one. He's nothing. He's pointless. He's worthless.
Speak on combating anti-Semitism, hate, and faith that forever be etched in the story of our nation. It was the first night of Hanukkah, a festival of light, family and celebration.
I'll tell you what. I'll have the headphones off because it's doing my head in, literally. But I'll let him talk.
That soon became a night of unspeakable, ISIS-inspired anti-Semitic terror. 15 innocent people murdered and so many more injured simply for being who they were. Now, that sort of targeted violence didn't appear out of nowhere. Anti-Semitism rarely announces itself with sirens. It accumulates, it normalises and it spreads. As Chief Minister of the Great Synagogue, Rabbi Dr. Benjamin Elton said, it is not just the Jewish community that's in mourning, our entire country is in mourning, and now is time for a national soul-searching. Now more than ever, we need a unity across our nation. What happened at Bondi demands that we confront both the motivation of this violence and the method by which it was carried out. Our bill deals with both. Earlier today, during our firearms bill, we debated the how. This bill, in particular, deals with the why. We know the motivation behind this atrocity was fueled by hate, with anti-Semitism at its core. For Jewish Australians, that hatred is not abstract. It is lived. Last year's annual report, released by the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, recorded that more than 1,600 anti-Jewish incidents in just a single year. Nazi SWAT stickers painted on the fences of a Sydney synagogue in January 2025. Firebombing of the Adass Israel Synagogue in Melbourne in December 2024 while people were inside. An attack ASIO was linked to the Iranian government. A pig's leg thrown into a Jewish business in Sydney in August 2025. And just last night in Melbourne, a group of Jewish teenagers were allegedly abused in a drive-by incident by some vile people yelling Heil Hitler out of a ute and almost running one of the boys over. Now, no one, absolutely no one, should have to face any of this. The Executive Council of Australian Jewry Research Director, Julie Nathan, put it perfectly. We are now at a stage where anti-Jewish racism has left the fringes of society and become part of the mainstream, where it is normalised and allowed to fester and spread. That is why this bill matters. We're making sure visas can be refused or cancelled for people who promote hatred, support terrorists or prohibited hate groups, and where a visa is refused on these grounds, permanent re-entry bans will apply unless the decision is overturned. We're introducing a new framework to ban organised hate groups, which allows us to go after these right-wing Nazi organisations. We're increasing the maximum penalties for hate-based threats and violence from 5 to 7 years for base offences and 7 to 10 years for more serious cases. We're making it a serious crime for extremist leaders to use their position of authority to preach violence, up to 12 years imprisonment. We're introducing tougher laws for those who try to radicalise children. We're making racial hatred as an aggravating factor when sentencing federal crimes. And we're strengthening the law against the public display of Nazi symbols and symbols from other prohibited organisations. We know these laws won't erase hatred. We know these will still be those individuals with appalling and vile views. But they will make it harder for that hatred to be organised, harder for that hatred to be spread and recruit. And we're already seeing this in practice. Last week, the neo-Nazi group, the National Socialist Network, or the NSN, one of Australia's most prominent white nationalist organisations, announced that it would fully disband. Disbandment includes its co-projects like White Australia, European Australian Movement, and the White Australia Party. We've also seen criticism of this bill from groups.
Back to back to back to back to back. The NSN is like the Hawthorn Football Club right now. They're just going back to back to back. Every network they're getting mentioned on.
Groups like Hizbat Tahrir, who are deemed a terrorist organisation in the UK, Germany, India, and many other countries, because these reforms will make it harder for groups like theirs to operate. And just like the National Socialist Network were directly called out last year by the Director General of ASIO, Mike Burgess, for the harm they pose to Australia. If the Nazis are taking a step back because of our stronger laws, you have to ask yourself, why would anyone want to vote against the bill? If radical organisations like Hizbat Tahrir are complaining, that tells us something very important. Why would anyone vote against legislation designed to weaken organised hatred and protect Australians? Now, last year, a childcare centre in southeast Sydney was set on fire and spray painted with vile anti-Semitic graffiti. We've seen synagogues and Jewish schools being armed with security guards. We've seen cars set on fire and shops being vandalised with swastikas in the suburbs. This hasn't just been going on for the last 2 years. We've seen this kind of hate for decades now. Now, personally, I was raised as Catholic. I grew up in a largely Anglo-Celtic community. We never had to face anything like this. But I cannot imagine what it must be like to send your children to school where security guards are part of everyday life. What it must be like to explain to your children why their faith means extra precautions and why other children don't have to think about these things at all. This is a time where we rise above politics, where we come together and act. This is what good governments and oppositions should do. Now, we saw it after Port Arthur, after the Hoddle Street massacre, after the Link Cafe siege. The Executive Council of Australia, Jewry co-chair executive Peter Wertheim, has repeatedly implored the need for new protections and unity. He said, how much worse do things need to get before we as a nation finally have the courage to tackle the deliberate promotion of anti-Semitic hatred that is the heart of the problem? Those were his words. Yet even in a moment like this, there are those in this parliament who would rather play politics and focus on keeping Australians safe. Just last week on January the 14th, we heard Senator Bridget McKenzie single out Western Sydney as the so-called heart of Islamic extremism on ABC Radio National. She did it again today during our firearms bill debate, saying Western Sydney suburbs are the cause of this shooting event. That's nearly 3 million people. To smear an entire region, to reduce millions of Australians to a stereotype, just think about what that means. I've raised my kids in Western Sydney like many others, and I've raised them there for 15 years. I've still got friends and families and relatives living in that area. I visit my duty electorates of Fowler and Lindsay regularly. places full of mums, dads, families, everyday Australians. To dismiss all of that with one sweeping label isn't just reckless, it's also lazy. It's lazy language, lazy politics, and even lazier leadership, which only deepens division further. Have a think of what you said. We all need to do better. Senator Mackenzie needs to write those words. We need to look instead to the bravery of those who showed us the very best of Australia during the dark period. That's what we need to do. Look at the courage and quick action of police officers, first responders and healthcare workers, and the selfless acts of everyday Australians who step forward to help others in moments of fear and chaos. Just days ago, in Melbourne, a Muslim community leader, Iman Ismet Piradish, and his wife were allegedly hunted on the road in a racially motivated attack. Horribly, 3 strangers shouting racist abuse, throwing rubbish at their car, blocking their path, and forcing them into a service station where his wife was threatened and he was punched in the face. Yet his response wasn't anger or division. He said, "My message for all of us in Australia is just stay together to help each other stay safe and not to allow anyone, doesn't matter his religion or beliefs, to break this peace, security and all the good values we believe in. We must, as Australians, fight against hate, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism. We must stay together. That's the Australia we know. That's the Australia we must stand up for and protect. That is why these reforms matter, to draw a clear line in the sand that hate won't be excused or allowed to grow unchecked." I commend the bill to the Senate.
Senator Whitten, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, the People's Parliament has descended into chaos today. We've been called to Canberra for an early sitting to vote on an amended bill that was introduced into the House this morning. This bill is being rammed through Parliament without Australians having a chance to form an opinion on it. It is my job to represent the people of Western Australia, and yet I haven't been given time to read the bill and listen to Australians. This is not democracy. And this isn't just any bill. Laws relating to terrorism in our country couldn't be more important. The first draft of the bill saw Australians given only 48 hours to read and comment on it. Despite this, there was over 7,000 submissions, and that's the ones that got through. Now, the updated bill is being rammed through without any time to scrutinise it. It's okay for others here to say, "Oh, everything's all right now, trust us. We gutted the old one and nobody's losing any rights and we're all going to be safe and kumbaya." Well, if we'd had some time to review it and consider this properly, we could have been able to have an informed opinion. Now, the cynic inside me is wondering, how do you silence your political opponents? What are you scared of? One Nation has been warning against the rise in anti-Semitism and radical Islam for years. Anti-Semitism has surged in Australia under the Albanese Labor government. This bill does not fix the problem. The gun laws don't fix the problem. This bill is a dog's breakfast and won't stop anti-Semitism, and it won't stop radical Islam. What it will stop is legitimate criticism and nationalism. The bill barely mentions anti-Semitism other than in the title. It is a facade. We know the government already has the powers to stop Nazis and deport them and stop anyone they want coming here, even world-class tennis players or political commentators they don't like, because they have done it. This bill is being rushed through this parliament without proper scrutiny or debate. We've come to expect this from Labor. It seems the least transparent government ever is at it again. It seems there have been a lot of backroom parties and One Nation wasn't invited. And now we will be told we didn't support the bill. Well, the bill is fundamentally dishonest as it diverts attention away from Labor's incompetence. Australia doesn't need new laws. We need a government with the courage to enforce the current laws. As this government has already proven they can't enforce our current laws, we have no confidence in them being able to enforce this bill. Labor's incompetence has led to this mess, and now they are using it as an excuse to rush through a vague bill that doesn't define the very matters it should be addressing. The bill is so vague and rushed that the Australian Jewish Association was urging all members of Parliament to reject the bill. This bill, if passed, represents the greatest restriction on free speech in Australia has ever seen. It will result in drastic and draconian restrictions. Hate speech has always been about preventing discussions and censoring opponents. Banning free speech is not the answer. Banning more of our rights is not the answer. Banning more guns is not the answer. Banning terrorists is the answer. At a time when Islamic terrorism is on the rise, Labor keeps importing more of them. ISIS brides ring any bells? This is what is putting our country in danger. Every Australian needs to push for deportation of the small number of radicalised terrorists that the government have allowed to migrate here. We must stop bringing in any more. The Department of Home Affairs has revealed there are 230 potential terrorists living in Australia. They are taking part in anti-extremism programs. Taxpayer funded, I'm guessing. 1/3 of them are under 18 years old and 40% have primarily ideologically motivated violent extremist ideology. They must be deported. Australia cannot be a home for terrorists. The Labor government is deliberately creating this dangerous situation because it fits their global agenda. This bill fits their globalist agenda. Just one day after the massacre, Labor went to the top drawer of their pet projects and pulled out their censorship and gun laws. The Commonwealth Criminal Code already criminalises the urging or advocating of violence against groups or individuals, threats of violence or property damage, and conduct intended or reckless as to causing serious harm. These provisions have been in the Criminal Code since 2010. They are not new. Nobody has been prosecuted under sections 80.2A to 80.2BE ever, not once. Prosecutions have been made under state criminal law, but not federal. Now, the penalties are being increased for provisions that have never been used. The constitutionality of this bill is in doubt. It will result in a referral to the High Court. It seems to be the modus operandi of this Labor government. Write a bill that isn't constitutional and ram it through the Parliament, guillotining any debate and silencing dissenting voices. The Australian CDC bill and the environmental reforms bills are examples of this. And now we have the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Bill 2026. Split, redrafted and forced through in one day. Australians are being force-fed globalist control. In the House of Representatives today, Labor voted against an amendment to the proposed bill to make the burning of the Australian flag a crime. Who do you people represent? Prime Minister Albanese and the Labor Party have decided to deflect any and all responsibility at a time where people are at the depths of incredible grief and loss. One Nation are not going away and vow to expose this government's culpability. Albanese's got to go. And I move the amendment standing in my name as circulated in the chamber.
Senator Whitten, you're not able to move an amendment because one's already moved, but you can foreshadow a second reading amendment, which I understand.
Just FYI, in 30 minutes from now at 10 p.m. is when the vote on the final bill will be. I'll take their names, I'll post them like I've done throughout the day, and then I'll go through the last super chats, and then I'll more than likely be having a meeting / conversation with all of the guys to figure out what the fuck we're going to do about this shit next.
Is what you do. Thank you, Senator Whitten. Understood. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Deputy President. The Parliament is sitting tonight because Australia experienced an act of domestic terrorism on our shores just 1 month ago. This was the worst terrorism event
30
in
minutes
Australia
from now,
in our nation's history.
whatever that
This
is
is an
for you.
event
It's
that
9:25
will
p.m. in
forever change our
Sydney.
nation. Australians will never feel safe again after two hate-filled Islamist extremists perpetrated a callous attack on Australian Jewish families at Bondi Beach on the 14th of December last year. This attack on Jewish families on our soil is an attack on all Australian families. An horrific event, as such as occurred on December the 14th, calls for a demonstration of unifying leadership from our nation's government. And unfortunately, it's what is likely to be the defining moment of Prime Ministership under Mr Albanese, as he has systematically failed to rise to the occasion yet again. He failed in the immediate aftermath of the attack by refusing to call out Islamic extremism and anti-Semitism in our country, and instead sought to create a political diversion with this attack on 1 million law-abiding firearm owners. Australians have seen through that diversion, whether or not they are law-abiding firearm owners, and unfortunately, the Senate, with the Greens and the Labor joining together, has passed that legislation. The Prime Minister initially refused to call a royal commission. He needed Jewish families to be publicly crying and begging him before he could bring himself Australian legal fraternity, sports stars, community members, and the opposition, crossbenchers, calling for a royal commission so that our country could understand how such an abhorrent thing could happen in our corner of the earth that has been such a place of solace for the Jewish community. He refused to call a royal commission in the same way that he refused to act on the growing anti-Semitism post the October 7, 2023 attack on Israel by Hamas and the slaughter of Israelis and the spike in anti-Semitism is unparalleled. He instigated under pressure an anti-Semitism envoy who handed him recommendations for action 6 months ago. They are not in place. We've debated in this chamber his inaction ad nauseum for 2.5 years. We've borne witness to the anti-Semitism in our own communities, whether it be Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne and beyond. And it has fallen on deaf ears with the Greens, and it has fallen on deaf ears with the Labor Party, and it has fallen on deaf ears of this Prime Minister. The real tragedy of the Bondi attack is that the government has had more than 2 years to respond to and take action, and it has failed to do so. There are many things the government could have done to protect our Jewish community, which don't even require legislation in this place. I've sat around a cabinet table, a National Security Committee, an Expenditure Review Committee. You can make decisions in government. You can actually make things happen. This government could have assisted Jewish families in the aftermath of that and assisted them to pay for the armed guards that Australian Jewish children have to attend school with. That didn't require the Senate to come back. That didn't require hate legislation to take practical action to protect Australian children going to school, because right now the Jewish community is paying for armed guards at kindergartens and schools right across this country. That is unacceptable. The government could have called out anti-Semitism and Islamic extremism without on every single occasion drawing this false equivalence with Islamophobia, as if it is somehow equivalent. The data says no. Mosques are not being bombed. Children attending Islamic schools are not being spat on. And our wonderful Muslim community in this country is not being shot as they celebrate Eid. Instead of taking the invitation of the coalition of bipartisanship to come together in the face of this tragedy, on the very next day to sit down as the parties of government to say, despite our philosophical and political differences, how do we address this scourge? And how do we address it in a way that meets community expectations? But instead, this Prime Minister chose to play politics. He could have brought the opposition into his confidence to develop and agree on legislative changes to protect our Jewish community and the wider community. The evidence of this failure has been writ large over the last 5 days. Poorly drafted legislation has been rushed through this parliament, and parliamentarians in both houses of all creeds and colours have made this point. This is a bad way to legislate, and it is a shame for our parliament to behave this way. We don't always agree, but we're in this place because we think Parliament matters and the Australian people's views should matter. And it's our responsibility and job to bring the diversity of views to the table in order to find solutions. We've had poorly drafted legislation rushed through the Parliament, guillotined in the House, guillotined in the Senate. No normal scrutiny, no public advice from impacted stakeholders, community groups, agencies, experts, academics, the legal fraternity, none of that. Last week, the government's legislation was effectively friendless in the community, and that forced the Prime Minister to split the bill. He said previously that couldn't be separated. When the Parliament rises tomorrow, ahead of Thursday's day of mourning, the sad reality is neither of the bills set to pass the Parliament enjoy bipartisan support. As an Australian who has strongly supported and been a close friend of our Jewish community for many years, I am a proud Zionist, and I'm sure the haters will hate on me online as they do every time I say that. It pains me to witness the way this government is trashing the normal process of parliamentary scrutiny in a vain attempt to secure a fleeting political win off the grief of our Jewish community. I want to commend the Leader of the Opposition, Susan Lee, and the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Duniam, and the Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Cash, for the good faith way they have conducted negotiations with the government on this bill. It's been a terrible example of legislative process with over 500 pages of documents to do with the legislation subjected to committee investigation with almost no notice, and critically important stakeholders provided no genuine opportunity to scrutinise the proposed laws. The report of PJCIS, our Intelligence and Security Committee, which I've had the great honour to sit on in the past, had a dissenting report, and the report was tabled far too late to contribute meaningful amendments. This is not the way it's supposed to work. And that is why tonight, in a guillotine debate, instead of sitting till tomorrow so all senators could have their say on this legislation, the bits of the legislation they agree with, outline the pieces that they don't, ask questions of ministers, which communities expectantly expect this chamber to be able to provide. All of that's been guillotined. All of that's been guillotined. And however, given the potential serious implications for freedoms of Australian citizens, national security legislation deserves to pass a very high bar of scrutiny and expert development. And unfortunately, despite the many positive elements of this legislation, the government has not been able to convince my party room, the National Party, that adequate safeguards are in place for the proposed hate crimes. We do want to ban extreme organisations that would seek to do our community harm. We would have liked to have been able to have the opportunity to participate robustly in a timely way with expert advice to get to that place. It is for this reason that I will be moving an amendment to the second reading. I will foreshadow an amendment to the second reading debate on this bill to refer this legislation to the scrutiny of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee of the Senate for inquiry and to report swiftly by the 2nd of March 2026. This public process, unlike the sham PJCIS inquiry that was run, where submissions have not even all been uploaded, and as the bill is passing the House of Representatives. Stakeholders across this country took the time, in the limited time they had, to put in their views. And the public and senators, House of Representatives, haven't even been able to avail themselves of that wisdom being made public in time for votes to be cast. This government makes a mockery of their Bondi response in how they treat this parliament, how they treat the parliamentarians that Australians have sent here to work hard on their behalf. Everything you need to know about this Prime Minister is writ large in the last month. It's all about the politics, still Sydney University student politics. And it's an affront to those killed, the Bondi Islamic terrorist attack. It's an affront and an abuse of power against the million law-abiding firearm owners who are taking the hit because it sounds tough to get tough on gun laws when they're not the issue, because you're too gutless to even put the words Islamic extremism in the bill that's supposed to deal with it. Of course, the National Party supports tougher migration laws to get hate preachers off our streets, on a plane and out of our country, to stop the harm of radicalisation. But this Prime Minister has used this opportunity to divide our country, to divide this parliament for his own political advantage. And that says everything about this man. everything about this man, who we call Prime Minister. Our Senate inquiry will give the Parliament adequate time to properly scrutinise the bill, to call the expert witnesses, to have the debate in public, and will allow us to pass this very, very quickly. I urge senators to do the right thing, to support our push for a Senate inquiry and more time to get this right, because as you've heard tonight, it's not right. The inquiry could allow community organisations to put forward their views and ultimately recommend any amendments that might be necessary to protect Australia's Jewish community. I will also be moving amendments circulated in my name to the bill, and Senator Canavan will also be moving amendments which have the support of the National Party. These amendments in their totality provide National Party MPs and senators with further confidence that adequate safeguards are in place. In closing my contribution so other members can participate, I reflect the deep disappointment in a Labor Party government who's not able to bring the Parliament a genuinely bipartisan set of legislative proposals that would have done justice
Come
to
on,
our
Matt
Parliament,
Canavan. Come in clutch and mention the live stream
people,
again.
and
Do
the
me a
slain
solid, bro.
from the Bondi Islamic terrorist attack.
Come on, Matt. Mention the live stream again.
Senator Brown. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This bill is being debated in extraordinary circumstances. It comes after the...
All right, I'm going to pause this one because, as you can see, it's just like a old ALP grandma. She's boring. She'll just say the same shit as everyone else from the Labor Party. It's not worth watching or listening. If Matt Canavan's going to do a little 5-minute spiel, I hope you fucking mention the stream again, bro. Come on, man. I know we have a love-hate relationship. I love it when you give me a shout out, but I hate it when you vote on shit bills. But mention the stream, please. In the meantime, let's go to here because One Nation Chief of Staff James Ashby is speaking.
Right now, for my sins, James, for the past couple of hours, I have actually been watching the Senate because I've been trying to not just see the speeches, but to see the spin that runs across the Labor speeches, the spin that runs across the Liberal speeches. Now, a version of these laws are going to pass because they're going to do a deal, but I certainly know that One Nation and the Greens are in a pretty similar spot here, which is, let's be careful about where we draw the lines here, but because of those numbers, it will pass. But I certainly know that your senator from New South Wales, among others, has noticed some real devil in the detail here. This will become law. What's the stuff that once you shake it, stinks a bit?
Well, this is some of the worst half-baked legislation that we have seen ever in the history of our Senate or in our Parliament in general. And I'll be honest with you, Paul, you know, if any of these politicians got a poorly cooked steak, they would be quick to send it back, right?
Correct.
Because it wouldn't be good enough. But when it comes to legislation, half-baked, poorly baked legislation, they just pass through. They guillotine. And the fact is, this ledge came to us, was only released publicly at 10 o'clock today. We hadn't seen it. And here we are debating it from 6:30 onwards. Mate, it'll pass, but it is shocking because it actually leaves many people unaware that the state's legislation will actually come into play. So whether it's the ACT or Victoria or Brisbane, Queensland, doesn't matter which state, that legislation on a state level is now baked into Commonwealth law.
Yep.
And I think no one has had a chance to read this, let alone scrutinise it. And tonight we are going to pass some very damning legislation. And unfortunately, it's been passed by the Liberal and National Party with Labor. They have done their dash with so many Conservatives across this country as a result of their decision tonight. It's going to hurt us, and the unintended consequences will not be felt for some time. But let me mark my words, it'll hurt Australians.
Yeah, because, I mean, Darren, as I just was making the point before about the New South Wales protest laws, these things, and part of why I have maximum caution about them is not because I'm looking for, to create as many rocks as possible for people to hide under to say nasty and evil things.
Rule out game.
Correct.
100%.
And we're in a scenario where if somebody on Australia Day wanted to have a march wearing keffiyehs, bang, no. But if it's the Invasion Day protest, that's okay. Well, hang on. Isn't one law clear about what's acceptable, and it's whether you do it or not, why you do it or not? And part of the issue here, and as James identifies, is that if essentially you're working in conjunction with the standard in Victoria, that's different than Queensland, that's different than Western Australia. God forbid anyone is really across what any of those standards are, let alone the great difference between when you go on holiday in Victoria or holiday in Queensland or live vice versa.
Well, even tonight, 7:30 report, they asked Michelle Rowland if someone says that there's been genocide in Gaza or that Israel should not exist, will they be able to say that or not say that? And the Attorney General couldn't give a straight answer to the question. So if the Attorney General doesn't know, then who does know? And I don't have a problem with strengthening the laws. I'm probably a little bit more, towards the progressive side than certainly you or
That's why we
James.
enjoy having you here.
But equally,
a little bit of ballast.
But equally, you've got to know what the impact of your laws are, and that's the first test.
Well, and this is, again.
All right, this is boring. Apparently Matt Canavan did a live on Facebook. It's 27 minutes. I've changed the playback speed to be a little bit faster. We won't get through it all, because in about 15 minutes from now, the Senate will have a division on the bill. So I'm keeping an eye on that. But in between, let's listen to Matt on Facebook.
G'day everyone, it's Senator Matthew Canavan here. I'm in my office in Parliament House. Just down the corridor there is the Senate chamber, and currently they're debating laws that would criminalise hate crimes for the first time, or at least hate crimes could be a reason to designate someone as a hate group. And if you're in that hate group category, you could face 15 years in jail. If you're a member of a group at the government of the day, after these laws pass, they probably will designate you as a hate group. I've had serious concerns about this for the last week. They've only been made public in the last week. We're here a week later ramming them through Parliament. I've had concerns about them because I don't think, or I think we should be very careful before we give any government, LNP government, Labor government, any government, the power to just designate an organisation or as an association as persona non grata, as a group that you cannot associate with, create. There's a basic principle of freedom of association. It's a basic political, democratic right for people to combine in groups that are of interest to them and campaign on fight and different issues. Now, the government will say that, oh no, we're just getting rid of these so-called hate groups. They're terrible, they're evil. We won't abuse the situation. I'm not sure why we believe government saying that after what we've been through in COVID, but that's what they're claiming. That's what they're saying. What's really important here is to get into the detail of what actually is meant by hate or hate group in this legislation. One of the reasons I'm coming to you here from my office is that I'm unlikely to get a chance to speak on this bill because the government has gagged, has guillotined this debate. Despite which one here, they did that without the support of the LNP. They teamed up with the Greens to put a time limit on the debate, and come 10 o'clock tonight here in Canberra time, so less than an hour now, we're going to vote on this bill, come what may. And while I'm on the list of people to speak on this bill, it would appear, it looks like, I won't get a chance to exercise my right as a senator on your behalf to put the points I'm going to make to you tonight. So I thought, look, I can't do it in the Senate, but I can do it here on social media. So I'll outline to you why I am opposing this, as are my Nationals Party colleagues. And I'll also take you through some of the amendments we will move when the voting starts at 10 o'clock. We think these amendments would improve a bad bill. We'll see. We'll keep pushing for whether they can come up right to the death, but it's not looking good at the moment. As I mentioned, the Nationals Party have met today. We've met many times today, discussed this bill in great detail. We've been through it almost line by line as a team, as a group, and we have decided as a party to reject this bill. We have decided to support some amendments that if they got up, we think we could get somewhere to supporting it. But as I say, that's not looking very prospective at the moment. The principal reason why the Nationals Party are opposing this bill is that it defines a hate and hate group far too broadly. It puts a wide net on something that should be a targeted and focused power if it exists at all. We very rarely ban groups in this country. I don't know of an example of us doing it outside of wartime. So in World War I and World War II, we did ban certain groups. We have banned terrorist groups who are obviously conducting warlike activities on our shores. And there was an attempt by the Menzies government to ban the Communist Party, which wasn't really in wartime. The Menzies government argued they were in a Cold War at the time. But that was struck down. That attempt was struck down by the Australian High Court. And so this is pretty unprecedented doing this. And then when we're doing this, when we're seeking to ban groups across the country, we're doing so in a way that is so broad, so over the top, that a whole lot of conduct could be captured by this legislation, which I don't think reasonable people would expect it to. But I don't think the government's being upfront and honest with you. The Labor Party is not being upfront with exactly how these laws are constructed. They're telling you something, they're saying something in public that is not that is not reflected in the words and legislation they have put themselves. And the principal problem with this bill actually comes in the first line. In the first line of the bill, of the legislation, I might just bring it up here on my computer. We're doing this live, but as I said, I'd normally be in the chamber doing this, but I've been denied that right. So I've been through this bill too many times for my liking. But in the very first part of the prohibited hate groups legislation, so that's part 5.3b now, I believe, in the current bill. It's gone live. We had a new bill come in this morning. There was a whole lot of other stuff was added, which wasn't there last week that you saw originally, the committee saw, the Parliamentary Committee saw. The government's added a whole lot of other stuff, which is a bit concerning, so which I might highlight. But the first provision of this bill, it's the objects of the bill, and it says the objects of this part, that is the prohibited hate groups part, are to protect the Australian community or part of the Australian community against social, economic, psychological, and physical harm. When I read those words, alarm bells went off immediately, because I thought we'd come to Canberra this week, come back early. We were meant to not be here till after Australia Day, but we came back early. I thought we came here to deal with that heinous terrorist attack which occurred at Bondi a few weeks ago, that we were to deal with violent acts, etc. And instead, the objects of this bill, the very first line, go to issues of social, economic, and psychological harm. Why are those words in there? I mean, why is psychological in there? Are we saying that somebody who is simply has a hurt feeling, is not happy with something that somebody says or advocates for, is grounds enough to be designated a hate crime? Well, I would argue that's potentially the case. It's potentially the case. I'll come back to why that's the case too. I've got problems with economic being there as well. I'm not sure why that is there. We'll come back to that that later, because later on in the bill, it defines what a hate crime is. Now, hate crime can be a bunch of stuff that is a crime under existing law, largely violence or advocating violence against groups. And I'm all for that. I don't have any truck with any group or individual who's advocating for violence or inciting violence. These are things that are already against the law. Indeed, I voted for those laws to be strengthened just over a year ago. I got a couple of bit of crap for that. A lot of people were wondering why I voted for that. But I just got to say, I don't have any truck or support for any groups that are inciting violence. I'm happy to crack down on those people with a ton of bricks. Because we can't have...
Copped a bit of crap from that. Copped the crap from me. I was the one that kicked off the crap, Matt. He's talking directly to me. He can't shout out the stream, so he talks to me through his video. Oh, what a funny cunt. Copped the shit from me, and he still copped it last week.
Society where people are encouraging violence, I don't care who you are or why you're doing it, it is illegal. But that's raised the question, why aren't we enforcing those laws against the hate preachers and the others who clearly have been engaged in these sort of activities? Now, as I say, that's one reason something can be a hate crime. The government, though, has added in today, this morning, less than 12 hours ago, it was tabled just after 10 o'clock this morning. They've added in a whole section here that would also mean that state crimes could be grounds to be a hate crime. In fact, any crime, any act that would constitute an offence against the provision of law of the Commonwealth could be a hate crime. For the whole criminal code, I haven't had a chance to get through the whole criminal code. Everything could be as a hate crime. Everything under the sun. Why is that in there? And keep in mind, you don't have to be charged with such an offence. It's just that it would constitute, in the views of the minister, it would constitute this. It's absolutely ridiculous. And that the state laws that they refer to often go to hate speech legislation, which is already very dangerous, but now going to be criminalised with these 15-year penalties under federal law. That just got inserted today. Then we go into the kicker, though. We go into the kicker, where there is a definition of hate crime that's broader than just a specific criminal act that's already in some law. There is a provision that defines a hate crime is conduct or the threat of conduct that involves or would involve, given you don't actually have to have these impacts, it just could happen or would happen, that involves or would involve anyone, or more of the following, including something.
Hey, can everyone do me a favor? I'm going to repost a reply that I just sent to Ralph Babette right now. He put a post up saying that I'm probably not going to be able to speak because same situation with Matt Canavan. And I literally just commented and I said, send me a message and jump on stream. So see if we can get some reposts and likes on that. As many reposts as possible. Let's give a bet to see this and maybe he can jump on stream with us, even for just 5 minutes, and see what he has to say if he feels like it. Seeing as that this is probably going to be the biggest platform for him to get an audience to talk about this bill. But yeah, at the moment, it's just Pocock, and Pocock's boring. But not only that, after Pocock's done, it looks like the vote will begin anyway. So we'll see what happens. We'll keep listening to Matt.
They describe as causing serious harm to a person. Now, keep in mind here, harm is not restrained or defined, just causing serious harm to a person. And this is where the Nationals Party and myself have got a real issue. Because that word harm is not restrained by this provision, you would, and I'm sure a court would go back to the objects of this act, which as I described before, include economic, social, and psychological harm, and say, well, any that a harm to a person could be of an economic nature, it could be simply of a psychological or mental nature, to designate something being a hate crime. I've got a problem with that. I've got a real problem with that. It's too broad here. As I said earlier, if we're going to have a law which makes groups persona non grata, it should be very, very tightly targeted. It should be very, very narrow. Instead, we're spreading a broad net that has the real potential to capture conduct which none of us would expect that a government should ban. For example, what happens if a group of people decide to band together and boycott Russian products because they don't like that Putin has invaded Ukraine and they want to support the Ukrainian people, and they say all Australians should not buy Russian products? What happens then? Well, that is an act that is causing economic harm to a person. Keep in mind, and I should have got to this first, but the very next section that I'm going to come to says that the harm must be harm that targets a person or persons distinguished by race or national or ethnic origin. Well, a boycott of Russian people clearly meets that test. It is boycotting something from a national origin, a Russian national origin. So when it's a boycott that causes economic harm, it could be easily serious harm to some businesses, they will have a claim that you're committing a hate crime because you're organising an economic boycott of a certain country's products. What if you're arguing that the Chinese Communist Party is a bad actor and they should be gotten rid of, taken down, destroyed? Well, that's also harm based on something of a national origin from the Chinese government. Would that fall foul? Would you be xenophobic, accused of being xenophobic and committing a hate crime here? It's very, very broad, this act, and it could cover all of that kind of conduct. And of course, it could also take the kind of conduct that just simply causes psychological harm for people arguing a political point, against the actions or conduct of another country, say Israel or what have you, could easily be constituted to be, therefore, here a hate crime. And I don't think the government's being upfront about here about how broad this impact is. Because as we get to the next section here, as I say, the harm is only harm that distinguishes someone by race, by national or ethnic origin. And I thought we fought a referendum a couple of years ago which said we shouldn't divide our country by race or by ethnic origin. That we completely rejected the idea that in Australian law we should have some rights for some and other rights for others. And now we're effectively through these laws, through these hate speech laws, creating a backdoor to the voice to institutionalise division by race in our laws. That's what's happening here tonight in the Australian Senate, a complete rejection of the will of the Australian people, a very strong will of the Australian people to reject such a divisive referendum a few years ago. Because keep in mind, I was asked on Andrew Bolt tonight. Andrew Bolt raised the point on Sky News that he didn't understand how this particular act then could help or protect Jewish people, because there's a reasonable point from Andrew that this bill, this act as I just read out, only covers race, national or ethnic origin. But when you think about Jewish people, about the Jewish people generally, when you think about them colloquially, you don't think of them in necessarily, I don't, at least in terms of a national or ethnic origin, because anybody can be Jewish. I could convert to Judaism, you could. It's a wonderful, fantastic tradition, huge respect for it. I've learned a lot more about it since these terrible Bondi attacks. Great people. But you can convert to Judaism. So how can that be a factor, an attribute that is defined by race, national or ethnic origin? Andrew raised that very sensible point. Well, when we asked this, or what should give credit to my colleague, Senator Susan McDonald, when I asked this, or when she asked this in the parliamentary committee last week, the bureaucrats that wrote this law said that no, under the Racial Discrimination Act, the Jewish people are defined or known as an ethno-religious group. And I don't know why they're saying it like that. I find it a little bit divisive to be talking in those terms. I say that Jewish people can be white, they can be black, they can be of any particular race or national origin, ethnic origin. But we're defining these laws, an ethno-religious concept. I mean, isn't that a little bit racist? Isn't it a bit strange? I mean, I didn't know that about the Racial Discrimination Act, and we're not amending that here tonight, but that's a whole other issue. I mean, aren't we dividing people by race, by national ethnic origin through these acts and dividing ourselves into tribes? I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. And I certainly don't like it when we try to criminalise this with penalties of up to 15 years based on people's national race or ethnic origin. Keep in mind when my colleague Senator Susan McDonald raised that point, she then asked a very logical, sensible follow-up question to say, well, if the Jewish people are protected under this act, what about Christian people? What about Catholics? Are they considered a race, national or ethnic origin? No, they're not. No, they're not. So how can we have an act of this kind which seeks to protect Jewish people? And absolutely, got to stamp out anti-Semitism and all these terrible ideas. Absolutely got to do that. But how can we have a criminal act which protects some forms, and I should say Sikh people are also apparently defined as an ethno-religious group, so it protects Jewish and Sikh people, but not Christians or Catholics? How is that? I mean, there are a lot of attacks on Catholics and Christians in today's society. It's the most persecuted religion around the world, and increasingly happening in the Western world. Saw the other day in the US, a group of crazy people invaded the church. Why aren't they? If we're going to do this, why aren't they protected? I don't think we should take this approach, but why aren't they protected? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, I should say later on, I'm going to the next section of this act, later on this act, does say that it's a bit strange that it says that, look, a group can't be listed unless the Director General of ASIO has provided advice to the Minister who makes a decision or recommends a decision to the Governor General, has provided advice to the Minister. It doesn't say that advice has to recommend the listing, they just have to provide advice. But they only have to provide that advice if, or they can't only provide that advice, I should say, they can only provide that advice if they're satisfied that that a group has promoted, engaged. I'm just trying to find the spot. Everything's moved around because they've changed the bill this morning. No, this must be further up. I've gone too far. Yes, here it is. So the Director General of the ASIO has to be satisfied that the activities or continued engagement with the activities of the hate group or are likely to increase the risk of politically motivated violence or the promotion of communal violence. Okay. Look, as I said earlier, if something's a violent act, I'm sort of open to people being crushed. I don't want to see anybody doing that, promoting violence. I'm a bit worried about the term communal violence. What does that mean? There's a reference back to the ASIO Act on that. But okay. Now that comes back to my point though. comes back to the point that why in the objects of the Act does it say the bill is about protecting against economic, social and psychological harm, and that feeds into the definition of hate crime. Yet when we get to the crux of it and say a group to be listed, when they're listed, the ASIO Director General has to consider whether they're actually satisfied they're promoting, engaging, encouraging violence. So what happened when the Nationals Party has focused on this issue and discussed this is that, well, look, if that's what we're trying to do, and that's an admirable objective, it's an understandable objective. Got to be careful how it's designed, but okay. If that's what we're trying to do, why don't we put that in the object of the Act? So we're going to move a number of amendments, and one of the most important amendments we will move is to remove those words, social, economic, and psychological harm, from the objects of the Act, which I don't think have any place here in this type of legislation, and instead replace them with that language later, which says politically motivated violence. So I think we've decided on serious, politically motivated serious violence, or the promotion of communal serious violence. Make it very clear it has to be of a serious nature, serious violent acts. Okay, you've got a group doing that sort of stuff. I'd be open to it. I'd be open to it, to getting rid of them, to crushing them, to coming down hard. We've got to have an orderly society that doesn't promote violence. So we're going to remove that. We're also, in this amendment, then, we would fix that issue I mentioned before, where when we define hate crime, it can be just serious harm. The definition of hate crime is pretty much taken from the existing criminal code, which defines serious violence. And in that definition, serious violence has to be something that causes serious harm that is physical harm to a person. The government here, for an unknown reason, has removed the words "that is physical harm" and just said it can be just serious harm to a person. Again, if we're worried about violent acts here, why don't we prescribe this, restrict this to items that are of physical harm? That's not in. So that's one of the amendments we have drafted that we are going to move and see if we get support. If we can get support by it, just a Liberal Party supporting us, we get it through. We're then going to move an amendment that would mean that a group could not be a hate group unless an absolute majority of both houses of Parliament support it. This is not a perfect protection. It doesn't just mean a simple majority. It means...
Thank you, Madam President. The Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Criminal and Migration Laws Bill 2026.
Sorry, I thought they were going on a hard 10 o'clock, but still another speaker. Go back to Matt. Your browser has lost connection to the audio screen share. I don't know if it's working, but I'll just remove it anyway, and I'll reshare it.
Could potentially get there with Labor and the Greens. It's actually pretty rare for them all to turn up. They've got to turn up. You've got to get. We only just have a majority here, so they have to have all of them in the building all at once to get this through even today. If we had this provision, just another protection. We have some other amendments which would restrict. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say restrict. Which would make clear that when the ASIO Director General makes these recommendations, they should look at whether the organisation is glorified, morally supported, or excused terrorism. Again, effectively, in my view, they'd be inciting violence by doing that. But if their authorities want more protection here.
Pursuant to the order agreed yesterday, time allotted for debate on this bill has expired. I will now put the questions before the Chair and then put the questions on the remaining stages of the bill. I will deal first with the second reading amendment, starting with the amendment moved by Senator Payman on behalf of Senators David Pocock, Lambie, Thorpe and Tyrrell. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3612, Senator McKim?
President, on behalf of the Australian Greens, I request that Part A be put separately to Part B, and I can confirm that we'll be voting differently on those two parts.
Thank you. So that the amendment on sheet 3612 be agreed to. I'll just confer with the clerk. My intention is to put A first. So the question is that Part A of that amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Aye. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
I love me a 4-minute division. Oh, yes. 4 minutes to relax. Thank God. Any messages from Babette? Let me check my inbox. We're going to ratio him at this point, and he's not going to reply. I bet you he doesn't reply. If you're on X, give the post that I reposted commenting to Babette a like and a repost so that way you can see it. But I bet you he's not going to reply. Come on, Babette, jump on. The people want to hear from you. No, nothing in my inbox. No. Come on, Babette. You don't have time to talk in the Senate. Jump on stream with us for 5 minutes. You should jump on live in the Senate. Now that would be great. That would be funny. Like just sit in those back seats just over there. Or even in the gallery. May as well play the rest of Canavan while we've got some time.
That either excuse terrorism or glorify it, all for it. Anyone doing that, no real place in Australia. And so there's some provisions there that do those amendments. I have a final amendment, final substantive amendment here, which would sunset these provisions. So at the moment they're open-ended. The government has added a review after 2 years, but reviews, what do they mean? They don't really mean much. Our amendment would actually mean something. It's not just the paper it's written on. It would mean that these provisions, if they were passed tonight, would cease to exist, would cease to have effect in 3 years' time, on the 20th of January 2029. This is similar to the way we adopted terrorist listing. So we do list organisations as terrorist organisations. I fully support that. It's right and proper, as I say. Those groups are clearly engaged in violence. Fine with that. Those groups, when we first did that, there used to be automatic delisting. So they're only listed, I think, for 3 years, but it was only for a few years they were listed, and they'd automatically come off, and we have to relist them if we still thought they were terrorist organisations. There's no such provision here of protection here, and given this is novel and new and quite radical, I think it makes a lot of sense to have what's called a sunset clause. So if the Parliament wants to continue these provisions, thinks they're working, they'd have to, after 3 years' time, come back and have to go through both houses of Parliament again. Finally, we'll move what's called a second reading. It just happens early, straight after the second reading, which is happening now. That amendment would just simply send this whole bill off to a committee, and we wouldn't vote on it tonight. It's unlikely to get up, but I think that makes sense. I've raised a lot of concerns and issues with you here. The Nationals Party has a lot of concerns. This would mean that, look, let's hit the pause button on this, have a proper Senate committee. We had a joint parliamentary committee last week. It was only a few days. People only had 3 days to make submissions. We didn't get to the bottom of all of these issues. The government has added a lot to this bill this morning. In fact, I forgot to mention that the government has added a whole section here that introduces or reintroduces in a way the words that they got rid of in the racial vilification provisions, which introduced concepts of being intimidated or harassed as constituting a hate crime. They sort of slipped that in. That wasn't in the bill last week. And so, look, we're going to fight tonight as hard as we can. We're unfortunately doing so with an arm tied behind our back because there's time limited. We have 35 minutes left now. And as I say, I'm unlikely to get up to speak myself, but then we go straight into voting. And I'm lobbying colleagues to say, look, why don't we support these? And in those 35 minutes, one thing you could do is contact your local senators in your state, get onto them now, get on their officers, they're still here, get onto them and say, why are you supporting the Nationals Party amendments, which, if you do think they're sensible, reasonable, and provides at least some protections from this very bad bill. Get on there and do that. Do that as soon as you can. You can jump off now and do it now. But we are going to keep fighting for you. I do want to thank everybody for the pressure that's been placed on the government the last week, only a week, to defend free speech. It has made a difference. There's no doubt it's made a difference. The government has removed the racial vilification provisions, which is a big win for us. They were ones that would have more directly targeted individuals because you could just anything, your images, comments here on my post could have been captured by those provisions as being
Yes, Greens have requested that.
What was that?
Pause. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3612 be agreed to. The Greens have requested that the amendment be split. So we are dealing with part A. So those of that opinion will move to the right, and the ayes shall move to the right, and the noes shall move to the left. So I appoint Senator Pocock on behalf of the ayes and Senator Grogan on the noes.
Okay, so this amendment is basically just a grievance amendment, just like I was talking about before with regards to Pocock, Lambie, Payman, Thorpe, and Tammy Tyrrell. They're just I don't know, there's like 8 points on it, but it's basically we didn't have enough time to deliberate, read the bill, the serious concerns, the strong community support for it, but we're concerned about the bill hasn't had the time to be considered, blah blah blah. So this will get destroyed. As you can see, there's probably 30 Labor and Green senators on that side, and then 12, 14, 15 Liberal / crossbench senators. Nah, Pocock's a ACT independent. He's a Climate 200 donated independent.
Order. There being 16 ayes and 43 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I now intend to put Part B of the amendment on sheet 3612, that be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. I'm only ringing the bells for 1 minute for this amendment and any future divisions which may be required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Okay, let's see what this one is. Part B. It's not letting me open Part B. Let me try this. Is there a Part B on this? I can't see the Part B. Might just be a different part of the same amendment.
Oh. He did it last time. Lock the doors. So the question is that Part B of the amendment on sheet 3612 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. Order. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes.
Oh, man. Come on, Babette. We've ratioed you with reposts already. Surely, man. Surely, Babette. Come on. You jump on and talk to Topherfield. But you don't talk to me. When I'm the one that's doing this better than everyone. And that's just not me talking. Show me someone that does it better than me. Nothing in my requests. Come on, Babette. The people want to talk. People want to hear you talk. Nothing in my requests. Actually, did he vote in that division? Let's have a look. That's how we'll know if he's in there. He's not in there. Babette's not in there. The donkey's probably gone home or to his hotel. He didn't vote. He's gone home. We'll see this division. If there's a result and he's not on it, he's gone home. He's packed his shit. He's taken an early out. He's taken an early out like I used to during security shifts.
Order. There being 6 ayes and 50 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. An identical second reading amendment has been circulated by the Nationals and by Pauline Hanson's One Nation. I will only put the question once in respect of that amendment. The question is that the amendments on sheets 3621 and 3625 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
He didn't vote on the next one either. Nationals, Liberals, Greens and Labor are there still. One Nation, Pocock, Tyrrell and Fatima Payment are there. Babette's gone home. Babette has gone home. I wonder he hasn't replied. He's probably in his car already. He's in the car. Got his arm out. the window. Got the window cracked down. Disappointing, bro. I swear he's just in this for the clout, for the social media followers, man. Doesn't actually care. I mean, when you have no leverage, what's the point of even bothering to care? That's probably what he's thinking. He's like, fuck it, 300K a year, 6 years. Verified government accounts. Parliamentary privilege.
Senator Poker, I did appoint you, but I do appreciate it's not your amendment. I'm happy to.
All right, Alex Antic has now put a post up saying the exact same thing that Babette said, and I've quoted him because I can't reply, obviously, because Antic's got comments off. So if you want to check that out, he goes, I won't get a chance to speak on the hate bill tonight, but rest assured my vote will be placed squarely against its passage. Sadly, the bill will pass. Let me just make sure Antic is actually on the thing. He wasn't on the last division. Was he on the one before? No, Antic is not voting on the amendments at the moment. Make of that what you will. But he did say in his post that I'm definitely voting on the final version.
Negative. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Okay, let's check this one. I think it's still part B, the one that I was talking about before. Question that the bill will now be read a second time. Okay, so they've got to go through these ones, I think, as well. Yeah, they've got to go through these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 more amendments. Matt Canavan's 2 amendments are here, the ones that he was talking about on stream before. And then they'll do a vote on the whole bill after that. So we've probably still got about, this might take another 45 minutes to an hour, for those that are wondering. Fuck, it'd be great to have Alex Antic jump on, even for 5 minutes. That would be a bloody Hail Mary. I don't think it's going to happen, but he'd be hella based if he did jump on. Babette is on his phone, is in the chamber. Check your notifications, Babette, motherfucker. Jump on stream. Ain't no way you haven't seen those notifications. 21 reposts, 73 likes, 74 likes. Come on, Babette, jump on. Still no message.
Order. There being 39 ayes and 18 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to criminal and migration laws and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment, starting with the amendment circulated by the opposition. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3617 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
So if you want an idea of which Liberal Party senators are going to vote for this bill, here's a look, because it's almost certainly going to be these 11 clowns. Askew, I think it's Kate Chandler, John O'Doniam, the bastard that's been running around basically pulling the strings of the Liberal Party all week and a bit now. Jew, Dave Sharma, Zionist, James Patterson. Who else? Paul Scar, the fucking pandering Indian dude that was groveling before. He's a Speaker of the House of the Senate. I remember his face from the last mega stream that I did during the social media ban. He was in charge of that. Yeah, so we got like a lot of Israel representatives in the 11 senators that have been voting for these bills. You've got 21-year-old Charlotte Walker. That's all right. 21-year-old Charlotte Walker. Who else? Katie Gallagher's there. Haven't seen her all day. Don Farrell, Trade Minister. This clown. Tim Ayres is a flog. Yeah. Yeah. You can bet your bottom dollar that these are going to be the Liberal senators that are going to help this bill get through. Still a division. But yeah, out of the 11, there's like 3 Jews, basically. 3 Jews/Zionists. Kind of no surprise. And they are self-identifying that, by the way. It's not me calling them that. They self-identify. Come on, Babette. Where are you? How many people are on YouTube? 245 on YouTube, and then It's been over 13,000 viewers on X. It's not bad. It's pretty good. 8.5 hours so far. Probably going to be 9-hour stream. That's crazy.
Order. There being 26 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Mackenzie on behalf of the Nationals. The question is that amendments on sheet 3613 and 3616 be agreed to. Those Senator Faruqi.
(3613) and 3616.
Sure. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3613 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Okay, so this is the Nationals amendments. Oh, why did it download the Word document? I want the PDF. Get rid of that. So they want additional safeguards for prohibited hate group decisions. And it looks like it's going to get voted down by like 35 senators to 6 or 7. Have you eaten?
Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3613 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Goodell as teller for the ayes.
I've eaten 2 chicken wraps. I had a coffee. A few cookies. Yeah, that was it for today so far. Some water. It's been one of those grind days with the stream. I knew that this was going to be a grind, just like it was last time. It's always a grind doing streams for more than, say, 3 hours. But yeah, we're almost done. It'll be 30 minutes probably max. Long day. I saw some people saying that they've been here since the start. You guys are crazy.
Way to go. Order. There being 9 ayes and 49 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the second part of that amendment on sheet 3616. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I'm going to put that again. I only heard one voice. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3616 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
To substitute protect the Australian community or part of the Australian community from politically motivated serious violence or the promotion of communal serious violence by prohibiting organisations that engage in, prepare or plan to engage in, or assist the engagement in, or advocate engaging in conduct constituting a hate crime. So they're just changing the nature of harm when it comes to prohibited hate groups. But this is going to get voted down again, as you can see. A little bit more people on this side, but still not enough to compete with Labor and the Greens.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3616 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 21 ayes and 42 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senators David Pocock, Lambie, Payman, Thorpe and Tyrrell. As the amendments on sheet 3626 were not circulated within the required timeframe, they can only be considered by leave. Is a senator seeking leave? Senator Pocock?
And I seek leave for amendments on sheet 3626 to be considered.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Pocock. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3626 be agreed to. Senator Bell?
President, I ask that the amendments on 3583 be put separately as we intend to vote differently on that to the others.
3583?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll put that one now. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3583 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I believe there's 10 individual ones by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 groupings, but they'll do them individually. So there's about 10 amendments to go. They've done about 7 or 8 so far, and there's another 10 to go. I know that's a bad number, but yeah, that's the number. What's this one that they're doing a division on. And I'll show you something. I'll show you something interesting here. Look who decided to wake up. Babette. Fucking Babette. Send me a message, mate. Send me a message once you're done. He finally rocked up. There's like a bell in each individual office of the senators and members of parliament, so they know when to run out of the office to go to the chamber to vote. But he was probably chilling for like half of that. But yeah, he rocked up eventually.
Order. There being 14 ayes and 46 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with the remainder of those amendments, which is 3610, 3615 and 3626. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Okay, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 are showing, and then there's 2 from Lydia Thorpe, but there's no link there, so maybe they're not going to go through those 2. And I mean, who cares about what Lydia Thorpe has to say? So let's disregard those 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 to go, minus Lydia Thorpe. So these amendments have been tabled by Tammy Tyrrell, David Pocock, Fatima Payman, the Nationals, Lydia Thorpe, but she's going to get skipped by looks of it.
So the question is that amendments on sheet
And they're just trying to make the bill a little bit better, but none of their amendments are going to pass because Labor, Liberal, and a couple of independents are overwhelming them with the numbers. So I'll pull up the last division. You've got 28 Labor senators, so only one Labor senator is not there. Almost all of them are there. There's 13 Liberal senators that are voting to stop the amendments from the Nationals to try to make the bill better. And then Tammy Tyrrell is in that division. So this is the Uni Party working in its full capacity, where Labor will team up with the Greens when needed, and then Labor will team up with Liberal when needed, and basically make the independent crossbenchers completely redundant. And it's just a shame. Like, I'll show you the numbers. You've got 14, yeah. Hopefully my audio is still showing or playing. I think it is. I just need to cut that part of it. 14, 46, 21, 42, 9, 49, 26, 36. So those are all the amendments. As you can see here, the amendment agreed to, the amendment agreed to, the amendment agreed to. They've all been voted down. So this is the Liberal Labor Uni Party kind of flexing its muscle at the moment.
Ring the bells for 1 minute.
All right, this amendment is additional attributes, aggravated sentencing factor. They want to omit distinguished by race, national, or ethnic origin, substitute it with distinguished by race, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, intersex status, disability, nationality, or national or ethnic origin, or because of the target person or target group's personal association. So that's this current division for that amendment.
Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3587 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator David Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 50 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Australia's Voice. The question is that items 3, 6 and 9 in Schedule 2 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Okay, Fatima Payman's amendments are to the migration amendments for a specific schedule, but I can't see which schedule. It's going to get voted down anyway. There she is. You can see her, see the scarfie.
Lock the doors. So the question is that items 3, 6 and 9 in Schedule 2 stand as printed. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Payman as teller for the noes. Order. There being 44 ayes and 13 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Tyrrell. The question is that amendment on sheet 3604 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Canavan. The question is that amendments on sheet 3622 and 3624 be agreed to. Senator McKim is seeking the call.
Thank you, President. I think Senator Faruqi was going to make the same request, which is that the two sheets be put separately to facilitate a different vote from the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Senator McKim. I will put the amendments on sheet 3622. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Okay, we're almost done. Last two amendments. This is Matt Canavan's one, but it's not loading. No result. No results found. They haven't uploaded your your amendment, Matt Canavan. No results found. What about this one? This one's working. The one that they're voting on, you can't load. For sunset clause, what he was saying in his live stream, which is what I recommended to Chucky earlier today. I said if one of these people can do a sunset clause amendment, that would be good.
Lock the doors. The question is that amendments on sheet...
So sunset clause, cessation of effect this part ceases to have effect at the end of 20th of January 2029. So a 3-year sunset clause. They're going to vote no on that. All right, what should I put at the end of the caption? Give me some ideas, chat. What should I put at the end of the caption? So I've been captioning it where I say the bill has passed the Senate or the bill has passed the House, the result number, and then I've been sort of ending it by saying a comment about what happened with regards to the bill at the end. At the moment, I wrote freedom of speech has officially died, but I feel like we can come up with something better than that, something a bit more compelling. Give me some ideas. I'm willing to take a chat idea. Hasn't passed yet, not yet. Probably another 5 minutes.
Order. There being 12 ayes and 46 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments on sheet 3624. So the question is that the amendments 3624 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I'm going to put that again. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3624 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Okay, I'm pretty sure this is the last one because Lydia Thorpe's amendments aren't loading, unless they just haven't uploaded. If they're not loading, then either they are not going to do them or they are going to do them and I just won't be able to see what they are. So it's either 2 more or we're going to finally get a vote on the whole bill and know exactly which Liberal senators decided to cuck for the Labor Party.
What's
Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3624 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 22 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, earlier Senator Thorpe moved amendments on sheet 3588 and 3590. Is there a senator seeking leave to move these amendments? No, I'm moving on. The question now is...
Thank God, no. I'm done with this torture. Put me out of my misery.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. On behalf of Senator Thorpe, I would like to move the amendments you've mentioned.
Oh, you bitch.
You have to seek leave first.
I seek leave to move the motions on behalf of Senator Thorpe.
Is leave granted?
You
Leave is granted, Senator Payman.
bitch.
So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3588 and 3590, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
God damn it, Fatima Payman. Put me out of my misery. There was two more amendments to go through, but because no one was gonna speak on behalf of Lydia Thorpe, I thought it was just gonna be a done deal and they can just get to the final vote and we can all be put out of our collective misery. But Payman decided to run two divisions for these two amendments that are going to get voted on or voted against comprehensively. So we're going to have to wait another 3-4 minutes. I can't even see what these amendments are. There's no link. Oh, wait, now there's a link. Here we go. What does Lydia Thorpe want? Protected political speech. As per the judgment of...
Lock the doors.
Interesting.
So the question is that the amendments as circulated by Senator Thorpe and moved by Senator Payman, 3588 and 3590 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair.
So protected free speech. And then the second one is just about the systematic injustice and structural oppression of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Oh, man. Of course, Lydia Thorpe would do such a thing. Okay, this is the final amendment, and then we've got the final vote, and then that's it. We've gone through 9 hours and 3 minutes of torture.
Order. There being 12 ayes and 43 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Okay, this is the last vote. This is the final vote for the day. We will know which senators have sold us in 60 seconds. And I'm going to have the post ready. definitely those 11 senators that I was talking about before. They've definitely sold us. Last post for the day. I think I've done like maybe 40 posts today. It's fucking crazy.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes.
Oh, I'm anxiously ready. I am anxiously ready for this. This is the last one, guys. Here we go. Calm down, Drew Pavlu. Sheesh, 40 posts. I know. I usually do 40 for a week. I mean, Drew does like 40 an hour. I thought I was bad with my screen time. That guy just must be super glued to... That phone must be super glued to his face or his hands. Yeah, well, this is voted through. As you can see, there's like 40 people here and 15 here. 43 to 12, I reckon. It'll be the same as the last one. Yeah, it's just about to. This is the final vote. This is it.
You need name badges.
Yep. Both bills got passed. And
Order. There being 38 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Bill for an act to amend legislation relating to criminal and migration laws and
all
for
right,
related
we're done.
purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bill. I call the minister.
Thank you, President. I move that the Senate now do adjourn.
Thank you and good night, senators.
Game, set, match. All right. 10 Liberal senators voted for it. Interesting. Let me just get the final couple of posts up. 10 Liberal senators teamed up with the Labor Party to get the hate speech or to pass the hate speech laws. Okay. All right, that is now officially posted on X. Let me just pause that. So it's posted on X. Final result for the hate speech bill. That's now on Insta. That's now on Facebook. And that is on Telegram. Now, give me a moment and I'll show you who voted for it. Senators that voted yes for the hate speech laws. There's too many Liberal senators. There we go. I mean, Labor senators. And the 10 Liberal senators that voted for it are the fucking dogs. Dogs are nice. Scum. Rats. Okay. It's going to be below the post that I just put up in 10 seconds. Okay, here we go. Senators have voted yes for the hate speech bill. Okay. There you go. There's your name and shame. Go crazy. So Liberal Party's dead. We've just seen it dead on 11:05 p.m. on the 20th of Jan, 2026. The Liberal Party officially died. And Andrew Hastie fucking jumped in there with them. Okay. And the senators that voted no, you guys will be reasonably happy, I would say. No pairs. I mean, not reasonably happy because the Greens are in that list, so I wouldn't be jumping for joy. But the Greens voted against it. The Nationals voted against it, which I'm kind of surprised because I had a strong feeling that they were going to support it, but they came in clutch, even though it didn't mean anything. One Nation senators voted against it. David Pocock voted against it. Tammy Tyrrell voted against it, which is kind of weird. Fatima Payman voted against it. Alex Antic crossed the fucking floor and voted against it. I think Alex Antic is the MVP of the day because he crossed the floor and he stuck to his word. Alex Antic is definitely the MVP for the night. He crossed the floor in spite of all the Liberal Party dogs. So show Alex Antic some love. I'm posting that just below the senators that voted. Make sure to show Senator Alex Antic some love for crossing the floor despite the 10 Liberal Party scumbags. Okay, let me just make sure it's the correct 2 screenshots. Yep. Cool. Done. Final post is done and dusted. Cool. But yeah, definitely show him some love. He crossed the floor. He said, you know what? Fuck you guys. And he stuck to his word. He's the only Liberal Party member in the whole fucking party that actually stuck to his words. He did not deviate once. All right, I'm just going to put this on Facebook and Facebook, Insta, Telegram, and then I'll go through the last super chats. Then I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. Okay. What's Alex Antics Insta? Same as that. Okay, cool. Senator Alex Antic. We're done. We're done. Wow. 14,908 people tuned in, 9 hours and 16 minutes. Crazy effort. Well, Liberal Party's dead. I'll debrief with all the guys tomorrow. We'll see what happens over the next couple of days leading up to Australia Day. I've just spammed the link for the Buy Me a Coffee in the YouTube chat, and I'll repost it on X one more time if people want to send me a super chat while I'm still on, because I'm not going to be on at all tomorrow because I'm going to be busy. I'm driving to Melbourne. I'm driving to Melbourne for a day, and then I'm going to Brisbane for the Australia Day rallies. So if anyone's going to the Brisbane Australia Day rallies, I will see you there. I actually have the windows open for those pages. I can't find them because I've got 100 tabs open. So everyone, please go to March for Australia on Australia Day. Find your local city and go to it. marchforaustralia.org. And the Brisbane one is what? Australians March, I think. Brisbane. I'll be at the Brisbane one. Invite like 10 people. We need to make this an overwhelming event to the point where the Invasion Day rallies don't even register on the radar of the police or people that are there. Like, we got to completely make them irrelevant to the day. We got to storm the cities. Last super chats, and then I'll call it a night. Where are they? Yeah. There was a few big ones, so thank you so much to the peeps that sent me the big ones. It's going to help a lot. I need a new camera for this stupid setup. Susan, appreciate your work. Thanks. I'm a late learner. I have all the checks. I've had concealable license. Also, she's a gun owner. These moves confuse me. Please editorialize. Much appreciated. I'm pretty sure I do editorialize. I try to keep things as concise and explain things in super layman term, because I always say that if I can understand it, then anyone can understand it. Because if an idiot like me can understand it, then anyone can understand it. But yeah, that's pretty much always the thing that I try to do. Judy, thank you for all you do. You're my go-to if I need to find up-to-the-minute information on issues at hand. Love your work. Thanks for that. Only a couple of hours until buying a coffee is a gulag offense. Hey, they're going to probably give it royal assent in the next 48 hours, so I'll be smashing a lot of coffees. Greg for the 10, thank you so much for that. Learn how to walk a tightrope, but keep going if you can, i.e. not get arrested. I've done good so far. I haven't gone to Supermax or any other jail for the last 5 years now, so I'm doing all right. Enjoyed this relaxed presentation of current affairs over several hours. It's like sitting back watching a day's play at the test cricket match with a drink in hand. You have to buy locally made and operated coffee and chicken wrap with this, or it'll never happen again. I do love a good Macca's coffee frappe and their shit for locally owned and operated coffee, lettuce and chicken. Fight the power. Boy, you're doing so well. Thank you for helping thousands of Aussies stay engaged in politics. Easily the best original content on Telegram. Much appreciated. Your voice is needed now and forever in this country. Hey, I can't do this shit without you guys. 14 TNC, thank you so much. And thanks to the someones in Rowan. Thank you a million. Love you. Appreciate your work. Love you. Love your work, Anthony. Thank you. We need the truth always. Thank you for all you do. Great coverage, mate. Thanks to someone. Anthony, 300 tabs. Mad respect. Really love seeing you and Sam connect and share your thoughts and views on the pod. You guys are opposite of weak men, hard times. Hope you guys get so big the corrupt pollies have to bend the knee. Yeah, it was great to have a chat with Sam, and we've almost come to a bit of an agreement where whenever something massive like this happens, I'll fly straight to Adelaide the next day, and we'll run it. Thanks for your unwavering stance against the government agenda. Keep fighting alive and have awakened many people. Hey, mate, thanks for your work. It would be great to know how much the people have given your day, how much the people have given you today for your efforts. Yeah, no, it's been good. I mean, it's been good, and the money won't be wasted. It won't go to waste. I'm gonna try to upgrade this camera because I'm using a borrowed camera that's about 15 years old. It's doing the trick, but it's laggy. Thank you for your coverage. Thank you for everything you do. Much respect, Anthony. Keep up the great work. Adrian, thank you. Love your work. Enjoy. Thank you for stepping out when the media stepped down. I think that's it. And thank you to the guys that sent the 10s and 20s. Those were massive. Thank you so much to the 3 or 4 people that dropped 100 or more. That's gonna help me a lot with being able to continue doing this stuff. And if anyone drops any while I'm asleep or whatever, I'll run it on the next stream. That's it. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. 9.5 hours. I'll debrief with all the big influencers and we'll try to come up with a plan on how we're going to tackle this shit. But until then, we fucking have a massive protest on Australia Day and show them strength in numbers. That's it. Good night. Thank you so much.